Chapter 10:20. Is that so? Hesitation flashed in Miss Mo's eyes. Then she did not linger on this topic. She said, "The Lu clan's people have not appeared yet. Tell our subordinates not to let down their guard. Before we return to Starry Cloud Island, we cannot relax. This old man has his own plans. Young miss, there is no need to worry. We have to worry. It was not easy for us to find enough cyclic meteor metal on this trip. If something happens, we will not be able to complete the City Lord's mission. At that time, the consequences will be dire. In that case, I'll tell my subordinates to pay more attention. I'll take my leave first." Uncle Wang turned around and left, leaving only Miss Mo in the control room. He frowned heavily. The scene of Xiao Chun calmly dodging appeared in his mind, a miraculous scene of Xiao Chun dodging. She muttered to herself, "The confidence and sharpness on that person's face. No matter how I look at it, it does not seem like a coincidence." However, Miss Mo's expression turned cold in the blink of an eye. When she thought of Xiao Chun's frivolous gaze earlier, she no longer cared about this person. Even if he is strong, he is just a lecher. After traveling for 7 days, the injuries to Xiao Chun's meridians had mostly recovered. He could now circulate his quintessence and fight without any problems. As for Ao Jiao, she finally found out the location and name of this sea region. She also gained a better understanding of what kind of faction the Mo clan was. If she did not want to expose herself, she could only learn from the words of the cultivators on the ship. The information she obtained was not complete. However, with the sea map in Xiao Chen's hand, she still had a clear idea of where they were. This sea region was called the Shattered Cloud Sea. It was a small independent sea region between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. There were 7 other similar sea regions in the vicinity. They were the Broken Cloud Sea, the Chaotic Cloud Sea, the Separated Cloud Sea, the Heavenly Cloud Sea, the Connected Cloud Sea, and the Misty Cloud Sea. On the sea map, this region was collectively known as the Cloud Sea Domain. The Cloud Sea Domain was definitely not as large as those super sea regions named after their locations. However, it was not much smaller than the Tianwu Domain where Xiao Chan was. The reason was none other than the desolate sea regions above the sea regions, which were too vast and could not be compared to land. The Shattered Cloud Sea, where Xiao Chan was now, was about the size of 10 odd provinces of the Tianwu Domain. There were tens of thousands of islands. As for the Mo clan, just as Xiao Chan had guessed, it was a rank 6 clan. The Mo clan was famous for refining weapons, and it could be considered a considerable force in the Shattered Cloud Sea. However, the one who is truly famous in the Mo clan is the Mo clan's eldest young Mississippi. Her name is Mo Chen. She is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea Domain. Even in the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea, she is quite famous. Young talents go to visit her every year. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chan mischievously. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Beauty? How beautiful can she be? I've seen so many beauties. Xiao Chun did not care about it. What he cared about was the strength of the Mo clan and the strength of the peak experts in this sea region. However, it was very difficult to obtain this information from the Mo clan's cultivators in secret. Xiao Chan still had to go out and personally talk to the others before he could gain any information. The purple warship was very large. The interior of the warship was very spacious. Furthermore, aside from the guest rooms and storehouses, there were other entertainment rooms. The most popular one was a tavern. Aside from the Mo clan's cultivators, there were also many wandering cultivators hired by the Mo clan. There were also a few cultivators like Xiao Chan who wanted to hitch a ride. Indeed, the warships of the heavenly starry ocean were very different from those of the continent. For example, the tavern that Xiao Chun was currently in. The warships of the continent rarely went to such a bustling place. The interior of the tavern was exquisitely decorated, and the environment was elegant. It was not as noisy as the tavern outside. After all, this was the Mo clan's internal tavern. Even cultivators would control their drinking, and not let it affect official business. The moment Xiao Chan stepped into the tavern, he felt many gazes on him. Then, they started discussing in low voices in the tavern. That's him. 7 days ago, when the 2 elders made a move, he charged over like a ghost. That can't be. No matter how I look at it, he is just a martial monarch. How could he dodge the killing moves of 2 martial sages so easily? It is indeed true. However, Steward Wang said that it was a coincidence. The two elders were careless, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. I think it is also a coincidence. Otherwise, it would be too strange. Ignoring these discussions, Xiao Chun found an empty table and sat down. Then he called over a manservant and asked, "What good wine do you have? Give me a flask." That manservant was clearly a member of the Mo clan. He smiled and said, "If we are talking about good wine on the warship, naturally, it is the 1,000-year flame that our young miss brewed herself." 1,000-year flame, what a strange name. Give me a flask then. Xiao Chun sighed softly. The name 1,000-year flame really piqued his interest. The meaning of the 1,000-year flame was easy to understand. It was a flame that burned for 1,000 years without extinguishing. However, what kind of wine could be called the 1,000-year flame? Friend, I was just joking about this 1,000-year flame. You probably cannot afford it. Furthermore, the wine is priced by the cup and not by the flask. That manservant looked at Xiao Chun with some disdain. The 1,000-year flame was normally prepared for martial sages. Without a martial sage's status, one would not be able to afford it. The other Mo clan cultivators in the tavern all laughed, mocking Xiao Chun for being a country bumpkin who had not seen the world. However, when the manservant said that, Xiao Chun became even more interested. How much is one cup? 1,000 astral coins. Hey, that is not very expensive. Give me 10 cups. Huang dang. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and 100 black astral coins neatly landed on the table. Before the laughter of the others faded away, when they saw this scene, they could not help but goggle. Their smiles froze on their faces. Black astral coins. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun took out black astral coins. Furthermore, he did not even blink, directly taking out 100 black astral coins. That was 10,000 astral coins. 10,000 astral coins. To a martial monarch, this was a huge sum. An ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch would have to work hard for at least a month to save up such a sum. The manservant checked the black astral coins and carefully put them away. However, he rejoiced in his heart. The quality of the astral iron in black astral coins was much better than that of ordinary astral coins. For the sake of refining secret treasures, the Mo clan had to use astral coins to exchange for black astral coins at a high price every year. Xiao Chun handed over 100 black astral coins, which was considered a significant contribution within the clan. 10 cups of 1,000-year flame. They will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. The manservant moved very quickly. Soon he carried a tray and placed 10 transparent purple crystal cups on the table. The wine in the cups was scarlet. There was not much wine in the cups. They looked like clumps of burning blood. Together with the glowing purple crystal cups, they gave off a dreamlike visual enjoyment. The purple crystal cups were similar to the goblets of Xiao Chun's previous life. However, they were more elegant and aloof. Did your clan's young miss design these cups as well? Xiao Chun asked. When talking about his clan's young miss, the manservant said proudly, "That is natural. You are lucky. Our clan's young miss is very talented. Be it brewing wine, refining secret treasures, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, formations, medicine, or astrology, there is nothing she cannot do. You are very lucky to be able to buy this 1,000-year flame from the tavern of our Purple Cloud warship. If you went to another place, this cup of wine would be 10 times more expensive. Even if you had the money, you would not be able to drink it. 10 times more expensive? Wouldn't that mean that one cup of wine could sell for 1,000 black astral coins? This price shocked Xiao Chun somewhat. If he sold 10 cups of wine every day, that would be close to 4 million black astral coins a year. However, after thinking about it, he smiled to himself. This was somewhat unrealistic. The brewing of this wine was probably not a simple matter. There had to be some restrictions. Xiao Chun carefully sized up this wine. The wine was as scarlet as blood. However, it was very different from true blood and did not seem repulsive. It gave off an intoxicating feeling of redness, tender and alluring, causing one to be intoxicated. It was as delicate as clear water and as bright as blood. However, there seemed to be something else in the wine. Xiao Chun could not just drink it down like that. Xiao Chun picked up the wine cup and swirled the wine in it. Tiny specks of golden light floated up from the wine and quickly filled the cup. Boom! A golden flame soared up from the wine cup and turned into a legendary holy beast, the golden crow. It cried out in the air of the tavern and flew around. Interesting. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. Then he started tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers. The remaining 9 cups of thousand-year flame also started swaying slowly. Bang! 9 flames soared out from the wine like a blazing sun. In an instant, a dazzling golden light lit up the dim tavern, making it seem like it was brightly lit. It was a great honor to have such a humble place lit up by such a bright light. 10 golden crows chased each other in the sky above the tavern, forming a miraculous scene of 10 connected suns. This magnificent scene stunned the others. Originally, these people were prepared to watch Xiao Qian make a fool of himself. The thousand-year flame could not be drunk directly. He had to shake it for a while. Otherwise, if he drank it in one go, he would not be able to extinguish the fire in his body. However, his body would catch fire in that instant. His clothes, eyebrows, and hair would all be burned away, making a fool of himself. In the end, not only did Xiao Qian not make a fool of himself, but he even created a magnificent scene of 10 connected suns, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. The golden crows turned into motes of sparks and slowly faded away. The tavern returned to normal. Xiao Qian, who was preparing to drink, looked at the sky and frowned. Then, he quietly withdrew his left hand from the table and spread it out. A weak suction came from it. Without anyone noticing, all the scattered motes of sparks in the air gathered together. "Friend, this wine is ready to drink already." That waiter smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Clearly, he worried that Xiao Qian would blame him, so he did not remind him. When all the sparks gathered, a resplendent golden light appeared on Xiao Qian's left hand. In that instant, he clenched his fist tightly, not letting any light leak out. "Ao Jiao, it looks like this Mo clan's young miss is not just pretty. Why do you care so much? Quickly drink. Just looking at this thousand-year flame makes me want to drink it. Quickly drink. Quickly drink. Tell me what it tastes like," Ao Jiao urged as she stared at the wine cup. Xiao Qian smiled bitterly and helplessly. "That's fine, I'll drink first." Chapter 1021. Xiao Qian really wanted to know what this wine called the thousand-year flame tasted like as well. Xiao Qian picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Compared to its fiery name, this wine felt extremely cool when it entered his mouth. An icy chill instantly spread throughout his body. From the inside out, it felt like his body had fallen into an ice cave. This extreme change stimulated his entire body and made him tremble. The cold was too strong, covering up the wine's taste at first. Just as one was about to forget it, the wine's taste slowly permeated the body. The intoxicating fragrance was like a clump of gentle fire, slowly pushing its way into Xiao Qian's body, slowly dispelling the bone-chilling cold. The fire was neither fast nor slow as it slowly dispelled the cold. Together with the intoxicating wine fragrance, it slowly conquered the cultivator's heart. This was an extreme enjoyment. Xiao Qian could not help leaning back in his chair in satisfaction. Then, he held the dreamy purple crystal cup in his right hand and closed his eyes. As the ice and fire clashed, time seemed to move extremely slowly. When the cold qi was completely dispelled, his body felt like it had been ignited by the flame, reaching the peak of enjoyment. Thousand-year flame. This clump of flame truly burned for 1,000 years without extinguishing. The instant the cold qi was completely dispelled, it reached great heights, reaching the peak. The flame was ferocious, and the aftereffects of the wine burst forth. Xiao Qian felt boundlessly carefree. His sweat soaked through his clothes. This was practically a perfect cup of wine. In this half-drunken, half-awake state, Xiao Qian discovered that the will of ice in his sea of consciousness had silently strengthened. It was like it had undergone some kind of tempering, improving significantly. The cold qi spread in his sea of consciousness, allowing him to maintain a trace of consciousness and not fall over from the aftereffects. Great wine. The thousand-year flame truly lives up to its name. Xiao Qian could not help blurting this out when he opened his eyes. The intoxicating red on his face made him blush involuntarily. The manservant smiled and said, "Haha, that is natural. My clan's young miss personally brewed this thousand-year flame. Even if others knew the method, they would not be able to brew it. Indeed, without her conditions, Even the most incredible master brewer would be helpless, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Xiao Chun raised his head and glanced at the manservant. Then, he looked at the remaining 9 cups of thousand-year flame on the table. He could not help but laugh helplessly. The manservant was clearly tricking him. If a normal person drank 1 cup, they would be drunk. If they drank 3 cups in a row, they could be considered a man. If they drank 10 cups in a row, he reckoned that even a great grandmaster would collapse. Ordinary people would not buy so many cups in one go. The manservant took advantage of Xiao Chun being an outsider, and did not say anything. However, this was precisely why Xiao Chun discovered some secrets that he was very interested in. Even so, he would be fine even if he drank more than 100 cups. Bang! Before the manservant's horrified gaze, Xiao Chun emptied the remaining 9 cups of thousand-year flame in one go. Xiao Chun calmed himself down and carefully sensed it. He discovered that what he saw earlier was not an illusion. His will of ice was indeed slowly growing stronger. The chen's 9 cups of the Chan as year flame. And Xiao Chun could not help rejoicing in his heart. This was truly an unexpected gain. He immediately asked, "Do you still have more thousand-year flame?" "Another 10. The waiter was a little stunned. After a long time he reacted and said with an embarrassed smile, "Your alcohol capacity is really shocking. I've been in this tavern for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can drink 3 cups in a row without collapsing. But it's a pity that there's no more of this wine. I'll sell you the last 10 cups. When Miss is in the mood, she'll sell it." What a pity! Xiao Chun discovered that with the aid of these 10 cups of thousand-year flame, his will of ice was approaching small perfection. Just 1 more cup and he would be able to reach the minor accomplishment realm, saving him a few years of time. The other martial artists in the tavern were also shocked by Xiao Chun's heroic act of drinking 10 cups in a row. Amazing! If it weren't for his martial monarch cultivation, I would have thought that he was a big shot. I heard that if those talented youths want to meet with young Miss alone, the first test is to drink 3 cups of thousand-year flame. Even the outstanding talents of the Cloud Sea domain, who are inferior grade martial sages, do not dare to drink 3 cups in a row, making them very depressed. This fellow drank 10 cups in a row. This is really unheard of. I wonder what will happen to Miss Emo-chan. What can he do? He is just an inferior grade martial monarch. He cannot even compare to us. Does he think he can compare to the outstanding talents of our Cloud Sea domain? After a long time, all sorts of envious and disdainful voices filled the tavern. Xiao Chun smiled and ignored them. Even if he wanted to, he could not do anything. After drinking 10 cups of thousand-year flame, his legs had already turned soft. If not for the will of ice, he would have collapsed long ago. Young Master Xing is here. 2 old men with extraordinary auras wearing embroidered clothes slowly walked into the tavern. The Emo clan cultivators immediately noticed them. The Emo clan cultivators all stood up and greeted them respectfully. Martial sages could become Emo clan elders, possessing extraordinary statuses. This young Master Xing was very young, but he was already an inferior grade martial sage. With one look, it was clear that he was an outstanding talent of the Cloud Sea domain. Even the 2 servants beside him were peak martial monarchs. His clan was definitely extraordinary. Xiao Chun sized up the Emo clan cultivators before withdrawing his gaze. While everyone's gazes shifted away from Xiao Chun, he slowly opened his tightly clenched left hand. A squarish ice crystal appeared in Xiao Chun's hand. Then he used it to seal that spot of golden light, concealing its light. Even so, at such a close distance he could feel the extreme yang heat. Just a little flame could give him such a feeling. If he could obtain a clump of this flame, how powerful would it be? Ao Jiao, you figured something out, right? Ao Jiao's eyes lit up in the immortal spirit ring. She exclaimed in pleasant surprise. This is the solar true flame. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "It is even denser than the pure yang qi of my purple thunder true fire. This Mo clan's young Mrs. ancestor is not simple. She probably has the solar true flame's origin flame." Given the Mo clan's strength, it was clearly impossible for them to obtain the solar true flame. Xiao Chun felt that even if he reached the level of the blue-robed emperor, he would not dare to barge into that blazing sun. It was even more impossible for a rank 6 noble clan to do so. The solar true flame in her could only be inherited. This young Miss Mo hid it very well. If not for the golden crow soaring and forming the scene of 10 connected suns, the golden crow egg in the dragon phoenix cauldron in Xiao Chen's body would not have reacted. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he would not have discovered that this young miss had infused the solar true flame into the brewing of the 1,000-year flame. However, this wine was indeed a rare wine. Since ancient times, no expert had ever thought of using the sun's true fire to make such a small thing as wine brewing. Xiao Chun was not sure why Xiao Chun could use the 1,000-year flame to raise his will of ice. However, he was sure that the 1,000-year flame contained the solar true flame. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "In that case, this young miss is really your lucky star. Your golden crow egg can hatch while you are still alive. This is not easy. With my current strength, even if I use the strength of my physical body, it would still be difficult for me to deal with a rank 6 noble clan. Furthermore, this clan might have some hidden cards. Snatching it by force will not work. I do not like this method either." Xiao Chun shook his head. He felt that the situation was somewhat thorny. Then he continued, "If we use other things to exchange, not to mention whether the other party is willing or not, without sufficient strength, if we expose our treasures, the other party might not have any malicious intent. If a martial monarch took a treasure that even a great grandmaster-level martial sage did not have and ran off to trade with someone else, the consequences would be obvious. What should we do then? I'll take it one step at a time. The most important thing now is to recover my strength. I'll look for that manservant first and ask about the situation in the Cloud Sea domain." Xiao Chan called the manservant over again and gave him some benefits. Finally, he obtained the information he wanted. The ruler of the Shattered Cloud Sea was the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, who had the cultivation of a blue-robed emperor. Every year, the thousands of islands in the vicinity had to pay a large sum of resources to Shattered Cloud City. As for the 7 small sea domains in the Broken Cloud Sea and the Chaotic Cloud Sea, the situation was similar. They were all ruled by a blue-robed emperor. Although the Shattered Cloud Sea's Mo clan was only a rank 6 noble clan, they excelled at refining. In terms of status and influence, they were even greater than several rank 7 sects in the Shattered Cloud Sea. This time, the Mo clan had promised the Shattered Cloud City's city lord to refine a set of sage-grade secret treasures for his young master. Hence, they had gone out to sea to search for raw materials. There were also some scattered pieces of information. After asking around, Xiao Chun intended to leave. However, when Xiao Chun turned around, his gaze happened to meet that young Master Xing's. The other party's gaze was hostile, like he was waiting for Xiao Chun to turn around. Xiao Chun did not want to cause trouble, so he immediately left. When he passed by that young Master Xing, the other party said, "I heard that you drank 10 cups of 1,000-year flame in one go. Your alcohol tolerance is astonishing. Tell me the secret." "It is just drinking wine. It depends on the person. There is no secret," Xiao Chun said in a hurry before continuing on his way. However, 2 of young Master Xing's servants blocked Xiao Chen's path. "Did I say you could leave? I'll give you 3,000 black astral coins. Tell me the secret," young Master Xing said indifferently as he put down the wine cup in his hand. The originally calm atmosphere, upon hearing young Master Xing's words, caused the tavern to become lively once again. "I heard that young Master Xing always wanted to meet with young Miss alone. However, he could not get past 3 cups of 1,000-year flame. This unknown fellow is going to be unlucky. Young Master Xing is a peak expert of our Shattered Cloud Sea's younger generation. He is even on the Cloud Sea domain's proud son of heaven ranking in the top 20. It is best to be low-key. He is clearly only a martial monarch, yet he is so ostentatious. It is impossible for him not to be unlucky." The Mo clan cultivators looked at Xiao Chun with sympathy. It was easy to imagine the outcome of a martial monarch facing an inferior-grade martial sage like young Master Xing. The 2 peak martial monarchs stood in front, looking at Xiao Chun coldly with an aloof air. "Brat, our young master told you to hand over the secret, so hand it over. We gave you face, but you do not want it. You will not repent until you see the coffin. You are seeking a beating." When the taller servant on the right saw young Master Xing give him a look, he raised his hand and sent a slap at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's quintessence surged, and a flame burned on his right hand. If this slap landed, it would not be as simple as leaving a palm print. Chapter 1022. The Emo clan cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too much. Even if he did not give you the secret, there was no need to be so ruthless. Without his cultivation, anyone could bully him. Even a peak martial monarch dared to make a move against him. When Xiao Chun kicked, no one saw how he did it. A crisp sound came from the right knee of the servant who attacked him, and he let out a miserable cry of pain. The quintessence in that servant's body turned chaotic, and he lost his balance. Then he fell to one knee. Horror flashed in the eyes of the other servant. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that Xiao Chen's palm had pressed on his chest at some point in time. Before that servant could react, he saw Xiao Chen push gently. His ribs broke and he flew back like a sandbag. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly so fast that no one could react. By the time everyone's gazes returned to Xiao Chen was already at the entrance of the tavern. Before he knew it, he had already walked to the entrance of the tavern and was about to leave. Damn it! How dare you injure the people of my Xing clan? Are you tired of living? Puteng! Young Master Xing reacted and soared into the air from his seat. He instantly drew a sword flickering with a cold light from his waist, and an indistinct sword light appeared. Strands of heavenly sage laws appeared behind young Master Xing, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. This made his sword strike, which contained his rage, look very mighty. It looked like young Master Xing's aura was boundless, surging with killing intent. It looked like this lightning-fast sword strike would pierce through Xiao Chen's back. If it did, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and turned around. In that instant, countless trajectories of young Master Xing's sword appeared in his eyes. In one breath, Xiao Chen simulated thousands of variations of the trajectory of this sword strike in his mind. No matter how the other party changed his moves, Xiao Chen had control over everything. Bang! When the sword light was only 3 centimeters away from Xiao Chen, 2 fingers suddenly appeared and clamped down on young Master Xing's sword strike, which was filled with rage and might. Unexpectedly, an inferior-grade martial sage's sword strike was easily countered by Xiao Chen. It was like a child throwing a tantrum. The cultivators in the tavern were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Was this the strength of a martial monarch? Was this still the same guy who had fallen on the deck like a dog eating *T 7 days ago? It was completely beyond their imagination, and not within the scope of their understanding and acceptance. Young Master Xing, who was in the air, revealed a look of fear. He used all his strength to pull out the sword, but to no avail. Getting physical over such a trivial matter. Young Master, you probably don't know how high the sky is outside. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, the 5-dragon force in his body roared. Thunder sounded, dragon roared unceasingly. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered and his hair fluttered. Before he even used his strength, just the vast aura of the 5-dragon force shattered the sword in young Master Xing's hand. Young Master Xing vomited blood and went flying back. Young Master Xing fell to the ground and looked at Xiao Chen in horror. He muttered, "Advancing Sage of the Physical Body, you are an outstanding talent of the Advancing Sage of the Physical Body." Xiao Chen still held the 2-centimeter sword tip in his right hand. He glanced at young Master Xing and slowly withdrew his killing qi. In the end, Xiao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. Such a minor character would not be able to cause any big waves. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and the sword tip flew out and stabbed into the ground beside young Master Xing. This frightened young Master Xing into trembling. His face drained of blood. There was complete silence. No one could say anything. The entire tavern was silent. The manservant who served Xiao Chen wine earlier opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to do. He had actually underestimated such a person and even planned to watch him make a fool of himself. Such a person could casually send young Master Xing flying. If young Master Xing had gotten angry, wouldn't he? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn! That startled me. This world is really unpredictable. Unexpectedly, a random martial monarch is an outstanding talent of the Advancing Sage of the Physical Body. I knew it. How can someone who can drink 10 cups of 1,000-year flame be a minor character? There must be a trick to the test that young Miss set. What do you think? How does this person compare to the demonic geniuses of the Shattered Cloud Sea's younger generation? Can he compare to the Shattered Cloud City's young city lord? What kind of joke is this? Young Master Xing could last 3 moves against the young city lord. However, he could not even last half a move against this person. In the entire Cloud Sea domain, there are no more than 5 youths who can compare to this person. The Mo clan cultivators chattered endlessly. However, they suddenly thought of such a person appearing on their warship. If he harbored malicious intent, it would be very dangerous. Quickly informed Steward Wang. Someone in the tavern immediately rushed to Steward Wang's residence in a fluster. In the control room of the purple warship, the 4 martial sages of the Mo clan and Uncle Wang, who was a peak superior grade martial sage, all gathered together as though they were facing a great enemy. Young Miss, this old man was blind. I really did not expect this person to be an expert of the advancing sage of the physical body, Uncle Wang said sullenly. Young Miss, give the order. I am willing to personally make a move and chase this person away. Mo-chan, who wore a veil and had an exquisite figure, did not seem surprised by this. Her eyes alone could mesmerize anyone. Mo-chan waved her smooth, jade-like hand and said, "There's no need. This person should not have any malicious intent. Tell me what he did in the tavern first." Uncle Wang answered honestly. He ordered 10 cups of 1,000-year flame and created the scene of 10 connected suns. Then he drank 10 cups in one go. When Mo-chan heard this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. However, it quickly vanished as she waited for Uncle Wang to continue. After that, he asked the manservant about the distribution of the factions in the Cloud Sea domain, and the strength of the ruler of our Shattered Star Sea. He also asked about our Mo clan. Why did he ask about our Mo clan? With the strength of such a person, why would he care about a rank 6 clan? Mo-chan muttered to herself, finding it strange. Could he have figured something out? Young Miss should already know what happened after that. That young Master Xing drank 1 cup of 1,000-year flame and nearly got drunk. Then, he suddenly saw a person drink 10 cups in a row and not get drunk. He immediately tried to force out the secret and ended up provoking this person to make a move. Mo-chan's thoughts were very sharp. She pointed out the crux of the problem and asked, "Are you sure that he only made a move against young Master Xing after asking the manservant?" "I am sure. However, what does that matter?" Uncle Wang asked, feeling confused. Mo-chan entered deep thought. No one could make out her expression behind the white veil. After a while she said, "In that case, there is nothing else. I will go and meet him alone. There is no need for you all to follow." The others felt confused. Feeling somewhat confused, they asked worriedly, "Old Wang, can we let young Miss go alone? With that person's strength, I think that even if we work together, we will have a 50-50 chance of victory." Indeed, although young Master Xing just advanced to martial sage, he was defeated by someone in half a move. That is too much. Uncle Wang sighed and said, "Let's leave it to young Mississippi." This time he really accidentally picked up a huge dragon. However, it is hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. Young Master Xing is just a minor character. There is no need to expose his strength, right? Ao Jiao asked, feeling confused after they returned to the room. Right now, Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws were shattered, and the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was sparse. However, he still had his physical body. When he circulated 5 dragon force, he could exert 25,000 tons of force. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage came, he would only be on par with Xiao Chan. The possibility of him completely suppressing Xiao Chan was very small. If not for Xiao Chen's magic energy having not recovered yet, his heavenly sage laws were shattered, and he could not execute deities descending. He would be able to kill a Grandmaster-level martial sage with 1 punch. Young Master Xing was just an inexperienced person who just advanced to martial sage. Xiao Chen only needed to use 1 dragon force to force him to retreat. However, in the tavern, Xiao Chen had used the aura of 5 dragon force to send the other party flying. This confused Ao Jiao. After all, Xiao Chen now had many enemies. The old subordinates of Neptune were probably searching for him everywhere. The people of Zodiac Hall were definitely searching for him as well. The loose cultivators who coveted the treasures on him were also searching for him. He should have been more low-key. For the sake of hiding his identity, the clear wind robes that the Blue Dragon King's insignia had turned into azure had been replaced with ordinary clothes. Xiao Chun had also taken off the iconic Neptune headscarf long ago. This was to reduce the chances of his identity being exposed in the sea region. Now Xiao Chun did the exact opposite. This was very puzzling. Xiao Chun took out the blue crystal again and looked at the solar true flame sealed in ice. He said, "You will understand in a while." "Oh right, let me take a look at the recipe for the medicinal pill that recovers law energy." The medicinal pill was called the Heavenly Origin Pill. Ao Jiao had already written down the recipe. It was a medicinal pill that she had come into contact with when she followed the Thunder King. The Heavenly Origin Pill reached king grade. Its ingredients were extremely precious and required a lot of money. To Xiao Chun, money was not a big deal at the moment. What was rare was a grandmaster alchemist who could refine the Heavenly Origin Pill. Xiao Chun only knew the immortal epic's alchemy methods, and not the orthodox alchemy methods of the martial epoch. Even if Xiao Chun spent a lot of money and found the ingredients, it would be pointless if there was no one to refine the Heavenly Origin Pill. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Grandmaster alchemists were not easy to find. "Someone is coming," Ao Jiao said softly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun scanned with his spiritual sense. She came earlier than he expected. This Mo clan's young miss was indeed a smart person. That was right. Xiao Chun made a move in the tavern to lure this girl over. Be it the solar true flame or the pendant on this girl's chest, Xiao Chun was determined to obtain them. From the manservant's words, Xiao Chun gained a rough understanding that the Mo clan's situation in the Shattered Cloud Sea was not good. Because of Miss Mo's beauty, she faced a lot of trouble. Although she dealt with them with ingenious methods, it was not a long-term solution. Since that was the case, there was room for negotiation. Xiao Chun could help her deal with these problems in exchange for the pendant on her chest, and temporarily borrow the solar true flame. If that was not enough, he could add something else. If Xiao Chun wanted to negotiate, he naturally had to reveal some of his strength first. It would be best if the other party spoke first. In any case, Xiao Chun did not have any good ideas on how to borrow the lunar true flame and obtain the pendant on her chest. He might as well give it a try first. If he succeeded, that would be for the best. If not, he would think of something else. After Xiao Chun put away the alchemic recipe, he raised his hand and waved. The door opened with a creak. The veiled Emo-chan happened to be standing outside about to knock. Chapter 1023. "Miss Emo, please come in." Emo-chan drifted over and looked at Xiao Chun with her gem-like eyes. Xiao Chun wore ordinary clothes, and his long hair was unkempt, casually draped over his shoulders. She could not see any precious secret treasures or ornaments that could reveal his identity. Xiao Chun's cultivation was indeed only that of a martial monarch. However, such a person had beaten up young Master Xing to the point where he could not even retaliate. Emo-chan compared Xiao Chun to the outstanding talents of the great seas that she had seen. She had seen many true outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. They were all young, and they were all superior grade martial sages. There were even some geniuses of the Zodiac Hall, who were Grandmaster-level martial sages. Compared to those people, Xiao Chun's aura was clearly different. There was no trace of the arrogance of a genius. However, Xiao Chun's eyes were boundlessly deep, unfathomable and unfathomable. "Young master does not seem surprised at Emo-chan's appearance," Emo-chan said softly. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I was the one who lured you here in the first place. How could I be surprised? Sit." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and a chair flew into the air and landed firmly beside Emo-chan. The two sat down, and Emo-chan took out the pendant around her neck. There was a red remnant white flower ornament hanging from the green leaf-like necklace. It was bright in color and gave off a beautiful glow. However, the feeling it gave off was one of uncontrollable grief. In the language of flowers, the remnant white flower represented passionate love. However, this remnant white flower before Xiao Chun was a wilted flower. At its most beautiful moment, it wilted and withered, no longer passionate. The lover was gone, leaving only grief lingering in the heart. Before Xiao Chun's eyes, the remnant white flower gave off a flowing light. A strong wind blew and crystalline petals flew out. The strong wind was merciless, and the remnant white flower was like blood. piercing one's heart and filling it with grief. That's right. This is definitely refined from the grief throne. It is horrifying enough to affect my emotions. If I get affected by this pendant in battle, I will be consigned to eternal damnation if I get careless. Xiao Chun stabilized his emotions and raised his guard. You boarded the purple cloud ship for this broken flower pendant, right? Given Mo Chen's intelligence, if she still could not guess why Xiao Chun had been staring at her chest back then, she would really be living up to her reputation. Broken flower pendant? Could it be that the other party did not know that this was the original form of the grief throne, forged by the ancient era's paragon, the evil king? This is a pendant passed down in my Mo clan. In terms of usage, it is even more valuable than some strong king-grade secret treasures. Mo-chan continued, if young master wants this pendant, it is not impossible. Just be my bodyguard for 1 year. After 1 year, I will hand it over to young master. A year of bodyguard meant that he had to ensure the other party's safety for a year. Xiao Chan replied calmly, it is not impossible for me to be your bodyguard for a year. However, a pendant alone is not worth me staying in the Mo clan for a year. Mo-chan frowned slightly and said, what bold words! A sage body that can bring out 5 dragon force is barely equal to a grandmaster-level martial sage. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, although grandmaster-level martial sages are strong, they are not at the peak. My Mo clan does not fear grandmaster-level martial sages either. If not for the situation forcing me, I would not have made such a decision. After all, this broken flower pendant is an item passed down in my Mo clan. Mo Chen's tone was very forceful, even somewhat angry. She felt that Xiao Chun overestimated himself. Using the broken flower pendant to hire the other party for a year already cost him a lot. Yet he was still not satisfied. Xiao Chun clearly grasped the other party's tone. He smiled and did not argue. Very well, you are right. I am only as strong as a martial sage. How about this? I will agree to your request first. However, how about we make a bet? What bet? If one day you feel that using the broken flower pendant to hire me for a year is a good deal, then agree to another request of mine. Of course, this request will not cross the line. It will not violate the most basic etiquette. Under the veil, Mo Chen's lips curled up slightly. She smiled confidently and said, you are extraordinarily arrogant. Even those genius disciples of Zodiac Hall would not speak to me like this. I'll bet with you. This girl was indeed someone who had seen the world. No wonder she was so disdainful of that young Master Xing compared to the disciples of Zodiac Hall. The outstanding youths of the Cloud Sea domain were not worth mentioning. However, what were the disciples of Zodiac Hall in Xiao Qin's eyes? Even the top female disciple of the Moon Palace had to flee while covering her face. Xiao Chun, you have really suffered a great loss this time. In less than half a year, you will recover your strength. At that time, your heavenly sage laws will immediately take form. Together with Neptune's crown, even a regular blue-robed emperor would not be a match for you. After Mo-chan left, Ao Jiao smiled gently. I have to obtain the waning flower pendant. However, in her hands she can immediately destroy it with a thought. I might as well agree to it first. After all, she will definitely lose the bet. At that time, it will not be a loss if I borrow the solar true flame. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said indifferently. The matter of Xiao Chan becoming Mo Chen's bodyguard quickly spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire warship. That's impossible. This was the first thing all the Mo clan cultivators said when they heard the news. Miss Mo Chen's standards had always been very high. She had rejected many outstanding young talents of the Cloud Sea domain, even those outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. She had even rejected them mercilessly. However, this was the truth. Xiao Chan had indeed become Mo Chen's bodyguard. Miss, this person's origins are unknown. Isn't it too unreliable to make him a bodyguard? Uncle Wang said anxiously to Mo Chan in the control room. Is that so? Does Uncle Wang feel that there is a better candidate? Uncle Wang, you should be very clear on the intentions of those people who approached me in the Cloud Sea domain, Mo Chan countered. Steward Wang was speechless. These people were just drooling over her beauty and the Mo clan's unique refining techniques. While their origins were very clean, their intentions were not that simple. Aren't there still the few outstanding young masters of the Southern Sea? I think the disciples of the Zodiac Hall and the Southern Sea King's scions are pretty good. Emo-chan said sullenly. These people are indeed pretty good. Their family backgrounds are vast and do not care about the current Emo clan. However, they are too strong. If they are tempted by benefits, the consequences will be worse. This person is the most suitable candidate. His goal is clear and I know what he wants. His strength is also passable. However, he is somewhat arrogant and wants to make a bet with me. Bet? What bet? Uncle Wong asked out of curiosity. Emo-chan stopped speaking and changed the topic. Nothing much, just a bet that he will definitely lose. Uncle Wong, how many more days until we reach Starry Cloud Island? 7 days. It looks like the Lu clan's people will not appear. We can successfully complete the City Lord's request this time. We cannot continue like this. We should think of a way to resolve this once and for all. Emo-chan did not show any joy on her face. How could Uncle Wong not think the same way? He sighed and said, "It will be difficult. The Lu clan's refining skills are not as strong as ours. However, the clan head is a great grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, he has the largest merchant association of the Cloud Sea domain, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, behind him." Rumble. Suddenly, the entire purple warship shook intensely. Emo-chan's expression changed and she waved her hand. Formations flickered in the control room. Formation markings immediately spread out on the ground, walls, and inside the control room. The entire space turned resplendent. A water screen appeared around Emo-chan, showing the situation around the purple warship. For black warships descended from the sky like specters and surrounded the purple warship. Beams of light from the ancient demonic energy cannons bombarded the purple warship continuously. They really picked the right time. In another day, the purple warship would enter the range of Starry Cloud Island. Just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, the Lu clan's people finally charged out. "I'll go out and take a look." Right after Steward Wong spoke, he quickly left the control room and went to the deck. The normally empty deck was now filled with Emo clan cultivators. All of them had grave expressions and had drawn their weapons long ago. Killing chi radiated from their foreheads. "Hee! Old Wong, we meet again. Call your clan's young miss out." Opposite the purple warship was a tall, wolf-headed warship. 2 black-clad cultivators, one old and one young, stood on the wolf-headed warship. The youth on the right smiled evilly at Emo-chan. The old man beside him gave off an indistinct aura. Unexpectedly, it was the aura of a grandmaster-level martial sage. 3 old men walked out of the other 3 wolf-headed warships. A strong wind blew. They were all superior-grade martial sages. Including the 2 old men beside the youth, the Lu clan had a total of 3 superior-grade martial sages and 1 grandmaster-level martial sage. In terms of strength, they definitely surpassed the Emo clan's cultivators. Uncle Wong could not be bothered with this person. He analyzed his countermeasures. The Lu clan's people exceeded his expectations. Aside from the clan head, who was a great grandmaster-level martial sage, the peak combat power of the Lu clan had practically come out in full force. This was completely different from the small skirmishes of the past. Were the 2 clans going to start a decisive battle? The Emo clan and the Lu clan focused on refining. There was a lot of competition between them in the Shattered Cloud Sea. Normally there would be small skirmishes. However, they were far from falling out with each other. The Emo clan was not as strong as the Lu clan. However, if they fought indiscriminately, the Lu clan would not be able to bear it. That would only benefit the other factions that were watching the excitement. Seeing that Uncle Wong ignored him, the black-clad youth smiled and said, "Was my voice too soft? In that case, come closer." This youth was called Lu Feng, the first young master of the Lu clan. His cultivation was pretty good, stronger than young Master Xing's. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lu Feng and the old man beside him soared into the air and landed on the purple warship's deck at the same time. The other 3 Emo clan elders quickly followed. Instantly, the Emo clan cultivators on the purple warship felt like they were facing a great enemy. Before the other party's strong aura, they could not help taking a step back. The 4 elders of the Emo family took a step forward and stood together with Uncle Wong, confronting the experts of the Lu family. Although they all looked like martial sages, the strongest of the 4 Mo clan elders was only a medial-grade martial sage. Only Uncle Wang was a superior-grade martial sage. Their aura was far inferior to the Lu clan's. Lu Feng said sullenly, "I can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Hand over the cyclic meteor iron." Chapter 1024. Dream on. Uncle Wang replied rudely, "If you have the guts, then kill everyone on our ship. At worst we will just die together. In any case, if you spoil the city lord's residence's matter, the Mo clan will not have a good ending either. Your old bones are really tough. Since I rushed over this time, I am not afraid of your Mo clan dying together." Lu Feng smiled sinisterly. The Grandmaster-level martial sage Lu clan's first elder stepped forward and clenched his right hand into a fist. Electricity flickered on his fist, crackling endlessly. A huge eagle image encased the old man. When he punched, the eagle spread its wings. The electric light on the old man's body flowed down his arm. The instant the eagle spread its wings, horrifying electric energy burst out of his fist. When facing this lightning-fast punch, Uncle Wang crossed his arms and blocked it in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then he went flying back like a cannonball with a loud bang. Blood leaked out of Uncle Wang's mouth and his feet sank. After he landed, he staggered a few steps back. At this moment, the difference between a Grandmaster-level martial sage and a superior-grade martial sage became clear. All the Mo clan cultivators felt horror spread in their hearts. At some point in time, Xiao Chan had arrived in the control room. Together with Mo Chan, he saw the situation clearly through the water screen. Mo Chan said softly, "A Grandmaster-level martial sage. This is really problematic. Even if the Lu clan falls out with them, they will still spoil the mission that the city lord's residence gave us. Are the consequences of failing the mission very severe?" Xiao Chen asked. "The city lord's residence is the sky of the shattered cloud sea. The city lord is the blue-robed emperor. He is a major character who can stir up a storm with a raise of his hand. If he angers the city lord, the consequences will be severe. Strange. It is clearly the Lu clan that caused your mission to fail. The city lord should be looking for trouble with the Lu clan." "That won't happen. The city lord only cares about the results and not the process. He never interferes with the conflicts between the factions. We just have to pay him the resources on time." Mo Chan took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chan. "Help me hand the cyclic meteor iron to the other party. Later, we will think of a way to deal with the city lord's questions." He didn't expect the lady before him to be so decisive, letting go of him as soon as it was time. Xiao Chan did not take the ring. He smiled faintly and said, "Actually, a bodyguard can help you solve the problem in front of you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you admit defeat." Under the veil, Mo Chan said calmly, "With your strength, you can barely deal with that Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, there are still 3 superior-grade martial sages. Housekeeper Wang can deal with 1, and the remaining 2 can sweep through the entire warship. Don't do anything rash. I asked you to be my bodyguard because I have something important to do. Don't tell me what to do now," Mo Chan said anxiously when she saw that Xiao Chan was not going to take her ring. "Remember to accept your defeat. I'll help you settle this trouble." With a tap of his foot, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from the control room. After sending Uncle Wang flying with a single punch, the great elder of the Lu clan did not stop moving. He transformed into an eagle, and as he attacked, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. He was completely suppressing Uncle Wang. In less than 10 moves, Uncle Wang was severely injured and weak. "Come, let's go to the control room. I'll go and look for the Mo clan's young miss personally." When Lu Feng saw Uncle Wang stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, he did not say anything even after being beaten up so miserably. Then, he headed for the warship's hold. Whoosh! 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 Upon hearing this, the originally fearful Mo clan cultivators all moved to block the warship's hold. They pointed their weapons at Lu Feng's group with determined expressions on their faces. With such subordinates, it was no wonder that Mo Chan was willing to give up on the cyclic meteor iron rather than leave alone. "Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless," Lu Feng said coldly with a frown. He had not expected the Mo clan cultivators to be so unyielding. He frowned and said coldly, "The Lu clan is too much of a bully. The Lu family has gone too far. Let's fight it out with them." Someone shouted, and a group of Mo clan cultivators charged over. What a joke. What is the point of having more people? Lu Feng snorted coldly, and the 4 people beside him attacked at the same time, with a Grandmaster-level martial sage leading the way. When the 4 worked together, no one could block a single move. Before absolute strength and a tenacious fighting spirit, miracles could not happen. Lu Feng's group easily pushed forward. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. The many Mo clan cultivators were severely injured and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Not long after, there was no one left standing on the deck. Lu Feng smiled coldly and said, "Just a bunch of trash. You want to block this young master's path? Go. If you want to seek trouble for the young miss, you will have to ask this old man first." Uncle Wang, who was lying on the ground heavily injured, burst out with the last of his strength. He roared ferociously and charged at Lu Feng with bloodshot eyes. Uncle Wang's berserk aura and killing chi were startling. He pushed his heavenly sage laws to their limits in this full-power strike. When Lu Feng looked back, he was startled. If Uncle Wang's furious punch landed, given Lu Feng's cultivation, he would be severely injured on the spot. "You overestimate yourself." The Lu clan's first elder, who was beside Lu Feng, smiled, and a pair of wings made of electricity appeared on his back. The first elder folded his wings and stored up power. The electricity formed a pillar of light and soared into the sky. When Uncle Wang attacked, the first elder's wings suddenly unfurled. In that instant, resplendent electric light appeared. With a single punch, he sent the ferocious Uncle Wang flying backward. After Uncle Wang fell to the ground, he fainted. Blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Old Wang. Several Mo clan cultivators carried Uncle Wang up and glared at the Lu clan's first elder in grief and indignation. Lu Feng laughed loudly and said, "You scared this old man. In the end you are still trash. Let's go." Lu Feng laughed loudly and took the lead, heading for the warship's hold. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to hold back on this Mo-chan. Not only did he want to obtain the cyclic meteor iron, but he also wanted the person. "Aren't you very virtuous? You even look down on the top 10 experts of the Cloud Sea domain. Let's see how virtuous you are going to be today." Bang! Suddenly, just as Lu Feng stepped into the warship's hold, a hand stretched out at lightning speed and grabbed his neck, raising him high in the air. Before Lu Feng could understand what was going on, he felt his breathing quicken. Blood covered his face, and a feeling of suffocation filled his entire body. Lu Feng grasped that iron-like hand with both hands as he flailed his legs in the air. However, it was to no avail. That hand did not move at all, grabbing his life veins. As long as it squeezed gently, it could break his soul and kill him. Horror spread throughout Lu Feng's entire body. However, he could not say anything and could only stomp his feet. Just a moment ago, Lu Feng was thinking about how to use this opportunity to obtain both the person and the riches, humiliating the famous top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. In the next moment, he was lifted up like a dead pig. The sudden turn of events did not give the 4 Lu clan elders any chance to react. They simply could not figure out when the Mo clan gained an expert who could suppress Lu Feng with one move. With such strength, why did he not show himself earlier? Could it be that he was waiting for this moment? Chi! Electric light lit up on the Lu clan's great grandmaster-level martial sage. He immediately made a move to save Lu Feng. "If you have the guts, go ahead and try." Xiao Chun, who was holding Lu Feng up, slowly walked out step by step. His face, which was originally covered by the shadows, now appeared before the 4 Lu clan elders. Xiao Chun's sinister words did not contain any emotion. No one doubted that as long as the Lu clan's first elder made any strange movements, Xiao Chun would mercilessly snap Lu Feng's neck. "Let's talk things out." When Lu Feng saw Xiao Chun's grip on his neck increase, the pain on his face intensified. The Lu clan's first elder quickly dispersed the electric light on his body. Xiao Chun casually carried Lu Feng and walked forward step by step. Soon, he arrived at the bow of the warship. As he looked at the Mo clan cultivator lying on the ground, His expression turned sullen. This group of people was a little too heavy-handed. The figures of the Lu clan cultivators leaped out of the 4 black mountain warships surrounding the warship. They held their bows and drew their bowstrings, aiming their arrows at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan swept his gaze over them coldly and said indifferently, "I will say this only once. Take away all your warships." Damn it! The Lu clan's first elder was so angry that his heart trembled. He could feel that Xiao Chan was only a martial monarch. However, at this moment he spoke like he was the emperor of this place. However, the Lu clan's first elder did not dare to disobey. Lu Feng's life was in Xiao Chen's hands. If Lu Feng died here, it was easy to imagine how angry the clan head would be. The Lu clan's first elder's original plan was foolproof. However, they had not expected such a demonic genius to appear on the Mo clan's warship. Take away the warship, the Lu clan's first elder said through clenched teeth, his face filled with dissatisfaction. As the warship moved, the situation reversed. After Xiao Chan appeared, the insufferably arrogant Lu clan cultivators obediently gave way. The Mo clan cultivators on the deck could not react in time. First elder. A few Lu clan old men at the side called out anxiously as they watched the warship slowly move. The Lu clan's first elder waved his hand to stop them. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and said, "Friend, are you satisfied now? Can you put down my young master first? We can discuss this further. As long as you let go of my young master, we will leave immediately. In the future, we will come to Starry Cloud Island to personally apologize." Xiao Chan smiled faintly. Indeed, he did as the Lu clan's first elder said. He casually tossed Lu Feng onto the deck. Bang! Xiao Chan did not know how heavy this fall was. Die! The killing qi that had been accumulating in the Lu clan's first elder's eyes erupted at this moment. A pillar of electric light soared into the clouds as a pair of electric wings unfurled. A strong wind blew, and electricity tore through space. The moment Xiao Chan put down Lu Feng, the old man punched at lightning speed. Xiao Chan seemed to have anticipated this. In the time it took for a spark to fly, his right foot stomped heavily on Lu Feng's chest. Kasie! Kasu! The sound of bones breaking resounded as Lu Feng cried out in agony. Whoosh! After hearing Lu Feng's miserable cry, the Lu clan's first elder's shockingly powerful punch came to a halt a meter away, not daring to make any more movements. When the Lu clan's first elder saw Lu Feng's clearly dented chest, his face could not help but twitch. This person is too ruthless. If the first elder had not stopped and used more force, he would have trampled Lu Feng to death. Do you really think that I am an idiot? Cut the crap. When we are near Starry Cloud Island, I will naturally let go of this trash. The 4 of you scram immediately. Chapter 1025. Xiao Chan did not give the Lu clan elders any time to think. He said coldly, I will count to 3, and you will immediately disappear. If you do not believe me, you can bet with me. Let's see whether I dare to trample this trash to death or not. Woo! Let's go. Seeing Lu Feng's face contorted in pain and Xiao Chen's incomparably domineering attitude from the very start, the Lu clan elders did not dare to gamble. From the moment Xiao Chen appeared until now, no more than 15 minutes had passed. The Lu clan experts, even the Grandmaster-level martial sage, withdrew with just a few words from him. Such a scene dumbfounded not only the Mo clan cultivators on the deck, but also Mo Chan, who was in the control room. Glancing at the unconscious Uncle Wang, Xiao Chan tossed out a bottle of sage-grade healing medicine and said, Let him consume it. Otherwise, if this drags on, it might turn into a stubborn disease. As the purple warship advanced, the Lu clan's 4 elders chased anxiously on the water. All of them showed anxious expressions, but they could not do anything. After half a day, 3 large warships with the Mo clan's banner appeared at the limits of the group's vision. The Mo clan's reinforcements had arrived. Xiao Chan raised his foot and kicked Lu Feng, who was in so much pain that he was on the verge of death, into the air. The Lu clan old man quickly reached out and caught Lu Feng. When he saw the Mo clan's warship in the distance, he knew that the operation had failed and that he could not remain here for long. Might I ask for this friend's great name? The Lu clan's first elder asked in a quivering voice, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Xiao Chan smiled and said, I, Wenziren, will never change my name. If you have any grudges, just take it out on me, Wenziren. Since he could not use the alias Yi-chan in the heavenly starry ocean, Xiao-chan could only think of a random name. Good. Wenziren will wait and see. The Lu clan's first elder snorted coldly and quickly led the others away. Brother Ziren, sorry, Xiao-chan smiled to himself. 1 Grandmaster-level martial sage and 3 superior-grade martial sages were forced back by Xiao-chan alone. They did not dare to get angry. The Emo clan cultivators felt extremely satisfied. This was especially so for Lu Feng, who was squealing like a dead pig when Xiao-chan stepped on him, feeling extremely pleased. Seeing that the Emo clan's 3 ships were about to leave, Xiao-chan didn't want to have too much contact with people, so he turned around and walked towards the cabin. Thank you, young Master One. I have wronged you for the past few days. Behind him, Uncle Wang, who had woken up with the help of the sage-grade healing medicine, apologized to Xiao-chan after he heard everyone's explanation. It's just a small matter. Old Wang, you don't have to be so polite. You're injured, so it's better for you to speak less. Xiao-chan stopped and replied. Then he continued on his way. When night fell, Xiao-chan opened his eyes from his cultivation. The magic power in his sea of consciousness was recovering bit by bit. His will of thunder had recovered somewhat. It was no longer as indistinct as before, unable to circulate at all. Xiao-chan's overall strength was recovering in an orderly fashion. The only problem was that his heavenly sage law's origin was shattered, causing him to remain stuck at martial monarch. The refinement of the heavenly origin pill was urgent. As long as Xiao-chan could reassemble his origin, his strength would instantly recover. His cultivation was still there. It was not that his cultivation had fallen. It was just that his origin was shattered, preventing him from using his heavenly sage laws. Once Xiao-chan's origin was reassembled, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the manifestation of heavenly sage laws. Xiao-chan stretched his legs and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then he planned to go out for a walk. The changes of the day had already returned to normal. The purple warship had recovered to its original state. Xiao-chan walked to the bow. The deck was cold and quiet. There was no one on it. The waning moon hung alone, and the sky was filled with stars glistening brightly. This night was very beautiful, and the stars were even more beautiful. Only the moon shone with a pale white light, covered by the starlight. It looked lonely, ethereal, and cold. As Xiao-chan looked at the distant moon, he felt excited. He felt like he was like this moon, far away from the many stars, walking alone on the lonely path of the martial Tao. It was like the will of the heavens. At this moment, Xiao-chan was like this pale moon, dim and lightless. He did not even dare to go to his conferred land. Xiao-chan was the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the one who swept through all the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. However, during the day, Xiao-chan had needed to threaten a Grandmaster-level martial sage. If it were in the past, such a person would not even dare to speak loudly in front of him. Young Master One, are you admiring the moon? A clear and exquisite voice rang out. At some point in time, the Emo clan's young miss had appeared. Xiao-chan turned around and said, Strange. There are so many stars in the sky, so resplendent. Why do you think that I am admiring the moon? Emo-chan smiled faintly and said, In that case, it looks like Emo-chan guessed wrong. I am willing to admit defeat for what happened during the day. If young Master One has any requests, you can state them. I need to borrow Miss Mo's solar true flame for half a year. I will return it to you after that. Shock flashed in Emo-chan's eyes. However, she quickly calmed down and said, I do indeed have the solar true flame. It is not a problem to lend it to young Master One for half a year. However, may I ask about young Master One's true identity? Xiao-chan replied indifferently, My identity is Mrs. Bodyguard. For 1 year in the Cloud Sea domain, I will be Mrs. Bodyguard. With me around, no one can harm you. You are bragging. The city lord of Shattered Cloud City squeezes the Emo clan every year, using all sorts of reasons to demand a set of peak sage grade secret treasures. If I do not agree, my life will be in danger. You will be able to protect me. The 7 seas of the Cloud Sea domain were like 7 rank 8 sections. The city lord of each sea was at least as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Xiao-chan smiled and did not say anything. He only made a mental note of what Emo-chan said. Under the veil, Emo-chan laughed softly. Haha, you are still as arrogant as before. However, don't worry. I will not offend such a strong enemy. 2 months from now, a treasure mountain at the bottom of the Cloud Sea domain will rise from the water. At that time, I would like you to accompany me as my bodyguard. Treasure mountain at the bottom of the sea? Emo-chan nodded and said, that is the mountain of the Firely sect, an ancient sect. Legend has it that the Firely sect invented the secret treasures. Today's refining methods are all derived from this sect. Because it is located at the bottom of the sea, a deep abyss that no one can reach, aside from the Firely sect's remnants, there are natural treasures everywhere. Herb kings that are more than 10,000 years old and rare divine materials can be found there. The people of the Cloud Sea domain have always called it a treasure mountain. I am entering this time to find the Firely sect's supreme divine canon, the Book of Heavenly Works, so that the Mo clan will no longer be controlled by others. Firely sect. When Xiao-chan heard this, he was stunned. When he was in the lower realm, he had visited a branch of the Firely sect's remnants. He had obtained the Dragon Phoenix cauldron in his body at that time. Several memories flooded his mind. Duamiking Chu Chaoyun Hua Yunfei Ji Chongkong, and that person with an incredible body tempering technique. Now that 10 years had passed, these names, aside from Chu Chaoyun, were like smoke in the past, vanishing like smoke, never to appear again. Just like the countless stars in the sky, there was no end to them. As they flickered, it was unknown how many stars would shatter and disappear every minute. Only he was like the moon hanging high in the sky, watching the resplendent stars and the withering stars. Only the moon existed, only he existed. In the next 10 years, how many stars would disappear and how many new stars would rise? Would he still exist like the moon? What's wrong? Emo-chan suddenly asked when she discovered a rare confusion on Xiao-chen's face. Xiao-chan recovered his wits and changed the topic. Why did you choose me? With your charm, those outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will not reject this invitation. Because I have this. Emo-chan smiled faintly, and a scarlet pendant covered in grief appeared in her smooth jade-like hand. It flickered with a faint light. What's the use of having a pretty face in the face of absolute benefits? If I cannot take out something that can rival the Book of Heavenly Works, I will only be killing myself for nothing. The Book of Heavenly Works was a divine canon that every blacksmith dreamed of. Not only did it record the refining methods of all sorts of strong secret treasures, but it also recorded miraculous refining techniques. If Emo-chan had this divine canon, she might be able to become a divine refiner that existed only in the ancient era. At that time, the insignificant Cloud Sea domain would no longer be able to trap a genius like her. I will also give you a copy of the Book of Heavenly Works, Mo-chan said softly. There's no need. I do not have any talent for refining, nor do I have much time to study it. Since it is a divine canon, most people probably would not be able to understand it. It would be useless even if you gave it to me. I just want your grief pendant and the solar true flame. After Xiao-chan spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out. The Dragon Phoenix cauldron containing the golden crow egg slowly appeared. Xiao-chan turned his right eye and sucked in all the purple thunder true fire in the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Fine cracks had already appeared on the surface of the golden crow egg. Based on this efficiency, it would take at least 10 years to hatch this golden crow egg. Only the solar true flame could increase this speed. Dragon Phoenix cauldron. When Emo-chan saw this cauldron, she was clearly astonished. There was even a trace of excitement in her eyes. Xiao-chan was not surprised. Any blacksmith would have such an expression when they saw the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. The Firely sect only had 3 genuine Dragon Phoenix cauldrons. These were the legendary divine cauldrons for refining. They could greatly increase the efficiency and success rate of refining. Unfortunately, they were covered in dust in Xiao-chen's hands. He had learned too many things. Saber techniques, immortal arts, cultivation techniques, and physical body. All of them took up a lot of time. Xiao-chen simply did not have much time to focus on refining. What kind of egg is this? This is the one that needs to be hatched with the solar true flame? Even though Emo-chan was very experienced and knowledgeable, she could not think of the golden crow egg that was as hard as a rock. Xiao-chan nodded and said, "Send in the solar true flame." We will know what kind of egg it is after half a year. The golden crow was a legendary holy beast. Don't disappoint me after half a year. Emo-chan opened her right hand. A spot of golden light appeared on her smooth, jade-like palm. She squinted, and the spot of golden light suddenly grew larger. The light was resplendent and resplendent. The night was as bright as day. A clump of blazing fire appeared on Emo-chan's fair palm. It looked like she was holding a small sun. Xiao-chun looked carefully. The origin flame was about 6 centimeters in diameter. Unexpectedly, it was larger than his lunar true flame. Xiao-chun pressed his palm down and the solar true flame entered the dragon phoenix cauldron. The blazing fire spread throughout the dragon phoenix cauldron. Chapter 10:26. Night fell once more, and the light disappeared. Xiao-chun revealed an expression of joy as he carefully put away the dragon phoenix cauldron. Many thanks. It's fine. I lost the bet. Indeed, one grief pendant cannot hire you for a year, Emo-chan said softly with a smile. Then Xiao-chun thought of something else. He asked, "Are there Grandmaster alchemists in the Shattered Cloud Sea?" Emo-chan answered, "Grandmaster alchemists are not easy to find. I believe that it would be hard to find one in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Even if there were, the city lords of the various sea domains would treat them as honored guests. They would not easily refine medicinal pills for others." Indeed, it was as Xiao-chun guessed. Even in the Medicine God Valley, there were only 3 Grandmaster alchemists. More accurately, there were only 2 now. Mr. Wei and Mr. Qin both died at Xiao-chun's hands. However, the Medicine God Valley had a divine grade alchemist. The death of 2 Grandmaster alchemists was not a calamity. With the nurturing of the Medicine God, there would be no shortage of Grandmaster alchemists. In the Cloud Sea domain, where the peak combat power was only the blue-robed emperor, it would be difficult to find a Grandmaster alchemist. What medicinal pill do you want to refine? Perhaps I can help, Emo-chan said with a gentle smile. You know how to refine medicinal pills? Right after Xiao-chan finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that when the manservant introduced Emo-chan earlier, he said that she was skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was skilled in medicine, and could even make weapons into armor. She was skilled in all of them. She was skilled in refining treasures, refining medicinal pills, brewing wine, and many other miscellaneous things. Xiao-chan handed the alchemic recipe to the other party with the attitude of giving it a try. Heavenly Origin Pill. This is a king-grade medicinal pill that can repair law energy. No wonder when I first saw young Master One, your complexion did not look good and you looked weak. It turns out that you are severely injured. Emo-chan was not too surprised. In her opinion, Xiao-chan had probably fallen from inferior-grade martial sage to martial monarch. She would never have imagined that Xiao-chan was a horrifying great grandmaster-level martial sage. 5 Dragon Force, a rank 4 sage body, great grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, an immortal art magic skill, and a will of thunder and ice. Such strength was sufficient to sweep through the Cloud Sea domain. Even the blue-robed emperor of the Cloud Sea domain, Xiao-chan, could not stop him if he wanted to leave. That was in the past. If he had recovered his strength now, he would have been able to rise from the ashes. If Xiao-chan was unwilling, he wouldn't have been able to leave even if he wanted to. How is it? Are you confident? A king-grade medicinal pill is a little difficult. I am still a distance away from becoming a grandmaster alchemist. I can barely achieve a success rate of 30%. Emo-chan revealed an apologetic look in her eyes. She said honestly, even if I do my best, there is only a 40% chance of success. Young Master One, you should look for someone else. When Xiao-chun heard this, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, Then it shall be you. I will prepare 10 sets of materials for you. Unless your luck is extremely bad, you will definitely succeed at least once. 10 sets of king-grade medicinal pill ingredients? Emo-chan was shocked. Even in the Southern Sea, there were not many youths who could be so extravagant. Immediately, Emo-chan could not help feeling curious about Xiao-chen's identity. 3 days later, the Purple Cloud warship arrived safely at Starry Cloud Island's harbor. Starry Cloud Island was the Emo clan's territory, the foundation of the clan. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, this Starry Cloud Island was rather famous. It was even famous in the neighboring sea domains like the Broken Cloud Sea and the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Merchant associations and cultivators came to purchase secret treasures in an endless stream all year round, creating a bustling place. Right now, Emo-chan was the one in charge of the Emo clan. She still had many matters to deal with. Naturally, Xiao-chen did not have that much time. He followed her step by step, leaving only a strand of his spiritual sense on her before starting his own cultivation. Time passed. The magic energy in Xiao-chen's sea of consciousness had already recovered most of it. Xiao-chen's immortal will of thunder reached small perfection again. However, his saber soul was still scattered in his sea of consciousness. Collecting it was rather problematic, but it was just a matter of time. The only thing that excited Xiao-chan was the will of ice. He could rely on the 1,000-year flame that Emo-chan personally asked for. The cultivation speed of the will of ice was gratifying. It had already broken through small perfection and was steadily advancing toward great perfection. Xiao-chan thought about the will of thunder. He had spent more than 2 years and relied on all sorts of fortuitous encounters to cultivate it to great perfection. Then, he thought about the cultivation speed of the will of ice. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it advanced at a rapid pace. After 1 month, Xiao-chan finished grinding the 1,000-year flame that Emo-chan had prepared. Now, Xiao-chen's will of ice was at great perfection. It was even stronger than the recovering will of thunder. The crystalline small saber in Xiao-chen's sea of consciousness gave off a cold light. Strands of cold qi wrapped around the saber, sending out a boundless cold light. With a thought, Xiao-chen's forehead flashed, and the 3-inch-long ice saber appeared between his fingers, looking no different from a real object. Xiao-chan moved his fingers, and the small saber spun around. The bone-chilling saber qi turned into a saber wind howling. Snowflakes drifted down in the courtyard, dancing in the air. The nimble movements of the small saber were as miraculous as Xiao-chen's extra fingers. Bang! The instant the small saber stopped moving, the wind and snow froze. Space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The small ice saber between Xiao-chen's fingers had already vanished at some point. A tree 100 meters in front turned into an ice sculpture. It was like the ice had completely transformed from the inside out. Bang! The tree shattered and ice shards flew everywhere. The ground in the courtyard was covered in shattered ice. A cold light flew over, and the small ice saber reappeared between Xiao-chen's fingers. Xiao-chan did not dare to use his full power here, so he could only test it out in a small area. The effects were startling. If he used the full might of this small saber made of the will of ice together with Xiao-chen's current strength, killing Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be difficult. I do not have an ice-attributed saber technique. Even with the great perfection will of ice, I can only injure the enemy like this. It is somewhat of a waste, Xiao-chan said with some regret as he withdrew the small saber. However, if he could infuse the will of ice into the winter saber, the might of the winter saber should increase significantly. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were the peak of the world. However, with Xiao-chen's current cultivation, he naturally knew that there were even more powerful martial techniques above heaven-ranked. Most cultivators referred to martial techniques that surpassed heaven-ranked as profound martial techniques. Xiao-chen's subduing dragon profound slash was a martial technique that surpassed heaven-ranked. The 4-season saber technique cycle of seasons could also be considered a profound martial technique. If Xiao-chen infused the will of ice into the winter saber, just this saber strike alone could reach the standard of a profound martial technique. After not seeing you for 1 month, it looks like young master Wen's strength has improved again. Emo-chan, who was wearing a veil, slowly walked in from outside the courtyard. There was a fatigued expression on her face, and she seemed to be in a somewhat dispirited state. It looked like Emo-chan had been very tired in the past month for the sake of refining that set of sage-grade secret treasures for the city lord's residence. Although the Emo clan was large, Emo-chan was the only one who could refine secret treasures. The others could only act as assistants at best and would not be of much help. However, since Emo-chan already came out, it meant that the secret treasures had been refined and were about to be sent over. You want me to accompany you to Shattered Cloud City, right? With a thought, Xiao-chen guessed Emo-chan's purpose in coming here. Yes. The crucial ingredients for refining the heavenly origin pill can only be bought in Shattered Cloud City. Emo-chan said softly, The Lu clan suffered greatly the last time. They will definitely cause trouble again. To avoid exposing ourselves, I'll go with you alone. Moving alone was fine. If he could rush to Shattered Cloud City, Xiao-chan did not have any objections. Come, let's depart now. Emo-chan led Xiao-chan out of Starry Cloud Island's underground tunnel. Their movements were very secretive. Aside from a few of the Emo clan's upper echelon, no one knew that the two had left. Emo-chan and Xiao-chan walked on the surface of the sea, their figures hidden in the vast sea. The two moved cautiously, flying along the vast sea with their own cultivation. Indeed, they did not run into any trouble. Shattered Cloud City is in front, Emo-chan said as she pointed to the blurry silhouette of a city on the vast sea at the limits of her vision. That was a city built on the sea. Xiao-chan sent out his spiritual sense and carefully observed it. Shattered Cloud City had transformed a vast island into a city. From a distance, it gave off the feeling of a city in the sea. Aside from Shattered Cloud City, there were 7 other similar cities in the sea in the Cloud Sea domain. Each of the 8 city lords ruled a sea. All of them had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. The position of Shattered Cloud City's city lord in the Shattered Cloud Sea was like that of a noble in the mundane world. He was the absolute ruler of this sea. The other factions had to submit to him in order to survive in the Shattered Cloud Sea. If they disobeyed, the consequences would be severe. However, over the past few thousand years, the city lord of Shattered Cloud City had changed several times. As long as one had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor and was confident of killing the city lord, one could immediately ascend to the position of city lord and become the ruler of the Shattered Cloud Sea. The current Shattered Cloud City's city lord was the one who had killed the previous city lord 100 years ago and replaced him as the new city lord. For more than 100 years, the other factions of the Shattered Cloud Sea had not dared to resist. This was the principle of the strong being revered. There were many cultivators like the two of them on the surface of the sea. As the center of the Shattered Cloud Sea, Shattered Cloud City naturally did not lack people. It was 100 times more bustling than Starry Cloud Island. Come, let's enter the city directly. We will go to the city lord's residence first. After that, we will buy the materials for refining the Heavenly Origin pill. Even though Emo-chan arrived safely in Shattered Cloud City, she did not show much joy on her face. Xiao-chan could understand this. She had spent so much effort and resources to refine a secret treasure. It would be strange if she was in a good mood if she just gave it to someone else. Given Emo-chan's talent, Starry Cloud Island's Emo clan truly limited her development. Shattered Cloud City demanded resources like this every year. Aside from maintaining the clan's development, there was not much left for Emo-chan. If Emo-chan were in a large sect, given her talent and beauty, she would be able to obtain countless resources. Her accomplishments would be many times greater than what she was now. Unfortunately, the Emo clan seemed to be relying on Emo-chan alone. If she left, the Emo clan would definitely be swallowed up in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Is that Miss Emo-chan in front? A large black ship descended behind the two. A flag fluttered on the bow of the ship, with a flamboyant ancient character written on it. A person with a sword at his waist stood below the flag. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an elegant air as he called out to Emo-chan. Broken Cloud City's young city lord, Gu Jianga. When Emo-chan saw this person, she frowned slightly and whispered his identity. Xiao-chan looked carefully and discovered that this person's cultivation was passable, a superior grade martial sage. Based on this person's appearance, he looked to be about 30 years old. Such talent could barely be considered first-rate in the Kunlun continent. Chapter 1027. It really is Miss Emo-chan. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Since we've bumped into each other, come up and have a seat. Another person appeared beside Gu Jianga. It was a man who was about the same age as Gu Jianga and wore luxurious clothes, and he gave a faint smile. However, when his gaze lingered on Emo-chan's delicate body, there was an obscure evil light in his eyes. With one look, it was clear that he was not a good person. Separated Cloud City's young city lord, Shi Feng. The two young city lords of the Broken Cloud Sea and the Separated Cloud Sea had also come to Shattered Cloud City. The two of them were outstanding talents of the younger generation in the Cloud Sea domain. Their fathers were both blue-robed emperor cultivators. They were influential people in the entire Cloud Sea domain, extremely strong. Emo-chan did not feel happy in her heart. She rejected. Emo-chan has matters to attend to. I can only apologize for your invitation. With that, he turned around and left. Shifeng's face turned stiff, and the attendant beside him immediately understood. He jumped down from the bow of the ship and blocked the path of the two. Miss Emo-chan, my young city lord is only inviting you up for a drink and a chat. There is no need to reject him so decisively. This person was about 50 years old and a medial-grade martial sage. He stood in front of the two and stretched out his hand to block the way. Didn't you hear my young miss say that she has something important to attend to? Xiao-chun was unhappy in his heart. He was in a hurry to purchase the key ingredients for the heavenly origin pill, so he did not have the time to waste here. Do you have the right to speak? When the attendant saw that Xiao-chun was merely a martial monarch, yet he dared to point fingers at him, he immediately became angry and took 3 steps forward. With every step he took, huge waves would rise on the surface of the sea, startling the surroundings. As he walked, he used an extremely ingenious footwork. Although it was only 3 steps, it was extremely nimble. His figure turned illusory, moving like a phantom. Then he swung his hand down like an eagle hunting its prey, wanting to claw Xiao-chun's brains out. 9 roaming dragon transformations. Xiao-chun's figure flickered, and his figure also began to change. 9 real and fake figures, with different expressions and movements. Compared to the ghostly footwork, it was even harder to distinguish the real from the fake. That attendant could not help but be at a loss, not knowing where to start. Although he could not see through Xiao-chun's movement technique, it did not mean that Xiao-chun could not see through him. The 9 figures suddenly merged into one and punched. An azure dragon head formed on his fist. This was the dragon claw fist that he had not used in a long time. The dragon roared and struck the follower's chest, sending him flying far away, not giving him a chance to get up again. Xiao-chun's left hand turned into a claw and connected its head to its tail. An azure dragon formed from pure vital chi flew out and knocked the servant away again. Excuse me, young master Sure. Emo-chan indeed has important matters to attend to. Farewell. Xiao-chun does have. Emo Xiao Ti to say this. Emo to Xiao too. Ti to say. Xiao. It to jai with T it. She. He. Gucharijit. Ti to Emo-chan. Emo to. Ti think. Emo-chan. Gu Jianga smiled and said. It's just a woman, brother Sure. There's no need to be so angry. Can I not be angry? Who do you think I am? I am the city lord of separated Cloud City. I invited her several times, but she rejected me every time. This time she even touched my servant. Shifeng cursed with a murderous expression. Gu Jianga did not reply. He asked, who is that person beside her? His cultivation is not high, but his physical body and vital chi are shockingly strong. He does not look like a Emo clan cultivator. Shifeng said coldly, this person is very bold. He even dares to make a move on my Sure clan's people. Gu Jianga said sullenly, let's stop here for now. This time we 8 young city lords are gathering in Shattered Cloud City to discuss the trip to the Treasure Mountain. We cannot be late. When Shifeng heard about the trip to the Treasure Mountain, he calmed down from his rage. He only stared at Xiao-chun's back, the murderous intent in his eyes never fading. As Xiao-chun watched Emo-chan walk in front without saying a word, he felt sorrowful in his heart. Sometimes being too beautiful was a problem. Xiao-chun could not see what Emo-chan looked like because she wore a veil. However, when he looked at her silhouette, her exquisite figure, her eyes that looked like stars and gems, her smooth, fair skin, and the fact that these outstanding talents of the Cloud Sea domain chased after her, without a doubt, she was a beauty. However, in this Cloud Sea domain where the strong preyed on the weak, without the protection of a clan, such a beauty would only bring disaster. It must have been very difficult for her to persevere all these years. Shifeng and Gu Jianga entered the Cloud Sea domain on a boat without any obstructions. Instead, they arrived at the city lord's residence ahead of Emo-chan. 6 people had already arrived in the Great Hall of the city lord's residence long ago. These 6 people all had extraordinary appearances and arrogant expressions. They were all superior grade martial sages. In the Cloud Sea domain, They indeed had the right to be proud of having such a cultivation at such a young age. The one sitting in the middle was the young city lord of Shattered Cloud City. His father ruled the Shattered Cloud Sea and was the blue-robed emperor. The others also had extraordinary backgrounds, no weaker than the young city lords of the other cities of the Cloud Sea domain. When Shifeng and Gujiang arrived, the young city lords of the 8 great cities of the Cloud Sea domain all gathered. Wang Ju, the young city lord of Shattered Cloud City, stood up to welcome them. He smiled and said, "Brother Brother Gu, why are you so late?" Shifeng replied unhappily, "I ran into some trouble along the way. If not for giving face to Brother Wang, I would have fallen out with you on the spot." Wang Ju's expression changed slightly. The others also revealed interested expressions as they quickly asked about the reason. Shifeng added fuel to the fire, telling them about his encounter with Emo-chan along the way. This Emo-chan really thinks that she is the Golden Phoenix. She is just managing a mere rank 6 clan. Yet she dares to show me attitude and even let her subordinate attack my people. At this point Shifeng paused for a moment. Then he glanced at Wang Ju and said, "Brother Wang, I know that you have always been interested in this girl. So I gave you face this time and did not lose my temper. However, this time we went to the treasure mountain together to seek fortuitous encounters. No matter what, you have to compensate me for my losses." Frost Cloud City's young city lord, Meng Xingwen, smiled in agreement and said, "We have noble statuses. We can destroy a rank 6 clan with the flip of a hand in the Cloud Sea domain. This Emo-chan is indeed somewhat outrageous. She even dares to attack Brother Shi's subordinate. This is indeed outrageous. We should teach this Emo-chan a lesson. Brother Wang Ju, you can't shield her anymore." The others thought of something and took advantage of the opportunity to apply pressure as well. These people had been drooling over Emo-chan's beauty and unique refining skills for a long time. However, she was in the Shattered Cloud Sea, so they did not dare to use force. Furthermore, they could not rely on their charm to win her heart. In the end, they would still benefit Wang Ju. Naturally, the other 7 felt upset. These people held noble statuses in the Cloud Sea domain, calling the wind and summoning the rain. They were like local tyrants used to being arrogant and despotic. Emo-chan had worn out their patience long ago. If not for Wang Ju, they would have used other evil methods long ago. Wang Ju's expression changed. Soon he smiled and said, "I understand what you all are thinking. There is no need to affect our relationship for a woman. Honestly speaking, I have worn out my patience as well." Wang Ju's plan all along was to obtain both the woman and the wealth. He wanted to use his charm to subdue the other party. Not only would he obtain the Emo clan's refining skills, but he would also obtain her heart. However, after working hard for so many years, there was no effect. Now that the others were making things difficult for him, he decided to go with the flow. He could not be bothered to continue. Shifeng's eyes lit up. He had not expected his casual words to have such a miraculous effect. He said, "In that case, Brother Wang, what do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Wang Ju smiled coldly and said, "Soon, she will come to the city lord's residence to deliver a set of secret treasures to me. At that time I will give her one last chance. If she does not agree, I will directly capture her. I will not have any objections to what you all do." "Ha ha ha." Shifeng laughed loudly and said, "Brother Wang is really generous. This Emo-chan deserves it. Brother Wang's status is the highest, and you have such deep feelings for her. However, she rejected the face I gave her. She is just asking for it." Wang Ju sat down and took a sip of tea. Let's continue our earlier topic. The treasure mountain is filled with danger. Not only are there many demonic beasts, but there are also many combat puppets refined by the Firely sect, traps, formations, and restrictions. Our 8 clans can only obtain the greatest benefits by working together. The 2 great merchant associations of the Cloud Sea domain will definitely send people over. Also, some of the old fellows of the Cloud Sea domain will be tempted. These are not the most worrying things. I'm just afraid that people from the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea will come as well. It's fine. A small place like the Cloud Sea domain will not attract the attention of those people. Even if they come, so what? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. With our 8 clans working together, they will have to think twice. The 8 discussed with each other, studying the various variables of the trip to the treasure mountain. Outside the city lord's residence, Xiao Chun and Emo-chan entered together. However, when Xiao Chun entered, a guard stopped him. The young city lord has ordered that only Miss Emo-chan is allowed to enter. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter the city lord's residence. The guard at the door said to Xiao Chun coldly and arrogantly with a cold and arrogant expression. Xiao Chun frowned slightly, not liking the other party's tone. Never mind. Young Master One, go to the herb store in the city first. I'll meet up with you later, Emo-chan advised softly under the veil. Xiao Chun nodded and said, in that case be careful. Emo-chan smiled faintly and said, haha, it's fine. I've been to this city lord's residence several times before. It is not a den of wolves or tigers. Just wait for me. Seeing Emo-chan enter the city lord's residence, Xiao Chun had a bad feeling. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun turned and left. He had left a strand of spiritual sense on Emo-chan. As long as she was in danger, he could rush over immediately. Although the two had a cooperative relationship, they did not have much of a friendship. However, Xiao Chun was a man of his word. Since he agreed to be Emo-chan's bodyguard for 1 year, he would definitely ensure Emo-chan's safety for that year. Hopefully nothing happened. The city lord's residence was filled with experts. With Xiao Chun's current strength, it would be difficult for him to barge in. However, if something really happened, even if the blue-robed emperor came out of closed-door cultivation, Xiao Chun would bring Emo-chan out without hesitation. The largest herb store in Shattered Cloud City was called Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Cultivators needed to use medicine when they got injured to cultivate and to break through bottlenecks. They also needed assistance. No matter where, the business of a herb store would never be slow. A large city like Shattered Cloud City was no exception. Rivers crisscrossed the city, waterways crisscrossed, and lakes formed clusters. Xiao Chun called over a small boat and paid some astral coins. The boatman set off, carrying Xiao Chun to Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Chapter 1028. After a few turns, the old boatman called out to Xiao Chun, young hero, we have arrived at the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiao Chun walked out of the cabin and looked around, he saw many docked boats. An ancient-looking tall building stood beside the river. The signboard had the words, Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and leaped over the river. Then, he landed in front of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion and walked in with large strides. Hee. Sir, are you here to purchase ready-made medicinal pills, medicinal pill ingredients, medicine cauldrons, or perhaps some herbs? A very attentive manservant immediately arrived before Xiao Chun and greeted him with a smile. However, when this manservant saw that Xiao Chun was only a martial monarch, he did not show too much respect. He only spoke politely. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He was very observant and meticulous. How could he not notice the faint disdain in the manservant's eyes? Very good. Even this manservant has such high standards. This Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion will not disappoint me. I want to purchase more than 100 million astral coins. If the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion can buy them all, I will not go anywhere else. 100 million astral coins equaled 1 million black astral coins. Even a regular superior-grade martial sage would not have so much money. The manservant looked at Xiao Chun with some suspicion. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, Friend, you must be joking, right? Xiao Chun did not explain much. He casually tipped this person 100 black astral coins and handed the list of herbs to him. All the herbs you want to buy are on there. If you have them, give me 10 sets of each. When the manservant held the bona fide black astral coins in his hand, his expression immediately changed. When he saw the list of herbs, he became so excited that his hands trembled. A fawning expression appeared on the manservant's face as he smiled and said, Honored guest, please come with me. Let's go into the inner room and rest. I will immediately go and ask the manager. There were many cultivators in the hall. When they saw the manservant's expression, they were all shocked. What kind of large order could make the people of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion lose their composure? When these cultivators looked at Xiao Chun, their faces filled with doubt. They did not know where this person came from. Inside the room, the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion arranged for 2 pretty maidservants to serve Xiao Chun. There was an incense burner, medicinal tea, and a platter of spirit fruits. Xiao Chun had seen even better treatment than this before. Naturally, he did not feel reserved. He sipped the medicinal tea and ate the good spirit fruits as he chatted with the two maidservants in soft voices. Soon, the manager of the medicinal cauldron pavilion rushed over. Xiao Chun, the manager of the medicinal cauldron pavilion, rushed over with a smile. Xiao Chun, please don't. The manager of the medicinal dragon pavilion is a medicinal Chun. This was a large order for 1 million black astral coins. He could not help but lose his composure. If this order was completed, the medicinal cauldron pavilion would not be able to do business for half a year. Xiao Chun put down his teacup and waved it off. As long as you have what I want, I will entertain you however you want. The manager's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and said, Honored guest, fortunately, you came to my medicinal cauldron pavilion. If you went to another herb store, you would not be able to buy a few items. Even if you could gather them, you would not be able to gather 10 portions. 8,000-year-old yellow chi fruit, 5,000-year-old heavenly snow lingji, 7,000-year-old ginseng fruit, 5-colored gilded flower. Just any one of them is incredibly rare. You can only find some of them at auctions. The manager was very familiar with the various herbs. Hearing that the manager had them, Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. Even that rather long-winded introduction sounded much more pleasing to his ears. Fortunately, my medicinal cauldron pavilion has been accumulating for many years and frequents all sorts of auctions. We can fulfill the herbs that the honored guest wants and your requests. However, the price. Xiao Chun's lips curled up in a faint smile. Right now he was very wealthy. He had more than 20 million black astral coins on hand. If he sold all the other treasures, not counting the Holy Spirit vein, he could sell them for a horrifying sum of 100 million black astral coins. To Xiao Chun, 1 million black astral coins was just a drop in the bucket. He could casually take it out. Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and a spatial ring flew out. The manager used his mental energy to check it and saw piles of black astral coins in it. A startling number. The manager could not help revealing an expression of joy on his face. However, his hand was empty. Xiao Chun had sucked the spatial ring away. The manager felt disappointed in his heart. He no longer doubted Xiao Chun. Then he opened his hand, and brocade boxes containing herbs appeared. Xiao Chun stood up and carefully inspected the items. The heavenly origin pill concerned whether he could recover his strength or not. This was a very important matter, so he could not be careless with the herbs. Not bad. The goods are not fake, and the age of the herbs is not false. The medicinal cauldron pavilion is indeed a golden signboard. Xiao Chun complimented after he finished inspecting the items. Xiao Chun handed over the money with one hand and the goods with the other, successfully completing this transaction. The manager put away the black astral coins and smiled. Doing business is all about trust. You get what you pay for. If you need anything in the future, esteemed guest, you can come and look for me. Our master, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, has some face in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Aside from medicinal pills, we can cooperate in other areas as well. The manager took advantage of the situation. Clearly, he wanted to befriend Xiao Chun. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, I am Wenziren. Manager, there is no need to address me as esteemed guest. I heard from the manservant that the store sells medicine cauldrons. A good medicine cauldron could not only raise the quality of the medicinal pill, but also greatly increase the success rate. If Emo-chan had a peak-grade medicine cauldron, her chances of refining the heavenly origin pill would be higher. The manager's eyes lit up. He quickly said, Young Master One, are you interested? In that case, I'll bring you to see the treasure of our store, the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron. Just as Xiao Chun was about to answer, his heart skipped a beat. Something happened to Emo-chan. Manager, help me hold on to the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron for a while. I have some urgent matters to deal with. Before the manager could reply, the sullen Xiao Chen's figure flashed, leaving behind a strong wind filled with killing intent that lingered in the room for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the shopkeeper's sight. The manager's expression changed slightly. Where did this major character come from? To think that he came to such a small place like the shattered Cloud Sea. Could it be that a treasure mountain is about to appear? I have to tell young master about this. Shattered Cloud City, City Lord's residence. Emo-chan followed the guards and arrived at the Great Hall. When she saw the young city lords of the various cities, she immediately had a bad feeling. This was especially so for separated Cloud City's Shifeng. He did not hide the lascivious look in his eyes as he stared at her. Under the veil, Emo-chan's expression did not change. She only pondered in her heart as she calmly stepped forward. When she raised her hand, secret treasures flew out. There were shoulder pads, breastplates, greaves, battle suits, helmets, and many others. This was a complete set of peak sage grade secret treasures. Colorful lights filled the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. When this set of secret treasures was combined, it was much stronger than a regular king grade secret treasure. Every secret treasure had formations connected to each other. When they worked together, they formed a huge formation. The smile in Wang Ju's eyes widened. He leaped up, and the secret treasures automatically flew to him. Soon, a set of beautiful, nearly flawless battle armor appeared on Wang Ju's body. The Emo clan's unique refining techniques are indeed unique and refreshing. Miss Emo-chan is even more talented and startlingly talented. This set of secret treasures not only looks better, but it is also more comfortable to wear than traditional secret treasures. Similarly, its power has not decreased. Every part of the formation pattern contains an individual formation, but when combined together, it is a complete formation. Wang Ju examined the secret treasures, but the smile on his face did not diminish. He was not stingy with his praises. After a while, Wang Ju removed the secret treasures one by one, and handed them to his subordinates to put away. Ordinary people did not have strong mental energy like Xiao-chan. Leaving a mental mark would take some time. This set of secret treasures had many parts. At this moment, Wang Ju still had something important to do. Naturally, he could not waste time. So he left a mental mark on the spot. Emo-chan's expression did not change as she said calmly, "Young City Lord is too polite. The Emo clan's refining techniques are not as amazing as the rumors say." "Is that so? You think that I am too polite?" "Actually, I think so too." Wang Ju smiled faintly and said, "Miss Emo-chan, you know how I feel about you. All these years I've always been polite and courteous to you. Let me ask you, are you willing or not?" The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. 8 pairs of eyes stared at Emo-chan. Undercurrents surged in the surroundings. Urgent footsteps rang out. These were the warriors that the city lord's residence raised. The incessant footsteps created a tremendous pressure in the hearts of the people. As long as Emo-chan said no, she would immediately face a storm of attacks. Once she was captured, she would not be able to escape. Once she was captured, all sorts of methods would be used. The normally top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain would immediately become a prisoner. Emo-chan's expression remained calm. She had already expected this situation. Emo-chan was a woman, a beautiful woman. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, she carried a great reputation. Without a strong fate, without heaven-defying strength, it was just a matter of time before she became someone else's plaything. Life had no roots, it was like floating dust. However, this day came too early. If she had come later, she would have obtained the Book of Heavenly Works and forged a complete set of king-grade secret treasures, enough to fight against the blue-robed emperor. Emo-chan, you don't have a choice. I'll ask you again, are you willing or not? Wang Ju suddenly stood up and took 3 steps forward. Each step contained a powerful aura as he pressed forward. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at Emo-chan. There was naked lust in his eyes. Lust burned like a flame, as if he wanted to swallow Emo-chan alive. Shifeng's eyes flickered. "Last, don't disappoint me and really agree." The others thought the same as Shifeng. If Emo-chan agreed, she would become Wang Ju's exclusive property. They would not be able to touch her even if they wanted to. Emo-chan laughed softly and removed the veil on her face. "You asked me if I was willing. I will ask you the same thing. Are you willing?" The moment the veil fell, Wang Ju, who had been pressing forward with an imposing aura, suddenly stopped. The expression on his face was as if he had seen an extremely terrifying existence, and he staggered backward. Xiao-chan staggered and fell to the ground in a sorry state. He pointed at Emo-chan with his right hand and trembled. His voice trembled as he said, No wonder you never removed your veil 3 years ago. Chapter 1029. Kasie. Among the other 7, some of the people drinking tea showed horror in their eyes. The teacups in their hands fell to the ground and fell. The beautiful face in Wangju's memory had 2 shocking saber scars on the left and right cheeks of that beautiful face. Her fairy-like appearance became extremely ugly and frightening under this long and slanted scar. It was like a centipede twisting on her fair skin. Emo-chan put on her veil again and looked at Wangju, who had fallen to the ground and had yet to recover his wits. Mockery and disdain appeared in her eyes. You can go now. Wangju stood up, not willing to look at Emo-chan anymore. He pointed to the door and said, I will treat today's matter as if it never happened. Emo-chan slowly turned around and walked out of the hall, step by step. The hall fell silent. No one had expected such a result. The top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain actually ruined her appearance, becoming the ugliest woman in the Cloud Sea domain. Wait! Just as Emo-chan was about to walk out of the hall, Shifeng, who was staring at Emo-chan's back without moving, suddenly shouted, Everyone, help me block this girl. I will split all the gains from this trip to the treasure mountain equally with everyone. She is indeed trash. However, her figure is pretty good. It is fine if she covers her face and is in the dark. Haha, brother Sure, you are really ruthless. That's right. If she covers her face, she will not be able to see anything in the dark. Originally, the few of them did not care. However, when they heard Shifeng say that he would split his share of the treasure mountain equally, they were immediately tempted. All of them leaped up and launched themselves at Emo-chan. Rage flashed on Emo-chan's face. She pushed off the ground and quickly flew out. The 8 young city lords did not stop, following her step by step. When they came out of the hall, they surrounded Emo-chan in the front yard. The cultivators of the surrounding cities quickly followed, surrounding her from both inside and out. The remnant flowers were like blood spreading grief. The scarlet pendant on Emo-chan's chest gave off a bright red light. Petals of the scarlet and white remnant flowers flew out continuously. Soon they surrounded the vast front yard, dancing in the air. A sorrowful feeling spread out in all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Grief filled their hearts. Many painful memories of the past appeared in their minds. Emo-chan pushed off the ground and took the opportunity to fly out. However, in the city lord's mansion, there was a sentry every 10 steps, and every step was guarded. The grief pendant could not be used frequently, and it was quickly stopped by the 8 young city lords. Emo-chan's cultivation was not low, being a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, she possessed 9 different kinds of flames. She was no weaker than these young city lords. Emo-chan's cultivation was not low. She was a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, she had 9 different kinds of flames. In terms of one-on-one combat, she was no weaker than these young city lords. She might even be stronger. However, in this city Lord Shao and surrounded by so many experts, she seemed extremely insignificant. Rushing left and right, he saw that the door was right in front of him, but he was unable to charge out. In just a short while, his body was covered in wounds and his clothes were covered in blood. Emo shishi emo shi emo, shishi and shi comma emo. Emo, comma, emo emoshi this, and Chan an ugly thing, it is your fortune that this young master took a liking to you. To think that you dare to disobey. You are really seeking a beating. Finding an opportunity, Shifeng stepped forward and punched, sending Emo-chan, who had crossed her arms to block, flying again. When Emo-chan landed, she lay flat on the ground for 100 meters. Her veil fell off. The ugly face was revealed once again, and the soldiers who were attacking all revealed horrified expressions as they jumped back. How ugly! That startled me. She is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain? To think I treated her as my dream lover. Turns out that she is so ugly. Indeed. If I had known earlier, I would have been more heavy-handed. All sorts of disgusted gazes looked at Emo-chan, who was on the ground. All sorts of curses rang out. There was no sorrow or desolation in Emo-chan's eyes. There was only a detached look of having seen through the ugliness of the world. Her lips curled up in a mocking smile. Emo-chan looked coldly at these people. They had once praised her endlessly. Now, it was only because of the change in her appearance. Immediately, he added malicious words, and every word he uttered struck at the heart. He even regretted that he did not strike hard enough. A sinister smile appeared on Shifeng's face. Many thanks for everyone's help. I'll bring this girl to teach her a lesson first. Boom! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A dragon roar resounded, and the gates of the city lord's residence shattered. Rocks flew everywhere, and the corpses of the guards exploded in the air. Amid the rain of blood, a figure rushed over at lightning speed. Naturally, the person who rushed over was Xiao Chan. He had rushed to the city lord's residence from the medicinal cauldron pavilion at his fastest speed. After the guards made things difficult for Xiao Chan for a while, he could not be bothered to endure any longer. He directly smashed the gates of the city lord's residence into smithereens with a punch. When Xiao Chan punched, he was only a martial monarch. How could the guards withstand 5,000 tons of force? Amid the scarlet light before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chan wore ordinary clothes of alternating blue and white. Then he landed like a bolt of lightning. When Xiao Chen's feet landed firmly on the ground, a strong wind formed and surged into the surroundings. The strong wind howled, carrying the rage of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan. The strong wind blew away a few cultivators with low cultivations. They cried out in alarm as they flew far away. The moment Xiao Chan landed, he saw Emochen's condition. There were 2 long worm-like scars on her face. With one look, it was clear that these were not new injuries. The scars looked like they were embedded in her flesh, merging with her. This made that beautiful face look frighteningly ugly. Aside from this, the wounds on Emochen's body were all new. There were saber scars, sword scars, palm strikes, and fist lights. It was unknown how much damage her delicate body had endured. Xiao Chan stepped forward and arrived beside Emochan. Then he grasped her right hand and whispered, "Sorry, I should have come in with you." Emochan originally wanted to refuse. However, she discovered that Xiao Chen's hand was very strong, not allowing her to let go. As Emochan held his hand, she did not feel warmth. Instead, she felt a chill. Her palm was already very cold. However, Xiao Chen's hand was even colder. It was bone-chilling, frighteningly cold, so cold that one would feel fear. However, Emochan did not feel fear. She revealed a smile and said, "Why would you say sorry? Everyone in the world has abandoned me in my current state. Yet, you are still able to hold my hand. How can I blame you?" Emochan's jade-white, glossy finger released some light. Then, she pressed it on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a mark quickly entered Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen was stunned. This is the Solar True Flame spiritual mark. Emochan completely transferred the Solar True Flame to Xiao Chan. "The agreement is voided. You may leave." Emochan let go and looked at Xiao Chan with a somewhat sorrowful smile. "Haha, you want to leave? None of you can." Shifeng looked at Xiao Chan and smiled coldly. "Brat, you came at the right time. I was just about to go and look for you after dealing with this woman. However, you delivered yourself to me. There is a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. Instead, you barge into the gates of hell." Shifeng roared ferociously and unleashed his aura. Natural laws danced wildly behind him. Shifeng quickly formed hand seals, and a disk of light formed in his palm. It flickered with boundless resplendent light. This was Shifeng's best martial technique, the heavenly brilliant light disk. Shifeng had used this move to kill several older generation superior grade martial sages. It was more than enough to deal with a martial monarch with a strong physical body. Shifeng looked at Xiao Chan, who did not move at all, only quietly holding Emochen's hand. He revealed a cruel smile and shouted, "Die!" Right after Shifeng said the word "die," his head suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces of ice flying everywhere. "Sorry, you can't kill me yet." Xiao Chan waved his hand, and a small ice saber appeared between his fingers. With the great perfection will of ice, he could even kill Grandmaster-level martial sages. Furthermore, Shifeng was a superior-grade martial sage. Unfortunately, after using it once, it would not be as effective a second time. What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw Shifeng's head suddenly disappear. They didn't understand what had happened. They didn't even see who had done it. Only the few Grandmaster-level martial sages on the roof, who were preparing to leave, saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exclaimed, "Great perfection, will of ice!" When Xiao Chan saw the saber wound on Imo Chen's face and her body covered in wounds, he had not felt such rage in a long time. He was not a bloodthirsty person. He always believed in leaving others a way out. As long as they were not a threat to him, he would let them live. However, today, Xiao Chen's murderous intent was completely triggered. Those who insulted him would die. Those who attacked him would die. Everyone here had to die. None of the 8 young city lords could be spared. Kill him. Wang Ju reacted, and his complexion suddenly paled. The son of the blue-robed emperor, the young city lord of separated Cloud City, had died in the city lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City. This was a major matter. If this matter was not handled well, it might trigger a war between the 2 sea cities. At that time, the consequences would be dire. "I need to kill Xiao Chun." Wang Ju's expression turned sullen as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Then, he ordered all the elite soldiers in the city lord's residence to move out. The sound of footsteps resounded, and many figures rushed towards Xiao Chun. They were all the guards of the city lord's residence. The weakest of them was a martial monarch. In the Shattered Cloud Sea, they were considered experts of a region. Burning the heavens. The densely packed figures were martial monarchs flying over from all directions. There were at least 500 of them. Xiao Chan shouted coldly and started burning his vital qi. He executed the dragon claw fists, burning the heavens. Before Xiao Chen's vital qi reached 5,000 tons of force, he could already kill superior-grade martial monarchs with this move. Now that Xiao Chen's vital qi reached 25,000 tons of force, the burning the heavens claw he executed would be very horrifying. A cloud of green smoke shot up into the sky. In the sky, the clouds began to burn. Suddenly, the sky turned green as if it was burning. A huge solid dragon claw covered in dragon scales descended from the sky. With a paw sound, it smashed down and smashed a third of the martial monarchs into a meat paste. Bang! 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 Xiao Chan clawed down 3 times in a row, sweeping through the surroundings. The martial monarchs flying over were all mangled and turned into ashes. Chapter 1030. 5 heaven dragon images appeared behind Xiao Chan. They reared their heads back and roared ferociously, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the sky to change color. Wang Ju, Gu Jianga, and the other young city lords were dumbfounded. The guards of the city lord's residence, who had an extraordinary aura earlier, died in 3 punches from Xiao Chan. Young city lords, retreat quickly. This person's physical body is a martial sage. His strength is comparable to a grandmaster-level martial sage's. When the 3 grandmaster-level martial sages on the roof saw the situation escalate, they quickly shouted and rushed over. "Can you retreat?" Xiao Chan snorted coldly and started running forward. Every step he took carried thousands of tons of force. The energy that erupted as he ran was comparable to a volcano erupting or a flash flood. The vast city lord's residence shook intensely. The sky shook and the ground shook. The young city lords were frightened out of their wits. Their complexions paled as they ran back for their lives. They had not expected such a demonic genius to appear, daring to kill people in the city lord's residence. He was simply tired of living. Bang! Xiao Chun was very fast. With 1 step, he left behind a long line of afterimages in the air. With 3 steps, he caught up to Broken Cloud City's young city lord, Gu Jianga. Without saying a word, Xiao Chan circulated the 5 dragon force in his body, giving off thunderous sounds. When he punched, the 5 dragons roared, and the wind and clouds moved. Gu Jianga did his best to block. However, how could he receive this strike that equaled a grandmaster-level martial sage? Kasie! Kasie! The bones in Gu Jianga's arms shattered. Then the cracks spread all over his body. In that instant, his entire skeleton shattered and he died. Xiao Chan slapped Gu Jianga's corpse away before continuing his chase. This strange commotion had already startled all the cultivators in Shattered Cloud City. Someone dared to make a move in the city lord's residence. Countless cultivators rushed over to watch the excitement. F***CK. Another young city lord has died in his hands. He killed 2 young city lords in one go. What exactly is his background? The onlookers were all fearful. Behind each young city lord stood a blue-robed emperor. If you offended the blue-robed emperor, no one in the shattered cloud sea would be able to save you, no matter where you went. Offending both of them at once was simply suicidal. Emo-chun, who was on the ground, put her veil back on. She had not expected Xiao-chun to kill for her just because of a simple promise. His vital qi will eventually run out. When the Grandmaster level martial sages and Great Grandmaster level martial sages of the City Lord's residence come out, only death awaits him. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Emo-chun's eyes. Was it worth it to kill someone in anger for her? In the blink of an eye, Xiao-chun took another 10 steps, punching out with every 3 steps, killing one person with each punch. The last punch was unstoppable, killing 3 people with each step. By the time the Grandmaster level martial sages of the City Lord's residence arrived, Xiao-chun had already killed the 8 young City Lords, leaving only Wang Ju. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao-chun had only taken 10 steps, and of the 7 young City Lords fleeing for their lives, only Wang Ju remained. The surrounding cultivators were so horrified that they could not speak. Many of them revealed fear in their eyes as they looked at Xiao-chun. What kind of rage made this person dare to make a move in the City Lord's residence? What kind of confidence made him dare to kill the young City Lords of the Cloud Sea domain, who were like the crown princes of the mundane world? A dragon roared, and the aura of kingship surged out. Xiao-chun remained expressionless as his figure flickered, continuing to chase Wang Ju. However, at this moment, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages had already arrived. After such a great burst of vital qi, Xiao-chun did not have much left. Once Xiao-chun ran out of vital qi, he would be like a child before a Grandmaster-level martial sage with his quintessence. No matter how strong his physical body was, he would be beaten to death. However, Xiao-chun's gaze turned sullen. He continued to stare at Wang Ju, showing no intention of stopping. You still dare to make a move? The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages snorted coldly and attacked together. Circles of perfect heavenly sage laws appeared behind them. As they breathed, they could absorb a boundless amount of spiritual energy. As expected, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages executed killing moves, showing no intention of holding back. Even if a Grandmaster-level martial sage were here, he would be severely injured by the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. When the Grandmaster-level martial sages arrived, Wang Ju released his bated breath. He turned around and stood behind the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. Then he looked coldly at Xiao-chun and said, "Severely injure him. I do not want him to die. I want to torture him for 100 years, 1,000 years. I want him to know the consequences of what he did today." Right now, Xiao-chun was only a martial monarch. It would be impossible for him to break out of this. Xiao-chun could only use his remaining vital qi to defend and see if he could escape unscathed. However, Wang Ju was not dead yet. The rage in Xiao-chun's heart could not be quenched. Even if he had to use his palm, he had to kill Wang Ju here today. I will not let this matter rest. With a wave of his right hand, Xiao-chun quickly took out the cycle banner from the universe ring. When the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages' killing moves arrived, he shook his wrist and unfurled the cycle banner. Massacre, death and ruin. The 3 colors of starlight intersected, filling the sky with starlight. The words kill, ruin and death came from the astral banner. Although Xiao-chun's magic energy had not returned to its peak, he could still use the cycle banner to block the killing moves of these 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. Starlight burst out, and the killing moves of the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages clashed with the 3 simple words, giving off an intense sound. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao-chun's mouth as he watched the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages get knocked back. Then, he looked coldly at the stunned Wang Ju. Wang Ju could not help but despair in his heart. His father, who had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor, and the vice city lord, who was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, had gone to a forbidden sea to search for treasures. At this moment, there was no one in the city lord's residence who could block this person. When Wang Ju saw Xiao-chun charging over with the might of 5 dragons, he clenched his teeth and circulated all the quintessence in his body, trying to do his best to block Xiao-chun's strike. However, Wang Ju knew that he did not have much confidence. 25,000 tons of force was equivalent to the full power of an ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sage. Right now, he was only a superior-grade martial sage. The difference was too great. When the punch arrived, Wang Ju's protective heavenly laws shattered. He immediately suffered severe injuries. Wang Ju rejoiced in his heart as the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages charged over again. This earlier punch was clearly the last of Xiao Chen's vital qi. As long as Xiao Chen retreated, he would be able to keep his life. Pusi. However, Xiao Chen did not retreat at all. He flipped his hand and thrust the tip of the cycle banner forward, piercing Wang Ju's chest. Wang Ju's heart instantly shattered, and he died on the spot. However, it was too late for Wang Ju to retreat now. The attacks of the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages struck his chest at the same time, knocking him back. He vomited blood, and his complexion paled significantly. The young city lord is dead. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages looked at the lifeless Wang Ju on the ground. The murderous intent on their faces intensified as they chased after Xiao Chen, who was knocked back. Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and unfurled the freedom wings. His speed suddenly increased. When he passed by Emo Chen, he shouted, "Stretch out your hand." Emo Chen stretched out her right hand in a daze. Xiao Chen, who was flying past, pulled her into his embrace and quickly flew out of the city lord's residence. At this moment, Xiao Chen's vital qi was exhausted. He had to maintain the freedom wings with his magic energy. If he relied on his quintessence as a martial monarch, he would not be able to fight against the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages behind him. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He still had the Qing Emperor's saber light that he had not used yet. If necessary, he could possess Ao Jiao. However, he was not at his wits' end yet. If he could avoid using these trump cards, it would be best not to. As the surrounding cultivators watched Xiao Chen unfurl the freedom wings and fly away after killing the people, their hearts surged endlessly like waves on the sea. The 8 young city lords of the Cloud Sea domain died, just like that in the disorderly city lord's residence. After this day, the entire Cloud Sea domain would probably be stirred up. The name of the mysterious man beside Emo-chan would definitely spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain. For so many years, the city lords had been like the heavens in the Cloud Sea domain. No one dared to go against them. Today, a youth who was only a martial monarch killed all 8 city lords, not leaving a single one alive. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did it in the heavily guarded city lord's residence, which was filled with experts. The young city lords died before the eyes of 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages. These 3 people chased after Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was carrying a person, and his magic energy had not completely recovered yet. Furthermore, other cultivators occasionally appeared to block him. He could not truly shake off these 3 people. "Young Master One just put me down. You helped me take revenge. Emo-chan already has no regrets," Emo-chan said sullenly as she lay in Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Since I am your bodyguard, I will definitely ensure your safety for 1 year. Think about the Emo clan. If you die, what will they do?" "It's fine. When they find out about me, they will definitely leave on their own. I knew that this day would come long ago, so I already made preparations." However, Xiao Chen did not say anything more to Emo-chan. He only hugged her even tighter, afraid that she would struggle free on her own. Pursuing relentlessly, Xiao Chen felt the magic energy in his sea of consciousness diminish. He glanced at the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages and sighed helplessly. Then he prepared to call out Ao Jiao. If Ao Jiao possessed him and used the Thunder King's consummate technique, his identity and whereabouts would probably be exposed, just like the scene at the king conferral ceremony. Just at this moment, a group of black-clad men charged out of the city. The person leading them had a high cultivation, a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The others were all martial sages as well. Before Xiao Chen's shocked gaze, he made a move to help block the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages behind. "Young Master One, come with me," one of the black-clad men said quickly without stepping forward. Xiao Chen could tell that it was the manager of the medicinal cauldron pavilion. After hesitating for a while, he followed. Although the group of black-clad men could not defeat the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages, they had no problem delaying them. Xiao Chen put away the freedom wings. Together with the manager of the medicinal cauldron pavilion, they made many turns. Soon they avoided the eyes and ears of the city lord's residents and their pursuers. Then they entered an unremarkable courtyard. Then, they used the tunnel to enter the back hall of the medicinal cauldron pavilion. The black-clad man leading the way removed his mask. Indeed, it was the manager of the medicinal cauldron pavilion. The manager smiled gently and said, "Young Master One, now that we are here, even if the city lord of Shattered Cloud City returns, this will be a safe place." Xiao-chan put down Emo-chan and casually looked around. Then he looked at the manager and said, "Many thanks to the manager for helping out this time." Chapter 1031. The manager smiled mysteriously and shook his head. "There is no need to thank me. The one who decided to save young Master One was the young master of our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association." 9 Tripod Commerce? When Emo-chan heard these words, she whispered to Xiao-chan, "The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is one of the 2 great merchant associations of our Cloud Sea domain. Their influence covers the entire Cloud Sea domain. The Blue-Robed Emperor is also in the Merchant Association. I heard that the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is just a branch of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is one of the largest merchant associations in the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. However, I do not know whether this is true or not." After receiving Emo-chan's voice transmission, Xiao-chan raised his guard. If the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association was really a branch of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, they probably already knew that Neptune's old subordinates were searching the world for the Blue Dragon King. Suddenly risking her life to save him, could it be related to this? However, on the surface, Xiao-chan's expression did not change. He cupped his hands together and said, "No matter what, it was the 9 Cauldron Chamber of Commerce that helped me out of my predicament this time. I cannot reject this favor." Haha, young Master One really knows how to joke. Even if we didn't do anything, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. After all, the city lord of Shattered Cloud City isn't here. It's just a small favor. A hearty laughter rang out from outside the room. A handsome young man who exuded the aura of a worldly merchant leisurely walked into the room. The manager quickly introduced, "Young Master One, this is the young master of our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association, Mu Qinghan. Young Master, this is the young Master One that I told you about." Mu Qinghan stepped forward and smiled warmly. "When Xiren, I have never heard of this name before in the Cloud Sea domain. I don't think I have heard of him in the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea either. Where is Brother One from? Can you tell me? I'm very curious about this." Xiao-chan pondered in his heart. Generally speaking, when strangers meet, if they don't introduce themselves, they will not be able to recognize each other. They knew how to avoid it and not ask about each other's origins out of curiosity. This was the rule of the Jianghu outside, otherwise, it was very likely to cause the other party to be displeased. Even if he were to ask, it would be a slight probe instead of a direct question. Based on Mu Qinghan's appearance, he did not look like someone without experience. He would definitely know this rule. Could it be that there was a deeper meaning behind the other party's actions? Thinking about it, the other party had risked his life to save him. There must have been something to gain from him, or perhaps he was of some value to him. Otherwise, only a fool would take the risk and offend a blue-robed emperor to save someone. With this thought, Xiao-chan smiled faintly and asked, "Brother Mu, have you heard of the Kunlun continent's saber-sword 2 sovereigns? Saber and sword kings?" An undetectable trace of shock flashed in Mu Qinghan's eyes. He said softly, "The saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian grasps the coiling monarch time saber, and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun grasps the scarlet firmament void sword. The 2 of them are experts second only to the Kunlun realm's 5 primes. Of course I've heard of him. Could it be that Brother Wen's origin is related to such a top character?" Xiao-chan said calmly, "I am not talented, but I am the saber sovereign's personal disciple. After I got injured, I drifted here." As soon as these words came out, the few people in the room were stunned. Primes were the peak experts of the entire Kunlun realm. Standing at the peak, they could look down on everyone else. Even the cultivators of the distant Heavenly Starry Ocean had heard of the Kunlun realm's 5 primes. The saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian was a sovereign martial emperor just 1 step away from prime. To think that when Xiren could be related to such a person, how could this not be shocking? However, Emo-chan clearly did not believe this. From the start, She knew that when Xiren was just an alias of Xiao Chan, he could not possibly have such a high status. The expression in Mu Qinghan's eyes flickered, becoming uncertain. Clearly, he had a suspicious expression as well. The manager smiled and said, "Since you are the Saber Sovereign's personal disciple, I believe your saber techniques must be startling. Coincidentally, my young master's saber techniques are passable. Young Master 1, how about you give him some pointers?" When Mu Qinghan heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "It is settled then. However, young Master 1 is injured. We will only exchange one move. I will not use my heavenly sage laws." Xiao Chun readily agreed. Since he mentioned the Saber Sovereign title, it was naturally best for the other party to probe him. Furthermore, the more urgent the other party was, the more it proved Xiao Chen's guess. There was a private courtyard behind the medicinal cauldron pavilion. It was the best place to test moves. There was a simple drill ground in the courtyard. All sorts of weapons, sabers, spears, swords, and staffs were on display. All of them flickered with a cold light. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary. "Young Master 1, after you." Xiao Chun looked around and casually picked out a saber of about the same size. Then he brandished it twice and shook his head slightly, not feeling anything. Xiao Chun picked out a few more sabers but did not feel anything. He was not used to it at all. As expected, Xiao Chun, who was used to the lunar shadow saber, found it hard to find the same feeling for other sabers. The lunar shadow saber had already become Xiao Chen's signature weapon. Once it was exposed, anyone who asked around would be able to figure out his identity. Clearly, he could not use it. Originally, Xiao Chun did not intend to use a saber. However, compared to the lunar shadow saber, the Blue Dragon King's mark on the flawless saber Dao was deeper. That way, his identity would be exposed even faster. After looking around, he could only choose a random saber. After that, Mu Qinghan also drew a saber. The two stood on the drill ground and faced each other. The manager and Emo-chan, who were watching from the side, felt extremely curious. They wanted to see how strong this self-proclaimed disciple of the Saber Sovereign was. This was especially so for Emo-chan. Since the moment she saw Xiao Chan, she had not seen Xiao Chan use a saber. Her eyes filled with suspicion. After the greetings, the two assumed their stances and started storing up power. Mu Qinghan's cultivation was not low, close to Grandmaster level martial sage. His saber intent was also close to great perfection. When competing with the saber, Xiao Chun did not feel any pressure at all. He showed a relaxed expression as he waited quietly for the other party to make a move. After facing each other for a long time, Mu Qinghan felt that although Xiao Chun did not take on any stances, he gave off a very natural feeling when he stood there. A phrase popped up in Mu Qinghan's mind. The air of a grandmaster. Only such a person could display his saber Dao with just a casual move. It would have been fine if Mu Qinghan had not thought about it. The moment he did, he was startled. If that was really the case, then how strong was Wen Xiren, who was a grandmaster-level martial sage and had 5 Dragon Force's vital qi? Bang! Suddenly, a cold light lit up in front of Mu Qinghan. A saber light appeared in Mu Qinghan's vision. It seemed both near and far, unfathomable. Mu Qinghan quickly retreated. He squinted and saw the trajectory of the saber. Then he swung his saber to block. However, the trajectory that Mu Qinghan saw changed in an instant, materializing hundreds of different saber trajectories that seemed real and fake. Chung! Chung! Without giving Mu Qinghan any time to think, Xiao Chan did not stand on ceremony. He stepped forward and all the trajectories merged. Then, he placed his saber on Mu Qinghan's neck. Young Master Mu, you were distracted. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and calmly sheathed his saber. Praise flashed in the eyes of Emo-chan and the manager, who were watching from the side. What excellent saber techniques. The instant Xiao Chan drew his saber, he materialized hundreds of different trajectories, real and fake, changing unpredictably. This move proved Xiao Chen's foundations. If they knew that these 100-odd saber trajectories were all real, they would probably be even more shocked. Mu Qinghan smiled embarrassedly and said, Young Master 1 is being too humble. Even if I did not get distracted, I would not be able to defeat you in terms of saber techniques. The two of you can stay here first. I will arrange for a doctor to come over later. Don't worry, this place is absolutely safe. After saying that, Mu Qinghan left in a hurry with the manager. The instant Mu Qinghan turned around, the smile on his face vanished, replaced with an extremely grave expression. Go and check immediately. See if the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian has a disciple called Wen Ziren. It should not be fake. With the Saber Sovereign backing him, that would explain why he dared to make a move in the city lord's residence. Furthermore, his saber techniques are sufficient proof. The manager continued. Furthermore, the Saber Sovereign is such a strong person. Who would be so bold as to pretend to be his disciple? Mu Qinghan nodded and said, yes, it is very likely. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian can sweep through the entire Cloud Sea domain with just a wave of his hand. In our heavenly starry ocean there are also the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, Wavebreaker Saber Sovereign, and Ice Saber Sovereign. They are all sovereign martial emperors. However, they do not dare to remove the prefix, as there is only one Saber Sovereign. However, this matter is very important. It is best to be more cautious. After I find out, I can rest assured and dare to work with him. The manager nodded and said, I understand. I will give young master a clear answer within 3 days. As Emo-chan watched Mu Qinghan and the manager leave, she could not help saying, Wen Ziren, are you really the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian's personal disciple? Xiao-chan smiled faintly and said, Wen Ziren is, but I am not. Then who are you? To think that you dare to pretend to be the Saber Sovereign's disciple. I am your bodyguard. Aside from that, for 1 year I am no one else. Nonsense. 2 days later, the manager quickly arrived at Mu Qinghan's room with a smile on his face. Mu Qinghan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked, How is it? Have you verified it? The manager smiled and said, I have. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian does indeed have a disciple called Wen Ziren. Furthermore, his river water saber was broken in the battle with the Blue Dragon King. This matches his unaccustomed expression when he was choosing a saber yesterday. Furthermore, his age and figure are similar. However, I did not manage to obtain a portrait. This Wen Ziren's whereabouts have always been elusive and extremely mysterious. If you want a portrait of him, you will have to wait half a month before sending it over. Mu Qinghan revealed an expression of joy. Good, there is no mistake about it now. The manager laughed softly. Haha. Young master is still the most cautious. Actually, given the Saber Sovereign's status and strength, there is practically no one who would dare to pretend to be his disciple. Mu Qinghan stood up and took a few steps. Then he said, Right, I don't know about that. However, it is never wrong to be more careful. However, his saber was broken by the Blue Dragon King. This Blue Dragon King is the one that Neptune's old subordinates, Zodiac Hall, and a large group of loose cultivators are searching for, the Xiao-chan? That's the one. The Blue Dragon King that the Thunder King personally appointed. He carries a lot of treasures on him. His cultivation has reached peak Great Grandmaster level martial sage. In the heavenly starry ocean, he even fought the blue-robed emperor to a draw. His strength is rather horrifying. However, for some reason, he mysteriously disappeared on the way to Heavenly Star Island. He has Neptune's crown on him. Neptune's old subordinates will definitely not let him off. He even nearly disfigured Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongyao. His enemies are all people with influence over the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 1032. The manager spoke tirelessly. His tone was filled with respect and admiration for this mysterious Blue Dragon King. In this age of geniuses, Xiao Chen's experiences were like legends, living out a legend. Even in the Cloud Sea domain, people of the upper echelon like them had heard of the Blue Dragon King. Mu Qinghan revealed a look of yearning in his eyes. Then, he said with some disappointment, Such a person is not someone we can come into contact with. However, after this matter is over, if I can leave this Cloud Sea domain, I might be able to make it to the center of the heavenly starry ocean. The Cloud Sea domain was not very eye-catching on the sea maps of the heavenly starry ocean. There were 10 more such sea domains between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. It was indeed a small place, extremely ordinary. Mu Qinghan was right. Few people would notice this place. In the end, Mu Qinghan revealed an extremely resolute expression. He asked seriously, How is the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion doing? Do you know that they are looking for a few elite disciples from Zodiac Hall? The manager shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. They kept it a secret very well. It looks like they do know how to enter the Firely sect's 10,000 treasure pavilion from the treasure mountain. The 10,000 treasure pavilion was the treasury that the Firely sect used to store secret treasures. There were many secret treasures refined by the Firely sect. These were all excellent king-grade secret treasures, and there was a horrifying number of them. Many of them were powerful secret treasures that could not be refined with current refining methods. However, after so many years, the trip to the treasure mountain had attracted countless experts. No one could find the location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Whether such a place even existed was a mystery. Without the 10,000 treasure pavilion, the attraction of the treasure mountain to Emperor Wu decreased significantly. However, to experts below Emperor Wu, it still held a strong attraction. Not to mention the various treasures, secret manuals, and ancient cultivation techniques in the Firely sect remnant. Just the various natural treasures and natural treasures growing on the treasure mountain were enough to attract many cultivators to risk their lives. The treasure mountain did not appear normally. It was in the heart of the ocean, deep in the ocean. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter that place. The heart of the ocean was the most mysterious place in the entire ocean world. Even Emperor Wu could only sneak around the edges. However, the spiritual qi in that place was extremely abundant, so much so that even time could be changed inside. It was rumored that 100 years inside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the outside world. Although it was just a rumor, looking at the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs on the treasure mountain, there would always be other 10,000-year-old spirit herbs appearing the next time. This added a lot of credibility to the rumor. 100 years was 10,000 years, a year was 100 years, and a month was 10 years. Mu Qinghan revealed a sullen expression. After a while he said, Never mind. It looks like they know the importance of the 10,000 treasure pavilion, and know that the news cannot be leaked. Otherwise, if the city lords found out, we would not even have any scraps to drink. Then should I inform Wenziren now? After all, we still don't know if he will go with us and cooperate with us. The head shopkeeper asked. Mu Qinghan waved his hand and said, There is no need for now. He will definitely agree. He cannot resist the temptation of the 10,000 treasure tower. If not for the fact that the 10,000 treasure tower invited an expert from Zodiac Hall, I really would not be willing to share with him. With one more person working together, he would definitely obtain fewer treasures. Fortunately, there were plenty of treasures in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. With another person, the benefits would be significant as well. In 2 days, Xiao Chen and Mo Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. Now that Mo Chen's injuries had healed, Xiao Chen naturally thought about refining the heavenly origin pill. He looked for the head shopkeeper to borrow the heavenly phoenix medicine cauldron from the medicinal cauldron pavilion, and started to make preparations. I'll leave the ingredients here. The rest is up to you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After spending 1 million black astral coins, Xiao Chen placed the 10 sets of ingredients for refining the heavenly origin pill on the table. Mo Chen smiled faintly and said, With a nouveau riche like you around, how can there be any pressure? You should go first. It will take at least 2 days before there are results. I won't be of much help here. Oh right, is there really no need to worry about the Mo clan Starry Cloud Island? Many thanks for your concern. It's fine. I already expected today's situation, so I made preparations in advance. The Mo clan's people will scatter. If the city lord wants to take revenge on the Mo clan, he will definitely be disappointed. Mo Chan controlled the flames as she familiarized herself with the heavenly phoenix medicine cauldron. At the same time, she answered Xiao Chen's question. In the future, if I have the ability to deal with the 8 city lords, I will naturally have a way to gather them. Xiao Chen nodded to himself. This girl really took care of everything. Unfortunately, she was too unyielding. It was hard to imagine that for the sake of blocking the thoughts of others, she would even do something to her own appearance. Actually, with her talent, she could easily join a large sect. She would not have to shoulder everything by herself. The reason the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association saved you this time is likely for the upcoming trip to the Treasure Mountain. Emo-chan changed the topic, voicing her own guess. I know. There must be some hidden reasons. The Nine Cauldron Merchant Association should not lack experts. Xiao Chun nodded, agreeing with Emo Chen's guess. It is good to work with them. Compared to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's reputation are much better. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was the merchant association behind the Lu clan. Xiao Chun had heard Emo Chan mention it before. This merchant association was rather tyrannical, wanting to swallow up the Emo clan several times. Emo Chan ignored it and supported the Lu clan to suppress the Emo clan. Emo Chan did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion at all. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. In the Cloud Sea domain, the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were about equal. This time Mu Qinghan trying to rope him in might have something to do with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Seeing that Emo Chan had already started refining the Heavenly Origin pill, Xiao Chun said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. When refining medicinal pills, one needed absolute silence. Xiao Chun did not like having others around when he refined medicinal pills. Just as he was about to close the door, he thought of something and stopped. Your Solar True Flame imprint is still in my hands. I'll give it to you now. There's no need. You can keep it. Emo Chan focused on refining medicinal pills, not even turning her head as she said, Are you leaving or not? If not, I will chase you out. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly and gently closed the door. Then he turned around and said, I cannot just take the Solar True Flame from you for nothing. The innate beauty nourishing pill in the Compendium of Cultivation should be able to help you. Emo Chen's wound had already existed for too long. Furthermore, it was intentional. The wound merged with the skin and flesh. Regular beauty nourishing pills would find it hard to have any effect. Only the innate beauty nourishing pill could help the other party. There was another way to help the other party. One day, when Emo Chan reached Emperor Wu's strength, she could remove all the scars during the process of reconstructing the golden body. Aside from spending some time and a lot of precious materials, refining the innate beauty nourishing pill was not very difficult. The only thing Xiao Chun worried about was whether the other party would be willing to use it or not. While the two of them were refining medicine, undercurrents were surging in Shattered Cloud City. The news of the 8 young city lords' death seemed to grow wings, spreading throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain and causing a huge commotion. As the situation changed, the 7 city lords of Broken Cloud City, Wind Cloud City, Heavenly Cloud City, Fog Cloud City, Chaotic Cloud City, and Frost Cloud City arrived. 7 major characters with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor, people who could stir up winds and clouds with just a raise of their hands, worked together and arrived at Shattered Cloud City. All of them had sullen expressions, and the killing chi in their eyes was withdrawn. In the city lord's residence, these people looked coldly at the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, demanding an explanation. Why were the 7 young city lords of Shattered Cloud City killed like pigs and dogs in the city lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City? Even now, the culprit had not been caught. Just as the treasure mountain was about to surface, the 8 young city lords all died in Shattered Cloud City. This news could not help but make one's imagination run wild. Did the other factions do this on purpose? Within the Cloud Sea domain, the 8 city lords ruled over the area. However, they were not in a situation where they could cover the sky with one hand. Not only were there strong factions like the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, but they were not much weaker than the city lord's residence. There were also several peak Great Grandmaster level loose cultivators who did not fear the city lord's residence. If they worked together, even the blue-robed emperor would have a headache. Furthermore, the name of the main character of this incident, Wenziren, spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain like a whirlwind. What kind of person dared to kill the 8 young city lords in the city lord's residence, offending the 8 blue-robed emperors in one go? Who gave him the confidence to kill in a fit of rage without the slightest scruple? However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find much information. They only knew that this person had never appeared in the Cloud Sea domain before. They had not heard of this name in the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea either. Wenziren. This person was like a meteor that suddenly appeared, descending from the sky with resplendent light and arriving in the Cloud Sea domain. The moment he appeared, he immediately stirred up the winds and clouds, and undercurrents surged. In Shattered Cloud City's city lord's residence in merely 2 days, The other 7 city lords put down their important matters and traveled 5,000 kilometers under the starry night sky. At this moment, in a hall of an even higher standard in Shattered Cloud City's city lord's residence, 7 people expressionlessly looked coldly at Shattered Cloud City's city lord, Wang Zhan, who sat in the middle. Little brother Wang, this time, the scions of our clans all died in your residence. You have to give us an explanation. If this drags on, we will not have much patience. Shi Yong, the separated Cloud City's city lord, spoke first coldly. His son Shifeng had his head exploded with a small saber strike from Xiao Chan. He did not even have a complete corpse. Frost Cloud City's city lord said, "You did not even catch the murderer. Little brother Wang, how can you be a city lord?" Shi Yong's son Meng Xingwen was in an even worse state. He had been struck by Xiao Qin's punch. 5 Dragon Force, 25,000 tons of force, smashed to smithereens, not even leaving a corpse behind. The other city lords spoke up one after another, putting pressure on Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan had been in the city lord's position for the shortest time. Among the 8, he was considered the youngest. When they lectured him, they did not hold back at all. Seeing that Wang Zhan did not say anything, Shi Yong said angrily, "Humph! Wang Zhan, we can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Hand over the murderer within 3 days and compensate each of us with 5 million black astral coins and 3 islands. Otherwise, just wait to get out of the Cloud Sea domain." Clearly, the 7 had discussed this beforehand. With Shi Yong taking the lead, they all stood up and left with a flick of their sleeves. "Haha, isn't it just a dead son? Do you think I do not know how many concubines you have? You want to use this to threaten me and divide my territory? Your excuse is too lousy." Chapter 1033. Wang Zhan, who had been silent all this time, picked up his teacup just as the group was about to leave. Shi Yong turned his head and said angrily, "Although I have many descendants, not all of them are qualified to be the junior city lord. Wang Zhan, are you really forcing us to fall out with you now?" "Fall out?" Wang Zhan put down his teacup and smiled. "Do you really have the guts to fall out with me? Even if I have to risk my life, I can still drag one of you down with me." When the few people with surging auras heard this, they felt stifled. If Wang Zhan was determined to die together with them, no one would be able to stop him. The culprit can be caught, and the compensation can be discussed. I was in the wrong in this matter, so I admit defeat. But if you want to extort me, don't even think about it. I, Wang Zhan, am not one to be frightened. Wang Zhan retracted the smile on his face, not showing the slightest bit of fear. Being able to reach this step and obtain his current status, Wang Zhan was indeed not a coward. "Murderer? Humph, it's already been 2 days, and you still haven't even seen the shadow of others, right?" Stonebrave mocked. "He is hiding in the backyard of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. If you have the guts, you can rush in at any time," Wang Zhan said indifferently. Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Tripod Commerce's Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange when Wang Zhan mentioned the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. What's going on? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is preparing to enter the Cloud Sea domain? A small place like the Cloud Sea domain would not catch their eye, right? Heavenly Cloud City's city lord said uncertainly. Others might not know, but these people knew that the 2 great merchant associations of the Cloud Sea domain, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, had huge factions that spanned the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean behind them. If they really wanted to interfere in the Cloud Sea domain, it would not be their turn to be kings here. If Xiao Chan was really hiding in the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion, they would have to think twice before making a move. As soon as the city lord of Heavenly Cloud City spoke, the other city lords couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry on their faces. Wang Zhan mocked. "How can that be? How can a small place like the Cloud Sea domain be worth mobilizing Emperor Wu? The Heavenly Starry Ocean is huge. What's going on then? Why would the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association suddenly make a move and save that person?" Wang Zhan waved his hand. "Don't ask me. I don't know either. However, if there is nothing fishy about this, if there is no profit to be gained, there is no way the 9 Cauldron Pavilion would do something so strenuous and unrewarding. I've also received news that the young master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion has mysteriously lured over a group of young outstanding talents from the Southern Sea region. The treasure mountain has been peaceful for so many years. I'm afraid that some people have received some news that a great opportunity is about to appear. In the end, Wang Zhan pointed out his own guess. Such a strange movement definitely had something to do with the treasure mountain that was about to appear. However, we've all been to the treasure mountain before. Aside from finding some 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, the secret treasures in the remnant are of no use to people of our cultivation bases. Could it be the legendary Book of Heavenly Works? They got the news? Or perhaps the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion was discovered. It might even be the burial grounds of the fiery sect's past sect masters. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the ocean. When the 7 city lords heard the last piece of news that Wang Zhan mentioned, they forgot about the pain of losing their sons. All of them started discussing the discovery in the treasure mountain for the 2 merchant associations to make such a move. When Wang Zhan saw this, he smiled coldly in his heart. He knew that this group of people were not here purely because of the loss of their sons. Now that they received news of the treasure mountain, their expressions immediately changed. No matter what the news is, without sufficient benefits, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association will definitely not save Wenziren. If the few of you want to kill him, you can go over now. However, if you alert the enemy, you can forget about getting a share of the benefits in the treasure mountain. Seeing that the 7 were almost done, Wang Zhan interjected indifferently. Shi Yong said sullenly, "We can let him live for a few more days first. A few more days does not matter." Wang Zhan stood up, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Good. That way we can talk. We need to kill him. Otherwise the 8 of us will lose all our face. We need to take revenge for our sons' deaths. There is no need to rush. Whether there is anything in the treasure mountain or not, we just need to send people to follow. If there is nothing, we will not lose anything. After the matter is over, I will naturally give everyone a share of compensation. There is no need for us to damage our relationship." Little brother Wang, these words are pleasing to the ears. Let's do that. We will each send a great Grandmaster level martial sage to lead the team and follow the 2 young masters from afar. We will know what they discovered with one look. In next to no time, the situation where swords were drawn became harmonious and harmonious. Needless to say, it was a great irony. At the same time, in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, the young master was discussing with the 2 people from Zodiac Hall. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's young master in the Cloud Sea domain was called Chen Wenjun. His aura was similar to Mu Qinghan's. However, his eyes had an additional tyranny and coldness, making others wary with one look. However, at this moment, Chen Wenjun did not dare to show any of his tyranny in his words. The reason was none other than the 2 people speaking to him having a very high status. Everyone in the entire Southern Sea knew about them. At such a young age, they were already peak Grandmaster level martial sages, only 1 step shy of great Grandmaster level martial sages. In this age of geniuses, these people were undoubtedly outstanding talents. Everywhere they went, they could be called geniuses. Brother Chun, don't lie to us. We came all the way here for the 10,000 treasure pavilion that you mentioned. At that time, we will only pick up a pile of spirit herbs and sage-grade secret treasures. Chen Wenjun quickly said, "Don't worry. The news about the 10,000 treasure pavilion is absolutely true. I also have a map of the entrance." Unfortunately, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Mu Qinghan also obtained a map. Furthermore, he found a demonic genius youth to help him. Wenziren? We heard that he only killed 8 superior grade martial sages, and he dares to call himself a demonic genius? Any elite disciple of our Sun Palace can do that easily. The Zodiac Hall disciple on the right said with disdain. At this moment, Xiao Chun naturally did not know what kind of waves his cooperation with Mu Qinghan would cause. Furthermore, the 8 blue-robed emperors already had their eyes on him. No matter what the result was, it seemed to be a dead end. I finally succeeded. Currently, Xiao Chun was anxiously refining the innate beauty-nourishing pill. He had not refined medicinal pills for a long time, so his skills were rusty. After he bought the ingredients from the manager, he failed close to 7 or 8 times. Only then did he manage to refine this incredibly precious innate beauty-nourishing pill, that could restore one's body to that of 20-odd years old. Actually, it was not just because Xiao Chen's skills were rusty, resulting in such a low success rate. The greater reason was that the innate beauty-nourishing pill was extremely difficult to refine in the first place. It was already very difficult to maintain one's skin and appearance. Furthermore, it had to restore one's skin and flesh from the inside out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was heaven-defying. Simply put, it could restore an old woman's appearance to that of her youth. Compared to the effects of the beauty-nourishing pill, there was a qualitative difference. Fortunately, Xiao Chen used the immortal epics alchemy techniques. If it were the martial epics alchemy techniques, the success rate would be several times higher. 2 days have passed already. I wonder how Imo-chan is doing? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he placed the innate beauty-nourishing pill into the jade bottle. As long as he could refine one heavenly origin pill out of 10 sets of ingredients, he would be able to recoup half of the 1 million black astral coins he invested. If he could refine 2, he would be able to break even. If he could refine 3, he could consume 1 and auction the remaining 2. Then, he would be able to recoup the 1 million black astral coins he spent. Of course, this was the best outcome. There was also a tragic one. If he failed all 10 refinements, not only would he lose everything, but he would also have to delay his recovery of strength. This was how alchemy was. Even the strongest alchemist could guarantee a 100% success rate. Once the refinement failed, the alchemist would not bear responsibility. The person requesting the alchemy pill would be responsible for the losses. Xiao Chen prayed for a while. Then, he walked over to Imo-chen's room anxiously. He could not help his nervousness. Right now, he had already reached a bottleneck. If he could not reform his law energy, he would find it hard to improve his strength. He would waste a lot of time. If he could reform his law energy, his strength would improve greatly, and he would be reborn. Xiao Chen knocked on the door and stated his purpose. "Come in, young Master One. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Imo-chen's tone was not relaxed. "She waited for me for a long time and finished so early. Could it be that they all failed?" Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered. The Heavenly Phoenix medicine cauldron was no longer there. The manager must have taken it away. There were 10 jade bottles on the table. They were all sealed, so Xiao Chen could not see what was inside. "How was it? Did you succeed?" Xiao Chen asked anxiously. Imo-chan stared at Xiao Chen with guilt in her eyes. Xiao Chen's heart instantly turned cold. 10 sets of ingredients. I prepared 10 sets of ingredients, but I still failed. It looks like I have to find a grandmaster alchemist. However, Xiao Chen's mental state had already reached a certain level. This setback would not make him too depressed. Furthermore, he had the alchemic recipe. There was no need to worry about not recovering his strength. Smiling bitterly, Xiao Chen consoled Imo-chan. "It's fine. 1 million black astral coins is nothing. If you failed, so be it." Imo-chan lowered her head and said softly, "Sorry, I overestimated my ability. 10 sets of ingredients, and I only succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills." "It's fine, it's fine." "What? You succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills?" This startled Xiao Chen. However, Imo-chan had already raised her head, and a crafty smile flashed in her eyes. Xiao Chen was speechless. This girl played him. Bang! 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 Imo-chan giggled and flicked her fingers, shattering 5 of the 10 jade bottles on the table. "Take them. 5 heavenly origin pills and 1 million black astral coins are more than enough for you to recoup your capital. You will even make a profit." Xiao Chen smiled. He had not expected Imo-chan's luck to be so heaven-defying. Based on his estimations, Imo-chan would only succeed in refining 3 heavenly origin pills at most. Who could have imagined that she would succeed in refining 5? This time, Xiao Chen would not just make a profit but a huge profit. It would not be exaggerated to sell 4 heavenly origin pills for 2 million black astral coins. Chapter 1034. I also have a medicinal pill that I just refined for you. Wait for a while. Xiao Chen carefully put away the heavenly origin pill. Then, before Imo-chan's suspicious expression, he took out the jade bottle and smiled. This is an innate beauty-nourishing pill. It can rejuvenate one, preventing one's appearance from aging. It can also remove the scars on your face. Shock flashed in Emochen's eyes. After being stunned for a while, she looked at Xiaochan and smiled. Many thanks. However, Xiaochan saw something else in Emochen's eyes. He said, "You probably won't use this medicinal pill, right?" Emochen nodded. "I personally destroyed my appearance. Naturally, I have to personally take it back. When I reach the state of Emperor Wu, I can reconstruct my golden body and completely restore my appearance." Xiaochan felt tempted. He saw a shadow of himself in this girl. However, to a girl, being too firm was easy to break. Only the gentle could not be defeated. Xiaochan did not know how to persuade her. After thinking for a while, he decided not to. He smiled and said, "Do your best. I'll wait for you to become Emperor Wu. I'll personally see you remove your veil." Emochen smiled faintly. "You speak as though you will definitely advance to martial emperor before me. Right now, you are only a martial monarch. If you want to rely on your physical body to advance to martial emperor, you will need at least 100 years. The Book of Heavenly Works does not only contain refining techniques, it also contains the Fierly Sect's unique fire controlling techniques, and a set of cultivation techniques. Given my talent, as long as I can obtain it, I will be able to become blue-robed emperor within 10 years. The emperor's door will be within reach." There was a flash of absolute confidence in her eyes, which had a different kind of charm to it. Xiaochan did not argue. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right. At that time, I might even want you to be my bodyguard." "Oh, 1 year is too little. I want you to be my bodyguard for 10 years. Emochen's eyes lit up. She said seriously, "Good, it is settled then. When I become blue-robed emperor, I will be your bodyguard for 10 years. Xiaochan smiled and did not take her seriously. After exchanging a few words, he took his leave. Now that his strength had recovered, he would be able to fight against the blue-robed emperor. Why would he need Emochen's protection? After that, Xiaochan would be free and never come back to the Cloud Sea domain again. There should not be any interaction between Xiaochan and Emochen. The two of them would brush past each other, leaving behind only memories. Xiaochan was the Blue Dragon King. He still had a long way to go in his life. The Cloud Sea domain was destined to be just an interlude. But what he didn't know was that there were some people who, like him, kept their promises. "Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will still chase after you. When her hair reaches her waist, I will protect you for 10 years. After returning to his room, Xiaochan took out the Heavenly Origin pill and swallowed it without any hesitation after Ao Jiao reminded him of the things he needed to pay attention to. As the medicinal energy spread out, the Dantian shattered into countless origin source laws, slowly merging together. The process was extremely smooth. An expression of joy appeared on Xiaochan's face. He quietly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, drawing in the scattered origin source laws. A spot of light appeared outside the dark, chaotic and lightless Dantian. Then the light grew brighter and brighter. Xiaochan's entire body started to release light from the inside out. Xiaochan's fine black hair and clothes all looked crystalline and translucent. In this beautiful light, Xiaochan's delicate face looked like an ancient deity walking out of a painting, looking extraordinarily handsome. After 15 minutes, when the medicinal energy was completely digested, the origin source laws completely formed. Xiaochan broke through and reformed, advancing to martial sage once more. Rings of purple heavenly sage laws appeared behind him. There were only 100 of them. Xiaochan was still an inferior grade martial sage. However, the circular heavenly sage laws that only grandmaster level martial sages had already appeared behind him. He had reached that level. As long as Xiaochan swallowed 10 more peak spirit veins, his cultivation would recover completely, returning to its peak and advancing further. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochan decided not to recover for now. A peak great grandmaster level martial sage with a peak rank 4 sage body and 5 dragon force. Such strength would definitely scare Mu Qinghan away from working with him. Xiaochan might as well wait for a while. There was no rush for 1 or 2 days. After all, as long as he wanted to, he could return to his peak at any time. Just as Xiaochan prepared to stop and recuperate, the 100 rings of purple light behind him started to change. The blue dragon Yuanying in Xiaochan's Dantian moved quickly. The heavenly sage laws behind him seemed to be attracted, spinning along. The heavenly sage laws started to transform. In a situation that Xiao Chun had not expected, the heavenly sage laws started to take form. The heavenly sage laws turned into ferocious dragons that exuded might and the air of a ruler. Amid the sparks of electricity they were born. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Is this what Elder Qin meant by when the conditions are right, success will follow? Somewhere in the shattered cloud sea, a small boat floated quietly on the sea. A white-haired old man wearing a conical bamboo hat sat at the bow of the boat. He wore a thick black cloak and held a fishing rod made of metal, calmly casting fish into the sea. There was no wind or waves. The boat continued to float on the water, not moving at all. If a cultivator of the Cloud Sea domain happened to pass by, he would definitely know this old man's identity. He was a famous loose cultivator of the Cloud Sea domain, known as the Old Fish Eccentric. He was a peak great grandmaster level martial sage. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air rang out. In the distance, a beautiful middle-aged woman, wearing an enchanting red dress, was walking on the water as she approached. She looked like a blooming peony, bright red and glistening, giving off a floral fragrance. Old Fish Eccentric, you did not even put any bait on your fishing rod. Can you even cast fish? The beautiful middle-aged woman asked with a smile as she approached. She looked very charming. She did not feel any fear or embarrassment at this infamous loose cultivator who killed people like scything flax. That was right. This beautiful middle-aged woman was also a loose cultivator. Her cultivation and reputation were no weaker than the Old Fish Eccentrics. In fact, it was even worse. Those who were killed by it would all turn into red bones. It was extremely strange. Madam Flower, I am not fishing. I am waiting for the fish to jump out on its own. The Old Fish Eccentric said indifferently with a strange smile. Haha, this fish is indeed big enough. If it jumps out, can you finish it alone? The beautiful middle-aged woman addressed as Madam Flower had a smile in her phoenix eyes. Her voice had a bewitching charm to it. The Old Fish Eccentric smiled and said, "Aren't my old friends here already?" A gentle breeze blew, and the seawater rippled gently. The surrounding clouds moved. 3 great grandmaster-level martial sages of different ages and auras rushed over from the distance. One of them was 2 meters tall and had a thick waist and broad shoulders. His skin was exposed, and his bulging muscles looked like small hills, looking very sturdy. This person carried a broadsword on his back that was as thick as a door. It weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms. This man was known as the Iron Sword Maniac. When he erupted with his full power, even an ordinary blue-robed emperor would not dare to clash head-on. The other person was a youth with a head full of silver hair. He gave off a ferocious killing chi. His appearance was delicate, but his eyes were scarlet. It looked like a demonic beast that was walking on 2 legs. In reality, this was indeed the case. The silver-haired youth was a member of the fiend race from the sea. He was a silver shark that had gained sentience and taken human form. In the Cloud Sea domain, he was even more infamous than the Old Fish Eccentric. His killing methods were the cruelest. The last person was an old man whose face was covered with wrinkles. He wore a sackcloth garment, and although he looked very ordinary, his cultivation base was the highest among the 5. This old man had already touched the vast chasm between great grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor. He was only a step away from forging a bridge. This old man's name was Gao Yongyu. He was the leader of the 5 great loose cultivators here. The 5 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain normally went their separate ways. Now they were strangely gathered together. If they did not have a motive, no one would believe it. Gao Yongyu said, "Old Fish Eccentric, you have been to the Treasure Mountain 5 times in total. Are you really confident that the Treasure Mountain will appear here this time?" The Old Fish Eccentric did not put away his fishing rod. He said calmly, "Everyone is not here yet. I will tell you when everyone is here." Right after the Old Fish Eccentric spoke, huge waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The small boat drifted with the waves, rising and falling, looking very startling. Amid the strong winds and huge waves, an extremely young-looking man emerged from the waves. There was a wound on this young man's shoulder. Clearly, he had just undergone a huge battle. Blood flowed out, But his expression did not change, like he did not feel anything. The moment the young man stepped on the waves and passed through them, everything was calm and tranquil. He was like the king of the sea. Everywhere he went, no one dared to defy him. This will of a king could make everyone submit with just a raise of his hand. Xianyuan Zhantian. The gazes of the 5 people were all focused on this person. Their faces were solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. The youth before them was only a grandmaster-level martial sage. However, he gave these great grandmaster-level martial sages great pressure. Even Gao Yongyu frowned slightly, revealing a cautious expression. This youth before them had come to the Cloud Sea domain 4 years ago. Who knew what fortuitous encounter he had? In merely 2 years, he had killed his way to his current position among the loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, becoming the 6th strongest outside of the 5 great loose cultivators. Now that everyone is here, we can speak. If nothing unexpected happens, the treasure mountain will appear in the sea in front after another incense stick's worth of time. The 5 looked in the direction that the old fish eccentric pointed. It was an extremely ordinary sea region. There was nothing strange about it on the surface. Xianyuan Zhantian frowned and said, "There does not seem to be anything special about this place. How do you know that the treasure mountain will appear here?" The old fish eccentric smiled and said, "The fish at the bottom of the sea told me. Whether you believe me or not, we will know after 1 incense stick's worth of time." The others were dubious. If they did not believe him at all, they would not have come all the way to the shattered Cloud Sea just because of 1 sentence from the old fish eccentric. After all, the other party was someone who had been to the treasure mountain 5 times. Time slowly approached. Soon, the time for 1 incense stick to burn could only be counted in seconds. Everyone stared at the sea that the old fish eccentric pointed at. Boom! After they finished counting in their hearts, a sharp horn suddenly shot up from the sea. In the next moment, the horn soared into the sky, bringing up a tall mountain that pierced the clouds. The surroundings of the tall mountain were shrouded in fog. They could vaguely make out a dilapidated palace, a remnant with a dense ancient aura, and the occasional flash of treasure light and colorful spirit herbs. The 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain all revealed expressions of joy in their eyes. The treasure mountain was indeed a bona fide treasure mountain. The old fish eccentric was right. Chapter 1035. Damn! Did I see wrong? It looks like a treasure mountain. 5 kilometers away, a large ship passed by. When the cultivators on the bow saw the mountain rising out of nowhere, they all cried out in shock. The old fish devil narrowed his eyes and suddenly swung his fishing rod. The fishing hook carried a fishing line that was the same color as the air as it spun around and shot out. Before the person who spoke first could understand what was going on, the fishing line silently wrapped around his neck. The old fish devil revealed a cruel smile. He gently raised his wrist, and the head of the man 5 kilometers away flew into the air. A pillar of blood spurted out from his neck. Quick run! It's the old fish devil of the 6 great loose cultivators. The cultivators on the ship cried out in horror, their faces filled with horror. The silver-haired man's lips curled up as he executed double kill. He threw a palm strike, and a huge realistic silver shark leaped out of the water and swallowed up half of the ship. The silver shark even chewed on the cultivators who could not escape in time. When the silver shark sank into the water, blood spurted out, dyeing the surface of the sea red. Bang! Tai Jianquang drew his broadsword and chopped at the air. A pure scarlet sword chi surged out and shattered the remaining half of the ship. Naturally, the people on the ship were crushed as well, dying without a complete corpse. Madame Flower smiled sweetly and blew out a pinkish gas. It looked like pollen as it drifted with the wind. Many of the cultivators that came in contact with the pollen immediately rotted. Soon they lost all signs of life, leaving only red bones that sank to the bottom of the sea. Gao Yongyu pointed at the air, and the cultivators flying in the air felt a vast law energy surging over. Heaven and earth were locked down, and the 10-odd corpses turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Xianyuan Zhantian did not make a move. As such, a few cultivators managed to survive the exchange and continued to flee into the distance. The silver-haired youth said coldly, "Xianyuan Zhantian, why did you not make a move? If you did, those people would not have been able to escape." the news of the treasure mountain would not have spread so quickly. Xinyuan Zhantian looked at the treasure mountain and said calmly, "There is no need. The sea route here is not remote. There are at least 10 ships passing by every day. Even if we kill all of them, the news of the treasure mountain appearing will quickly spread." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was not right, the old fish devil smiled and said, it's fine. At the very least we have the initiative now. No one can get ahead of us. We will definitely be able to collect all those 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. Although there were many secret treasures in the treasure mountain, only those 10,000-year-old spirit herbs could attract a few rogue cultivators. Of course, if they also knew about the Million Treasure Pavilion, their attention would definitely not stop there. Gao Yongyu's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. He took the lead and flew towards the misty treasure mountain. The others followed closely behind and disappeared into the mist. After Xiao Chan consumed the heavenly origin pill and his heavenly laws took form, Mu Qinghan told him about the treasure mountain appearing in advance. Mu Qinghan looked straight at Xiao Chan and spoke directly, expressing his intentions. Young Master One, I do not like to beat around the bush. There are some things that you can guess. No one will be a good person for no reason. I believe you are already guessing why I saved you. I can tell you now. I control the entrance to the Firely Sect's 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Similarly, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Chan Wenjun controls it. If you are willing, you can come with us and collect the treasures in there together. Then Mu Qinghan gave Xiao Chan a detailed explanation of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's origins. Simply put, the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was where the Firely Sect stored its precious treasures. Not only were their secret treasures refined, but there were also other spoils of war, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, natural treasures and all sorts of wondrous items. As long as they reached a certain value, they would all be stored in the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Mu Qinghan observed Xiao Chen's expression but did not discover much surprise on Xiao Chen's face. Indeed, Xiao Chen was not surprised. After all, Emo-chan mentioned to him 2 days ago that Mu Qinghan's cooperation had something to do with the treasure mountain. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I cannot make a decision on this for now. Go and ask Miss Emo. I am now her bodyguard. I will go wherever she goes. Depression flashed in Mu Qinghan's eyes. One more person meant one more person to split the treasures. He would get even less. However, Emo-chen's relationship with Xiao Chan did not seem to be false. If he were not Emo-chen's bodyguard, how could he have killed someone in the city lord's residence in a rage? However, Emo-chan was pretty strong. In a one-on-one fight, she could defeat a superior-grade martial sage by relying on the power of the 9 flames. Mu Qinghan quickly adjusted himself. He smiled and said, In that case, many thanks, Brother One. I will go and discuss this with Miss Emo-chan. If Miss Emo agrees, I hope Brother One will not reject her. Mu Qinghan had seen Xiao Chen's strength for himself. He had fought against 8 superior-grade martial sages alone and killed them easily. Even several Grandmaster-level martial sages could not do that. Wait! Just as Mu Qinghan was about to turn around, his expression changed slightly. He looked at Xiao Chan and asked, Brother One, have you recovered your strength? When Mu Qinghan entered earlier, he had not noticed it. However, now that he paid attention, he discovered that Xiao Chen's strength had already reached martial sage. Such a scene proved that Xiao Chen was not lying. He had indeed been injured, which resulted in his cultivation falling. Now that his cultivation had recovered to martial sage, his strength had improved. Furthermore, Mu Qinghan vaguely felt that Xiao Chen's strength was not limited to this. As Xiao Chen recovered his cultivation, he might even reach Grandmaster-level martial sage. With this thought, Mu Qinghan became even more determined to bring Xiao Chen along. Even if Emo-chan was not willing to enter the treasure mountain, he had to think of a way to get her in. Yes, I have recovered somewhat, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Mu Qinghan smiled and said, In that case, congratulations to Brother One. I will take my leave first. After saying that, Mu Qinghan left in a rush. Time waited for no man. Right now, Mu Qinghan's heart was already on the treasure mountain. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He definitely wanted to go to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Fortuitous encounters were hard to come by. This was a great fortuitous encounter. It would be a pity to give it up. However, everything had to go according to Mo Chen's wishes. If the trip to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion conflicted with Mo Chan obtaining the Book of Heavenly Works, he could only give up on the former. Mo Chan had given Xiao Chan his solar true flame and helped him refine the heavenly origin pill, as well as the grief pendant, which she would definitely give up on. Logically or emotionally, Mo Chan was in charge. After a while, Mo Chan arrived at Xiao Chen's room. Her expression appeared rather calm as she said, "I agree to Mu Qinghan's suggestion." Xiao Chan raised his head and said, "You seem to have known about it long ago." Mo Chan smiled mysteriously. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion has existed on the Treasure Mountain for thousands of years without anyone discovering it. Have you ever wondered why someone suddenly found out about it? Furthermore, it just so happens that two merchant associations at odds with each other found out? Are you saying that someone deliberately leaked the news? Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows as he looked at Mo Chan. Could it be that you were the one who leaked the news? Mo Chan smiled softly and replied, "Naturally it was me. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion has ancient combat puppets refined by the Firely sect. If no one cleared the obstacles in front of me, how could I enter and obtain the Book of Heavenly Works? However, I did not expect that the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association would take a liking to you. You helped us in secret. The matter was not complicated." However, before Mo Chan met Xiao Chan, she had made some arrangements in advance. After thinking about it, Xiao Chan understood. Xiao Chan smiled and said, "That's fine. I am rather interested in the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion as well." Mo Chan nodded and said, "We do not have any conflict with Mu Qinghan. He is interested in the treasures in there, and does not know that the Book of Heavenly Works is in there. Someone is coming. Let's go." Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp. He immediately stopped talking and went out with Mo Chan. The person who came was the manager. He led Xiao Chan and Mo Chan into the inner courtyard. There was another strong team there, consisting of 5 superior grade martial sages, 2 grandmaster level martial sages, and 1 great grandmaster level martial sage. As usual, this team entered the treasure mountain to deceive others. The other team was much smaller, consisting of the manager Mu Qinghan, Xiao Chan and Mo Chan. 1 in the open and 1 in the dark. The team on the surface acted as cover and support. The team that truly entered the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was led by Mu Qinghan. The fewer people they could, the better. Ensuring that the news did not leak out was the biggest goal. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion would probably do the same. As long as the news leaked out, they would face a lot of competition and chaos. One did not need to think to know. After the team on the surface left, Mu Qinghan said sullenly, "We will leave through the secret path." Inside the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, Chen Wenjun's arrangements were nearly the same as Mu Qinghan's. After the team on the surface left, he led 2 Zodiac Hall disciples out of Shattered Cloud City through the secret path. In the City Lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City, the 7 City Lords all looked at Wang Zhan nervously. Wang Zhan, who sat in the middle, took a note from the leg of a messenger bird and read it. A sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. "How is it, Brother Wang? Are there any strange movements from the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion?" Wang Zhan put away the note and smiled. Like before, they sent out their strongest cultivators. "I did not see Wen Xiren in the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's team. That can't be. Doesn't that mean we miscalculated? It's over. This time Wen Xiren probably ran far away and is no longer in the Cloud Sea domain." Wang Zhan said unhurriedly, "I have not finished speaking yet. There is no need to be in such a rush. Indeed, there are no strange movements on the surface. However, the 2 clans sent out another team in secret. I saw Wen Xiren in the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's team. I saw 2 elite disciples of Zodiac Hall's strongest astral palace, the Sun Palace, in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's team." The moment Wang Zhan said that, the other city lords immediately revealed expressions of joy. They had not waited in vain. Indeed, there was a big movement. Wang Zhan said coldly, "If not for me operating in the city for so many years and keeping an eye out for them, we might have been tricked by them this time. Send our people out as well. Just follow them from afar. This time we will let them take the lead first." Then we will personally make a move at the end. We will make them lose all their efforts for nothing. The treasure mountain appeared once every 100 years. It could affect all the cultivators, clans, sects, and loose cultivators in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Chapter 1036. When Xiao Qin's group arrived at the treasure mountain, more than 1,000 cultivators had already gathered in the surrounding sea regions. There were even more who entered the treasure mountain. Xiao Qin looked up at the treasure mountain. Just the part that floated above the water was more than 10 kilometers long. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg of the treasure mountain. Below the water, there was an even vaster main body, extending all the way to the legendary heart of the ocean. The bottom was even more mysterious and alluring. However, even with Emperor Wu's cultivation, he did not dare to casually dive in. As for the deepest part, to the heart of the ocean, even sovereign martial emperors had to be careful. Most of the martial artists would only search and explore the mountains that were floating above the water. Even though they knew that no one visited the depths of the ocean, that the remnant was still intact, and that the harvest would be even greater, no one would take the risk. This was because all those who took the risk died. The crowd surged, and lights of various colors flickered. The manager said, "There are really a lot of people. If we go to search for spirit herbs and try our luck outside, we will not be able to obtain any great benefits." This went without saying. Aside from the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain who arrived first, there were too many people who arrived later. All the good things had already been snatched away. For example, if one person monopolized a herb field, the harvest would be startlingly vast. However, with tens of thousands of people fighting for it, even if it was split evenly among more than 1,000 people, its value would be greatly reduced. Mu Qinghan smiled and said, "Hence, I have never been interested in treasure mountains. If I had not obtained the news of the 10,000 treasure pavilion by coincidence, I would not have come to join in the excitement." Coincidence? Xiao Qin smiled silently in his heart. If Mu Qinghan knew that the so-called coincidence was just something arranged by Emo-chan, how would he feel? However, there was no harm in knowing. The two of them had different goals, so there would not be any conflict. At most, they would feel somewhat unhappy. Mu Qinghan turned around and said to Xiao Qin, "Brother One, our opponents this time are only those people from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. They invited 2 people from the Zodiac Hall. If I guess correctly, they should be the elite disciples of the Sun Palace, the top palace of the Zodiac Hall. At that time we will have to rely on you. If we appear too weak, the other party will definitely not mind chasing us out." Xiao Qin said, "What if the opponent's performance is too weak?" Mu Qinghan shook his head and said, "The possibility is not high. If there were only one Sun Palace disciple, I might be able to make some moves. But since 2 of them have come, I only hope that they understand the big picture. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone if the fish dies and the net splits." It was clear that Mu Qinghan still doubted Xiao Qin's strength. After all, Xiao Qin was only an inferior grade martial sage. As for the Zodiac Hall's outstanding talents, they were all geniuses and had the ability to fight above their cultivation level. Even at the Grandmaster level, they could defeat existences at the Grandmaster level. In Mu Qinghan's opinion, as the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's personal disciple, Xiao Qin had a 60% chance of victory if he was not injured when fighting against the 2 Sun Palace elites. But now that he was injured and his strength had yet to fully recover, his chances of winning should only be 50%. It was more than enough to deter the other party and prevent the other party from getting any ideas. However, suppressing the other party would be a little difficult. In reality, Mu Qinghan's guess was not wrong. However, Xiao Qin was not Wenziren. Mu Qinghan had an even greater background than Wenziren. Xiao Qin smiled and did not argue. "Let's go." Mu Qinghan led the way, passing through the heavy fog. Then, he gently drifted down and landed on the treasure mountain. The group moved away from the crowd and took a remote path. The mountain path was riddled with potholes. Several spirit herbs had been uprooted, not leaving anything behind. All sorts of fiery sect palaces and remnants could be seen on both sides of the path. As one walked, one could clearly feel the weight of history that time brought. Clearly, Mu Qinghan wanted to avoid the crowd, not going to the popular herb fields or the relatively intact palaces. However, it seemed like things did not go as he wished. Halfway down the path, the four ran into a silver-haired youth radiating fiendish chi. The silver-haired youth had an extremely relaxed expression. It looked like he had obtained a bountiful harvest before everyone else. At this moment, he was casually strolling around, trying to see if his luck was good enough to find some spirit herbs in hidden passages. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association?" The silver-haired youth's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Mu Qinghan. Tai Jianquang swept his gaze over the four of them. When he saw that there were no strong enemies, he revealed a malicious expression. Mu Qinghan frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this silver-haired youth was one of the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, the Silver Shark Swordsman. "Go further away. I will pretend that I did not see you," Mu Qinghan said coldly. He couldn't be polite to these loose cultivators. The more polite he was, the more it would seem that he didn't have any trump cards up his sleeves. Instead, it would cause the other party to be even more fearless. The Silver Shark Swordsman swept his gaze over the four and felt confident. Mu Qinghan and the manager were Grandmaster-level martial sages. The veiled girl was only a medial-grade martial sage. The remaining youth was even more ordinary, only an inferior-grade martial sage. The 2 Grandmasters were a little troublesome, but if he could get rid of the 2 small fries and no one bothered him, he would be able to deal with the 2 of them within 100 moves silently and without attracting any trouble. As the silver-haired youth thought to himself, he smiled and said, "Well said. Since young Master Mu has spoken, I will just leave." Mu Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of loose cultivator did not fear anything. He even dared to speak to the city lord's residence's people. If not for the fact that Mu Qinghan had more people on his side, the other party would not have been able to deal with him so quickly. Hu Qi. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly, a strong wind blew and clouds churned. The silver-haired youth turned around and attacked at lightning speed. He flew over and turned into a huge silver shark. Then, he opened his mouth wide and charged at Xiao Chan, who had the lowest cultivation. The silver-haired youth was incredibly fast. It was hard to imagine that he would suddenly attack with a killing move before his smile faded. Xiao Chen's lips curled up. Such a move might be effective against cultivators who had just left their sections. However, it was useless against him. From the moment this person appeared, he had never let down his guard. "Do you think I'm a pushover that you can bully as you please?" Kuanpeng fist, hating the heavens for being too low. A huge shadow suddenly appeared, covering the sky. Xiao Chan radiated a lofty aspiration and the aura of a ruler, hating the heavens for being too low. The instant the Kuanpeng spread its wings, Xiao Chan soared into the air. He spread his arms and kicked up a strong wind in the surroundings, causing the clouds to shatter. Not only did Xiao Chan not retreat, but he even took a step forward. Despite moving later, he suppressed the other party with his aura and punched. Bang! When the fist and palm met, cracks appeared on the ground. Rubble flew everywhere and the entire mountain shook. The silver-haired youth could not stand steadily and retreated 10 steps. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. This was the result of him underestimating his opponent. Xiao Chun spun around 3 times and landed firmly on the ground. The instant his feet touched the ground, the shaking mountain stopped shaking. "Haha, I was just joking. Little friend, you are pretty strong. Your vital chi is astonishing. I will take my leave first." The silver-haired youth had suffered a loss. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be a hidden expert, so he moved back wanting to leave. However, the silver-haired youth's thoughts were as quick as lightning. He was cunning and full of schemes. After suffering a significant loss, he immediately calmed down and stopped attacking. Instead, he started plotting something else. Xiao Chun watched coldly as this person left, not saying anything. "Young Master One, I did not expect you to know such a martial technique." This fist technique, which is close to a profound technique, actually managed to force back the Silver Shark Swordsman. Seeing Xiao Chun force back the silver-haired youth with one punch, Mu Qinghan felt both startled and happy. The silver-haired youth was one of the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain. He was infamous. Now Xiao Chun forced him back with one punch. This time Mu Qinghan had unintentionally picked up a treasure. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm. He shook his head and said, This person only underestimated his opponent. He was not severely injured. Haha. No matter what, I am even more confident in this trip to the 10,000 treasure pavilion, Mu Qinghan said with a smile, his face filled with joy. The group continued forward. Xiao Chan kept an eye out and extended out his spiritual sense. Indeed, Xiao Chan saw that the silver-haired youth had not left yet. A messaging talisman flew out of his hand, like he was summoning someone. Xiao Chan withdrew his spiritual sense. It looked like the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's plan of splitting the 10,000 treasure pavilion equally was impossible. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan told Mu Qinghan everything he saw. After all, Xiao Chan was indebted to the other party. If they continued according to the original plan and waited for the Silver Shark Swordsman to gather people, not only would they not obtain the treasures, but they might even lose their lives. When Mu Qinghan heard that, his expression changed greatly. Then he asked to confirm. Brother One, are you sure you did not see it? Knowing that the other party would definitely suspect him, Xiao Chan said calmly, I guarantee that what I saw was real. There is no benefit in lying to you. You know that. Damn it. That Silver Shark Swordsman must be gathering the other 5 great loose cultivators. He thinks that my Nine Cauldron Merchant Association still has experts that have not arrived and that he is not a match for them alone, Mu Qinghan said hatefully. Mu Qinghan said hatefully. His expression was extremely depressed. Xiao Chan could only blame his bad luck for running into the Silver Shark Swordsman, one of the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain. If he could kill the others to silence them, the news would not leak. Then he would not have to go through so much trouble. What should we do? If we continue, we will definitely expose the location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. At that time, the 6 great loose cultivators will benefit for nothing. Mu Qinghan could not think of a solution. Anxiety appeared on his face. Emo-chan said softly, how about this? Let's spread the news of the 10,000 treasure pavilion's location, and let all the cultivators in the treasure mountain rush in. Young Master Mu, you can call back the other team. With a great Grandmaster level martial sage holding down the fort, we should be able to gain something. Amid the chaos, the 6 great loose cultivators' deterrence will be much weaker. Furthermore, these loose cultivators are all unruly, unwilling to submit to anyone else. When they see the treasures that interest them, they will definitely attack each other and become scattered. You will have plenty of opportunities. How can this do? My clan's young master put in a lot of effort to obtain the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. How can we give it to others for no reason? The moment the manager said that, he immediately rejected Emo-chan's suggestion. Chapter 1037. Emo-chan smiled faintly and said, it is just a suggestion. Whether you agree or not naturally depends on young Master Mu's opinion. Mu Qinghan thought for a while. Then determination flashed in his eyes. Let's do that then. Manager, go and call back Elder Lu's team. After that, spread the news of the 10,000 treasure pavilion's entrance. No matter what, we cannot let those bastards loose cultivators benefit. Indeed, Mu Qinghan was right. If they followed the original plan, the ones who would benefit the most would be the 5 great loose cultivators. However, the premise of all this was that the 4 did not know that the 8 blue-robed emperors in Shattered Cloud City were already stealthily heading for the treasure mountain. They had already stealthily set off for the treasure mountain. In a situation that no one expected, a bona fide quasi-emperor was interested in a mere treasure mountain. Furthermore, there were 8 of them traveling together. After 15 minutes, a piece of exciting news spread throughout the treasure mountain. Do you know? The location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion was discovered. It is at the Sage Cliff. The Nine Cauldron Merchant Association leaked the news. Is it true? It is. I heard that the 6 great loose cultivators all headed there. It is definitely true. Who cares if it is true or not? We will know once we go and take a look. The Sage Cliff is not far away. If it is true, we will have made a huge profit. The news of the 10,000 treasure pavilion's entrance at the Sage Cliff spread like wildfire. One spread to 10 to 100. Soon, all the cultivators in the treasure mountain were excited. Cultivators of various cultivations all rushed to the Sage Cliff. The Sage Cliff was a cliff on the vast treasure mountain. It had carvings of the fiery sex sect masters and divine grade refiners. This place was barren, and there were no palaces. Cultivators rarely came here, as there were no spirit herbs or secret treasures. However, no one expected that the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion was behind the sage cliff that no one expected. When the countless cultivators arrived, they saw that a dark hole had already appeared in the cliff. They all rushed in excitedly. Not far away, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Chan Wenjun's group showed extremely sullen expressions. They had not expected the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's people to expose the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's entrance. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Feng, sorry. I did not expect such a result, Chun Wenjun said to the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples in a low voice. The 2 Sun Palace elite disciples were called Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Xing. They were among the top 10 of the Sun Palace's younger generation. Lu Xiaoyu wore the golden battle robes of the Sun Palace, embroidered with the majestic scene of a golden crow sun. He waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. As long as the location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion is real, it's fine. As for the trash in front, I'll kill as many as I can, Chun Wenjun said carefully. But I heard that the 6 great itinerant cultivators are also preparing to enter. When the time comes, Feng, Chun Wenjun said carefully. Chun Wenjun and said, Chun Wenjun and Wenjun. I heard that the 6 great loose cultivators preparing to enter. Chun Wenjun smiled and said, What are you saying? Both of you are peerless geniuses and have the ability to fight above your cultivation level. Why would I look down on you? Lu Xiaoyu was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, Never mind. Junior Brother Feng. Junior Brother Chun is an outer sect disciple of the Cyclic Astral Palace. Finding the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion is already a great merit. If we can obtain a few true treasures, we will definitely shine in the 4 Seas Hero Gathering in half a year. When Feng Xing heard about the 4 Seas Hero Gathering, he revealed an expression of hope. He said heroically, Let's go. The Cloud Sea domain is just a small place. If the blue-robed emperor does not come out, who can stop us? On the other side, the instigator of this matter, the Silver Shark Swordsman, was caught off guard when he saw this dramatic turn of events. The old fish devil looked at the people rushing around and smiled. Silver Shark Swordsman, your unique information does not seem to be unique at all. Now everyone in the entire treasure mountain knows about it. The Iron Sword Kwang said sullenly, I'll go first. After saying that, he took a big step forward and turned into a blazing meteor, flying towards the sage cliff. Madame Hua laughed tenderly. Haha, this concubine will go first as well. Silver Shark Swordsman, it looks like I have to thank you for this. Xinyuan Zhantian did not say anything. He only glanced at the Silver Shark Swordsman before withdrawing his aura and silently heading for the sage cliff. The old fish devil laughed loudly and said, This old man will be leaving as well. Silver Shark Swordsman, it looks like it was not you this time but the people from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. They will definitely not expose the location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. This is a good deed. Soon, only Gao Yongyu and the silver-haired youth remained. Gao Yongyu smiled gently and said, Silver Shark Swordsman, how about we travel together? The Silver Shark Swordsman's lips twitched. Then he smiled and said, I'd better go alone. What a joke. This Gao Yongyu's cultivation was originally only a step away from the blue-robed emperor's. Earlier, when he charged into the treasure mountain, half of the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs ended up in his hands. If Gao Yongyu consumed a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that could increase his law energy, he would be able to break through to the blue-robed emperor in one go. No matter who he traveled with, the Silver Shark Swordsman would not travel with this Gao Yongyu. At that time, Gao Yongyu might swallow him up until not even his bones remained. Gao Yongyu looked at the sage cliff in the distance, and his expression changed. He muttered, Regular king-grade secret treasures are not very useful to me. In the 10,000 treasure pavilion, only the profound cultivation techniques are suitable for me. As for the Book of Heavenly Works and the legendary divine weapon, the Emperor Shooting Sun Bao, they are too vague. Right, in that case I will target the profound martial techniques. I will kill whoever tries to compete with me. Gao Yongyu's tone was cold, but it contained an unparalleled tyranny and confidence. It was like all the profound martial techniques in the sage cliff were already his. Then he raised his leg and casually took a step forward, disappearing from where he was. No one noticed that the instant Gao Yongyu raised his foot, the winds and clouds in the surroundings changed, creating a myriad of phenomena. When he raised his hand and stomped his foot, he stirred up the winds and clouds. Young Master One, we will part ways here for now. We will meet again in the future if we are fated. Mu Qinghan gathered another team. Now there was an additional great Grandmaster-level martial sage, a Grandmaster-level martial sage, and several superior-grade martial sages. Their strength soared significantly. With the change of plans, Xiao Qin's value decreased significantly. Naturally, Mu Qinghan was no longer willing to travel with Xiao Qian. It was not worth it to continue offending the 8 blue-robed emperors. Between the gains and losses, Mu Qinghan made his decision. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. We will meet again if we are fated. Given Xiao Qian's meticulous thoughts, he naturally guessed what Mu Qinghan was thinking. However, this was fine as well. This suited Xiao Qian. He already knew about the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. If not for the other party's kindness, he would not have traveled with him. Emo-chan said softly, "This young Master Mu is really decisive." Once he changed his plans, he instantly stirred up this mess even more. When he felt that he was at a disadvantage, he immediately abandoned his original partners without hesitation. Xiao Qian said indifferently, "He did not do anything wrong. After all, he is a businessman and needs to consider his gains and losses. However, there are some things that cannot be measured by the value of business alone. Between gains and losses, sometimes suffering a loss is the best thing to gain." Emo-chan entered deep thought, mulling over Xiao Qian's words. After a while she said, "Come, let's go in as well." Following Emo-chan's footsteps, the two entered the sage cliff together. The cave in the sage cliff was a passageway. Illumination stones were embedded in the ceiling, giving off a weak light. The entire passageway was dark. When Xiao Qian and Emo-chan entered, most of the cultivators had already entered impatiently. Only a sparse number of cultivators walked forward in groups of 2 or 3 excitedly. Emo-chan's attire had already changed slightly, and Xiao Qian's attire was extremely ordinary. At this moment, no one would pay special attention to the two. Soon the two reached the end of the passageway. A pair of bronze doors appeared before them. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the doors, chasing one another. This showed the Tao of Yin and Yang. It seemed to contain some of the fiery sex refinement methods. Xiao Qian revealed an expression of reminiscence. This door was very familiar. He was once in the Sky Dome realm in the underground forest, in the fiery sect branch ruins. All sorts of scenes appeared in Xiao Qian's mind like it was yesterday, vivid in his mind. Those outstanding talents were no longer around. Only he was still walking alone. Sky Dome Realm, Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Qingyun Peak. Is elder sister Ryua doing well? Xiao Qian once thought that he was a cold-blooded person. He could leave his thoughts in the depths of his heart, in the corner of his heart. If he did not think about it, he would temporarily forget about it. However, when he saw the real thing and saw it, several things appeared uncontrollably in his mind. Trashy master, don't overthink. Seeing Xiao Qian reminiscing about the past, appearing confused, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, immediately reminded him. Ao Jiao has always been around. Xiao Qian smiled to himself. Little Ao Jiao, thank you. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Emo-chan beside him. He wondered if he could see this girl again after this matter. Emo-chan was very observant. She noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Qian. She asked out of concern, "What's wrong with you? Did you go to the fiery sect branch in the past and remember the past?" Xiao Qian was startled. Was my expression that obvious? Haha, I guessed right. The fiery sect branches are spread all over the world. This place is said to be the main hall. I wonder if that is true or not. There is such a thing? Xiao Qian asked. Is there news of the Book of Heavenly Works? Don't worry, it is definitely true. My Emo clan's ancestors were once the masters of many small sea domains between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. The Cloud Sea domain is just one of them. The news came from my ancestors, so it can't be wrong, Emo-chan said confidently. Suddenly, Xiao Chan recalled that he once obtained a mysterious sword hilt from a mountain flame giant outside the Firely sect remnant in the Sky Dome realm. Back then the situation was urgent. Although he obtained it, he had not gone to take a look. Now that he was back at the Firely sect, he remembered this. After some effort, he found the sword hilt in the somewhat chaotic universe ring. Xiao Chan exerted some force, and the sword hilt shattered, revealing a golden phoenix-shaped jade pendant that looked like a burning flame. However, when Xiao Chan placed it on his palm, it felt cold, looking extremely strange. Hey, this is the key to the secret path. Why do you have one as well? Emo-chan immediately recognized this item. At the same time, she took out a phoenix-shaped jade pendant. Although the jade pendants were all heavenly phoenixes, their movements were very different. Chapter 1038. Xiao Chan asked out of curiosity, "What is this?" Emo-chan explained, "This jade pendant of mine was passed down from my ancestors. Whether we can obtain the Book of Heavenly Works or not depends on it. This piece of yours should be the key to some secret room. However, if we cannot find the corresponding secret room, this key is useless." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's interest diminished significantly. He put away the jade pendant and said, "Let's go. We have to help you obtain the Book of Heavenly Works quickly. If we delay, something might happen." Emo-chan nodded, and the unlatched doors opened once more. Then, the two formally entered the 10,000 treasure pavilion. The instant the doors opened, an unpleasant smell of blood wafted out. The shelves and the boxes on the stone pillars were all opened. The ground was littered with recently dead corpses. The blood had not dried yet. Aside from dying at the hands of cultivators, most of them died to the restrictions of the treasures. Every box and treasure here had restrictions and ancient mechanisms that could not be casually touched. The first floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion was already incomparably complicated. The pathways extended in all directions. If one walked around carelessly, they might not even know the way to the second floor. Emo-chan took out a rough map and glanced at it. Then she advanced unhurriedly. Along the way, she did not even glance at the stone rooms or the treasures on the shelves. Soon they arrived at the passageway to the second floor. There was a thin barrier there, blocking several cultivators from entering. Bang! 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 Two inferior-grade martial sages attacked the barrier. However, the barrier did not budge at all. Instead, it reflected their attacks. The two vomited blood. Unexpectedly, the last strike had shaken them to death. The other cultivators who were preparing to test the barrier paled in fright. They no longer dared to make a move. They all hoped that when an expert broke the barrier, they could take the opportunity to pass through. Xiao Chan felt startled in his heart. The rebound force of this barrier might not be half of what he sent back. It might be double or even triple. Of course, there was definitely a limit. Could not go on indefinitely. As long as one passed that threshold, it could be easily broken. There were many cultivators here. Xiao Chan did not want to attract attention. He hugged Emo-chan, not allowing her to struggle. Then he pushed off the ground and soared into the air, turning into a saber. Buzz! A resplendent saber light came from Xiao Chen's body, shining like the sun. Everyone's vision blurred as they heard the hum of a saber ring out beside their ears. When they opened their eyes again, the crack in the barrier was slowly mending. Damn! Where did this expert come from? In the time it took for a spark to fly, someone instantly broke through the barrier. The waiting cultivators all cried out in alarm. There were also quite a few people who were secretly cursing. Since they were going to go, it would be good to bring two people along. Get lost! Just at this moment, a rough shout resounded, and two strong auras surged over. The bodies of the cultivators were tossed into the walls like sandbags. They were badly mutilated and died on the spot. Everyone turned around and saw two rays of light as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the hall as if it was daytime. It's Zodiac Hall, a disciple of Sun Palace. Run! The remaining people were greatly startled. Zodiac Hall was a huge place in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, these were the elite Sun Palace disciples. How could they dare to remain here? They are indeed trash. Before the two of us made a move, the Sun Astral might smash them to death. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying said indifferently as they put away the solar astral banners above their heads and looked at the mangled corpses on the ground. The mouths of Chan Wenjun and the great grandmaster-level martial sage of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association twitched. They could not bear to watch. Most of the cultivators on the first floor were only martial monarchs. How could they block the solar astral banners that the two had refined with tens of thousands of kilograms of divine materials? Lu Xiaoyu played with a mysterious black metal in his hand, a faint smile on his face. Feng Ziying smiled and said, "Senior brother, your luck is pretty good. You managed to obtain an ancient iron heart on the first floor. Even if you melt it down, you can exchange it for 100 tons of divine materials." Lu Xiaoyu said indifferently, "This iron heart is the core component of the fiery sex combat puppets. If we can comprehend its secrets and forge combat puppets that can learn martial techniques, they will be worth far more than 100 tons of divine materials." A dim look flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes as he said, "Unfortunately, even the rare divine grade refiners cannot comprehend its secrets. Without the Book of Heavenly Works, everything is for naught." Chan Wenjun whispered, "Senior brothers, that saber light earlier seemed to be from Wenziren. The person he brought with him was Emo Chan." Feng Ziying exclaimed softly, "What's wrong? Do you have a grudge with him? This Wenziren humiliated a subordinate clan of mine. That Emo Chan also grasps the unique refining techniques of the Emo clan. I have always wanted to annex this clan." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. After some thought he said, "Emo Chan, this girl is quite famous. Unfortunately, she is disfigured." Feng Ziying said casually, "Let's give chase and take a look. After all, this place is very big. We won't be able to cover it in a short time. We can just find something to do." When Chan Wenjun heard this, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior brothers. I'll go and tear open the barrier." Feng Ziying's lips curled up as he said, "It is just a small barrier. There is no need to go over personally. Watch me." With a flip of his hand, the solar astral banner appeared in his palm. The banner fluttered and a beam of flame shot out, burning the entire barrier. Disdain flashed in the eyes of the two as they flew over. Chan Wenjun recovered his wits and quickly gave chase. He was horrified at the strength of the Sun Palace disciples. The 10,000 treasure pavilion had a total of 5 floors. With each floor, the might of the barrier would double. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he found it somewhat strenuous to break the barrier in the end. At the start, Chan Wenjun's group easily broke the barrier. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying had to work together to break it. All the peak experts of this treasure hunt were gathered on the 5th floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Xiao Chun and Feng Ziying walked very carefully. Emo Chan chose the path with great care. However, this place restricted the use of spiritual sense. Xiao Chan did not notice that the people of the Sun Palace were following him from a distance. On the 5th floor, every stone room contained a high-rank king-grade secret treasure. A divine weapon from the ancient era, all sorts of natural treasures, or even ancient divine materials. Of course, it was not that easy to obtain them. The stone rooms had strong restrictions and traps. If one was not careful, they might fail to find the treasure and end up losing their lives. All sorts of miserable cries rang out on the 5th floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. From the moment Xiao Chan and Feng Ziying arrived, they had not stopped. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying, who were following behind them, showed grave expressions from their initial carelessness. Even a fool would know that something was wrong with Xiao Chan and Emo Chan, who were following them, not even glancing at the various stone rooms and secret treasures. Excitement flashed in Feng Ziying's eyes as he muttered, "Interesting. We were just looking for something to do. Unexpectedly, we caught a big fish." Chan Wenjun smiled gently and said, 5,000 years ago, the Emo clan was the master of this sea region. The treasure they are searching for is definitely not simple. It is either the legendary Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao or the even more mysterious Book of Heavenly Works. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao is one of the top 5 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking. Is it really in the headquarters of the Firely sect? Shock flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Lu Xiaoyu did not find it strange that the Book of Heavenly Works was in the Firely sect. After all, this divine canon was the foundation of the Firely sect. However, no one had heard of the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao being in this treasure mountain. That was a divine weapon that had been missing for tens of thousands of years. If not for the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao's name being on the divine weapon ranking, Many people would have thought that this divine weapon was damaged and disappeared. Chun Wenjun smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "It is just a rumor. In the past, when the treasure mountain appeared, someone once saw it shoot out an arrow and kill a golden crow descendant that flew by. That golden crow descendant was the black dragon eagle, a spirit beast comparable to the blue-robed emperor. However, it was killed by this arrow light. Hence, this rumor appeared in the Cloud Sea domain. As for whether it is true or not, there is no way to verify it." Feng Ziying did not believe it. The rumor is somewhat false. However, this Emo-chan has been very cautious along the way. She has already made 3 detours. Even if it is not the Book of Heavenly Works or the Emperor Shooting Sun Bao, it is definitely a valuable treasure. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, and a fervent look flashed in his eyes. We really did not come for nothing this time. We 2 senior brothers will definitely shine brightly in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. At that time, even the outstanding talents of the Sun Palace will be inferior to us. At the same time, in the 5th floor of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, some people rejoiced, some people cried out miserably, and some people felt depressed after obtaining a treasure. The Silver Shark King youth carefully broke a restriction in a stone room and obtained a king-grade battle armor that contained 89 formations. He was overjoyed. With this secret treasure, my defense will double. The silver-haired youth pondered for a moment before saying, "The restrictions in this place are a little strange. Even I cannot break through some of them, and some of them strengthen according to my strength. I should spend some time refining this secret treasure first." Xianyuan Zhantian vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at the pile of shattered combat puppets on the ground with lingering fear. He said sullenly, "This combat puppet is very powerful. It clearly only has the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, but it even knows a profound martial technique. I nearly died here." Xianyuan Zhantian glanced at the treasure chest on the stone platform in front. Then he took a step back and smashed the treasure chest with a palm strike from a distance. A poisonous fog quickly spread out. Xianyuan Zhantian had been prepared for this long ago. He sent out a palm wind and quickly scattered the poisonous fog, not staining it at all. When the poisonous fog scattered, a yellowed secret manual was revealed. Xianyuan Zhantian put on a pair of gloves and waved his hand to pull the secret manual over. There was a bloody word "forbidden" on the cover. Xianyuan Zhantian carefully flipped through it and revealed an expression of joy. Although it is not a profound cultivation technique or martial technique, this forbidden art can instantly increase my combat prowess tenfold. It would be great if it did not reduce my lifespan. This forbidden art was called the Wheel of Life and Death. Once it was executed, it would reduce a cultivator's lifespan by 1 year. Chapter 1039. Even after becoming the blue-robed emperor and having 1,000 years of lifespan, Xiao Chun did not dare to use it casually. Only when he became Emperor Wu and reached 2,000 years of lifespan would he dare to do as he pleased. Compared to Xiao Chen's deities descending, there was a huge disadvantage. However, the advantage was clear. Xiao Chen's tenfold combat prowess could only erupt for an instant. The Wheel of Life and Death could last for several breaths. The strongest of the 6 great loose cultivators, Gao Yongyu, felt extremely upset at this moment. He had barged into 3 stone rooms with martial techniques in a row. In the end, all of them were heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was not a single profound martial technique or cultivation technique. Right now, I only know one profound martial technique. I have to find another one. Otherwise, even one of the 8 city lords would not be confident of victory. Gao Yongyu's eyes flickered with great ambition. Based on what he said, it seemed like he could fight with the blue-robed Emperor's city lord now and have a 50-50 chance of victory. Mu Qinghan's group was rather lucky. On the 5th floor, they had already broken 3 restrictions and obtained 3 king-grade secret treasures. However, the rather miserable thing was that only Mu Qinghan, the manager, and that great Grandmaster-level martial sage remained. The value of the 3 king-grade secret treasures was definitely not worth the deaths of so many people. Mu Qinghan showed a sullen expression as he clenched his teeth and prepared to continue breaking restrictions. Otherwise, not only would he not gain anything from this trip to the Treasure Mountain, but he would also suffer a great loss. Given his character, he would not agree to this. After making 8 detours, Emo-chan and Xiao Chan did not fear trouble. They went back a few more times to avoid being followed. This made Chen Wenjun's group very careful. If not for Lu Xiaoyo's sharp eyes and quick hands, they would have been exposed a few times. Young Master 1, is there a need to go to so much trouble? Imochen asked, finding it strange. Along the way, Xiao Chun had been overly cautious. Since the second floor, I have felt that something is wrong. Xiao Chun looked around and said, forget it. Maybe I am overthinking things. I have turned back a few times but I have not seen them. Come, let's go to the 6th floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. If he could still use his divine sense, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Unfortunately, the walls of the 10,000 treasure pavilion contained a special array and restriction. Not only could it absorb the energy of the aftermath of the battle, but it could also restrain the existence of divine sense and mental power. The two of them weaved through the corridors, making many turns before stopping in front of a dead end. Xiao Chun went forward and knocked on it. The wall was solid, and there was no hidden compartment behind it. Imo-chan moved her fingers and a red light flickered on her fingertips. Then wondrous formations appeared on both sides of her. This was a strange secret technique derived from the supreme magic skill of the immortal epoch, the great divination technique. Of course, by the time it had been passed down, it had already weakened quite a bit and could no longer be called a divine ability. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this Imo-chan is really talented. She has all kinds of talents. Refining medicinal pills, refining treasures, brewing wine, designing wine cups, and now she even dabbled in the nearly lost secret techniques. Based on the many layers of talisman formations around her, it was clear that she had very high attainments in these secret techniques. She did not just have a superficial understanding of them. As Imo-chan made her divination, clumps of white light started moving around the walls on both sides. After a while, the clumps of light stopped. Then Imo-chan sent out a palm wind and struck that brick. Huang dang! The wall at the end of the corridor suddenly parted, and a long passageway appeared before the two. Imo-chan took the lead and walked in. So that was the case. The wall in front was indeed solid. However, she needed to make some divination before she could find the secret compartment. Without this divination technique, no matter how powerful her magic skill was, she would not be able to find the secret compartment. When the two reached the end of the passageway, a staircase appeared in front. If they followed the staircase, they would reach the mysterious 6th floor. When the two arrived at the upper floor, a 1-kilometer-long stone room appeared before their eyes. Simple, life-sized combat puppets with a strong metallic texture floated on the ground. Xiao Chun counted the number of these combat puppets. There were about 100 of them. They stood in 10 groups in the stone room. Each group had a jade strip giving off a bright light floating above them. These jade strips are all profound martial techniques or cultivation techniques. Every time you use a jade strip, you will have to face the attacks of 10 combat puppets. Imo-chan explained softly. The combat puppets will adjust their combat prowess according to the challenger's cultivation. They can adjust their combat prowess up to Emperor Wu's level. Xiao Chun was startled to think that the ancient Fire Li sect was so strong. They could even refine combat puppets of Emperor Wu's level. The fact that the combat puppets could adjust their combat prowess should be to test their disciples. They would not let the genius disciples easily obtain profound martial techniques or cultivation techniques. They would also not let the disciples with weaker talent fail to obtain profound martial techniques because the difficulty was too high. They did their best to create a fair environment. Xiao Chun felt excited. Right now, he was only an inferior grade martial sage. However, his combat prowess was more than enough to defeat a great grandmaster level martial sage. That was to say, even if he used all 10 jade strips, he would only have to face 100 combat puppets with the combat prowess of an inferior grade martial sage. Joy appeared on Xiao Chun's face. He thought to himself, I wonder if this counts as cheating? Probably not. After all, a special existence like me can only appear because of many coincidences. Since ancient times, I am probably the only one. Young Master 1, I will go and take out the Book of Heavenly Works first. Given your strength, it should not be a problem for you to subdue 1 or 2 jade strips. Imo-chan took out her fiery phoenix pendant and headed for a stone platform in the center of the stone room. Xiao Chun nodded. Then he opened his hand and collected all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. Whoosh! The previously lifeless, statue-like combat puppets suddenly began to move in unison. The dust on their bodies exploded in an instant, creating deafening booms. Emo-chan, who was at the side, was stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao-chan took the risk and collected all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. However, what shocked Emo-chan even more was yet to come. These combat puppets, the strongest of which was as strong as Emperor Wu, exploded with one punch from Xiao-chan. The 5 heaven dragons behind Xiao-chan surged up and down, roaring ferociously in unison. Xiao-chan's punch contained 25,000 tons of force. When combined with the dragon claw fist, which burned his vital qi, he was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Occasionally, Xiao-chan executed the Kuan-peng fist, sweeping through a large area. A strong wind blew, the heaven dragon roared, and the great rock spread its wings, hating the sky for being too low. Emo-chan gaped slightly, her eyes filled with incredulity. She even forgot what she was doing as she watched. When Xiao-chan finished off the 100 combat puppets, he waved his hand and sucked all the steel hearts into his universe ring. Only then did Emo-chan recover her wits. Emo-chan smiled bitterly. She really could not compare herself to others. There was a groove on the surface of the stone pillar. It happened to fit the fiery phoenix pendant in her hand. Without much thought, Emo-chan inserted the jade pendant. In that instant, a fierce flame burned on the stone pillar. An ancient book carved from bamboo soared up from the flame. The words Book of Heavenly Works were carved on the frontmost bamboo leaf, looking very eye-catching in the flame. Emo-chan looked at Xiao-chan joyfully. She said somewhat excitedly, "Young Master One, it really is the Book of Heavenly Works. I obtained it." Xiao-chan smiled faintly, feeling happy for Emo-chan. He understood Emo-chan's current feelings. He said softly, "Congratulations, Miss Emo. You got what you wanted." Emo-chan smiled warmly and said, "Many thanks, young Master One." Along the way, there were many combat puppets and barriers at the gates. If not for you, Mo-chan would not have obtained the Book of Heavenly Works so easily. While Emo-chan felt happy, she also felt somewhat disappointed. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, there was no need for Xiao-chan to remain by her side. Although Xiao-chan did not know the other party's identity, he was not someone she could make stay in the insignificant Cloud Sea domain. They had met by chance at the seaside. He had suddenly appeared and killed people in a rage in the city lord's residence. When he saw her face, he was willing to extend his cold hand to give her one last bit of warmth. However, in the end he did not belong to the Cloud Sea domain. He did not belong to this insignificant sky. Xiao-chan felt somewhat sorrowful. In the end he had to leave. There were not many people in this world that could be considered friends. Girls that could make him look at them in a new light were even rarer. Without a doubt, zither go calligraphy, painting, the mystical arts and the medical arts. Emo-chan was proficient in all of them. However, she had a different kind of stubbornness. She was such a girl. The atmosphere was somewhat strange. The two did not say anything. Mo-chan smiled bitterly and said, "After obtaining the Book of Heavenly Works, I will be able to become the blue-robed emperor in less than 10 years. At that time, I will be your bodyguard and protect you for 10 years. Blue-robed emperor, as long as Xiao-chan was willing, he could absorb another 10 peak spirit veins and return his cultivation to its peak. Together with Neptune's crown, he would be able to defeat the blue-robed emperor without Emo-chan's protection. However, at this moment he would just treat it as a white lie." Xiao-chan smiled and said, "Good. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to become the blue-robed emperor. I'll wait for you to knock on the emperor's door and personally see you remove the veil on your face." Dong! 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 Urgent footsteps rang out. Chun Wenjun led the Sun Palace's Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying, as well as the great grandmaster-level martial sage of his clan, to the 6th floor of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. The Book of Heavenly Works. When the group saw the eye-catching words in the blazing flame, they immediately became excited. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Good. It was not in vain for us to hide here and there and follow Miss Emo-chan for so long. Many thanks, Miss Emo-chan. Without you, even if Emperor Wu came, he would not have been able to find the Book of Heavenly Works. You have worked hard. Now scram immediately. I'm in a good mood and can spare one of you." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Then he smiled and said, "So you are disciples of the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace. No wonder I did not discover you on the way back." Feng Ziying smiled coldly and said, "It's good that you know our origins. Quickly scram. Don't think that after killing 8 pieces of trash, you are some powerful demonic genius, not knowing how high the heavens are." The smile on Xiao Chen's face did not fade. "Is that so? I'll return those words to the two of you. Don't think that just because you are an elite disciple of the Sun Palace, the heavens are only so high and the earth is only so thick. You are seeking death." The killing intent on Feng Ziying's body immediately burst forth. Chapter 1040. A baleful wind swept over. Combined with Xiao Chen's strong aura of kingship, it felt like an enraged marquis roaring in the cold wind amid 5,000 kilometers of dry bones. The Sun Star was the most tyrannical and kingly star among the millions of stars. The Sun Palace disciples were like the Sun Star, filled with the aura of kingship, unparalleled and tyrannical. For the sake of nurturing the tyranny of the Sun Palace disciples and cultivating the Sun Scripture, the Zodiac Hall gave every disciple great authority, establishing their authority and reputation. It affected the mental state of these disciples invisibly, causing their king's Tao to be everlasting, like the eternal sun, their arrogance soaring into the heavens. When fighting with ordinary cultivators, this king's chi used the might of the solar star. Sometimes with a ferocious roar, it could frighten the opponent, making them tremble in fear. However, the other party had found the wrong person. Showing off the tyrannical aura of kingship before the Emperor True Dragon, the Blue Dragon King, was no different from showing off before Guan Yu. It was just a naive joke. Xiao Chun took 2 steps to the left without leaving a trace. Then he stretched out his hand and shielded Emo-chan behind him. Then he glanced back. It seemed like a pair of invisible eyes suddenly opened in the world. The other party's tyrannical and horrifying aura silently vanished without a trace when Xiao Chun glanced at it. Feng Ziying and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged glances and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. How could a surging aura vanish without a trace just because of a glance? Chun Wenjun observed their expressions and smiled. "Senior brothers, there is no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let our first elder make a move." Lu Xiaoyu thought to himself. Although this great grandmaster-level martial sage of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion was not worth mentioning to him, and he could defeat the other party within 100 moves, Xiao Chen's earlier glance felt strange. However, Xiao Chen's earlier glance gave him a strange feeling. It would be good for a great grandmaster-level martial sage to test him out. Lu Xiaoyu slowly nodded in agreement. "Sorry for the offense." Without needing to say anything more, the old man behind Chun Wenjun narrowed his eyes and leaped forward. He unleashed his aura and formed hand seals with both hands. The undulating mountain ranges merged into one, like a huge dragon raising its head. 50 kilometers of mountains and rivers, the aura of a true dragon raising its head, all appeared in this seal. That's right. Even I wouldn't dare to be careless against this dragon head seal. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying secretly nodded. Xiao Chen faintly smiled. He spread his arms, displaying the stance of a Kuan Peng spreading its wings. With a tap of his feet, his body soared into the sky like a Kuan Peng, traversing 8,000 miles in a single breath. I hate the heavens for being too low, not allowing me to travel freely. That was not enough. A divine light descended. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, executed tenfold combat prowess. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, like the sound of the sky shattering. The moment the divine light entered his body, Xiao Chan punched out. Before the Azure Dragon King. "A mere little dragon like you dares to raise your head? Kneel!" He shouted angrily. Cracking sounds echoed out as the mountains formed by the old man's palm strike shattered one after another. Eventually, all of the mountains were destroyed. When all the mountains shattered, the old man vomited blood, along with his shattered internal organs. Plop! The old man's lifeless corpse was forced to kneel by Xiao Chen's might, no longer able to raise his head. This scene startled Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying. With a flip of their palms, the solar astral banner slowly rose up, giving off a dazzling golden light. All the light in the world gathered over, looking like a blazing sun rising from the two's palms. As the sun rose, it displayed its grand ambitions. The overwhelming might of the kingship Tao was like a gushing waterfall about to pour down for 500 kilometers, ready to erupt. How can the light of a grain of rice dare to compete with the bright moon? Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes and a bright moon rose up behind him. The moon was like fire, filled with thousands of kilograms of hot-bloodedness. The fire would not extinguish, not extinguishing even after 1,000 years. Back then, when Xiao Qian drank the 1,000-year flame that Emochan brewed, he had comprehended something. However, he had not been able to figure it out. Today, when he saw these two, the blazing sun between his palms immediately merged. All his comprehensions and gains were contained in this 1 month. This move was called 1,000-year flame. Under the suppression of the bright moon, the rising solar astral banners between the two's palms were forced back. Eventually, they returned to their palms, no longer giving off any light. The fierce flame continued to burn. The wine of the 1,000-year flame was an intoxicating shade of red, bright and glistening. However, the flame was made of hot-bloodedness. In that instant of lofty aspirations, that unbridled lofty sentiments and unruliness. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xiao Qian laughed loudly and stretched out his palm. All the hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments of the Blue Dragon King, all the unruliness and unruliness, all the loneliness and solitude. The instant Xiao Qian stretched out his palm, he displayed it vividly. The joys and sorrows of partings, laughter, anger and curses, all the lofty aspirations were in this one palm strike. Boom! The two insufferably arrogant elite disciples of the Sun Palace were instantly crushed to dust. Chen Wenjun, who was pushed to the side, vomited a mouthful of blood and crashed into the wall, fainting. Flawless Bright Moon was as red as wine and as blazing as fire. This was the 1,000-year flame. This palm strike contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness, blasting out a lofty aspiration. Under the bright moon, Emochan was somewhat engrossed in that frozen figure. It was like she saw Xiao Qian's sorrow, loneliness, lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. There were also many things that she was familiar with. The 1,000-year flame, the intoxicating red, the hot-bloodedness. This palm strike used the comprehensions from the wine cups to infuse all of her emotions into it. Emochan had never seen or heard of such a palm technique before, finding it incredible. When the bright moon vanished, Xiao Qian slowly landed on the ground. Emochan stepped forward and asked softly, "Is this palm strike the 1,000-year flame?" Xiao Qian turned around and smiled faintly. "Indeed, you are the only one who can understand this palm strike. However, it is not perfected yet. There are still many areas that need to be improved and refined. Its might should be stronger." Emochan shook her head and said with great certainty, "I feel that this palm strike does not have to be the strongest. Why does a martial technique have to focus solely on offensive power? This palm strike of yours is carefree and unrestrained. The joys and sorrows of partings, joy, anger, sorrow, joy, lofty sentiments, hot-bloodedness, and lofty aspiration are all in this palm strike. If you focus only on its might and offensive power, that would be too unfortunate. Perhaps in the future, you will no longer be able to display the momentum and sentiments you had today." Xiao Qian entered deep thought. Emochan's words confused him for a moment, causing him to sink into deep thought. Haha, of course this is just my opinion as a woman, a small opinion of someone standing at the side. Perhaps it is wrong. Don't mind it, Emochan said with a faint smile. Xiao Qian smiled warmly and said, "How can that be? You are right. Perhaps the 1,000-year flame is really as you said. Let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly go and get the Book of Heavenly Works, lest something bad happens." Emochan nodded. Then she stretched out her hand into the blazing fire and grabbed the Book of Heavenly Works, which was strung together with bamboo leaves. When the fire extinguished, Emochan looked down, and a strange expression appeared on her face. "Hey, my jade pendant is missing. There is such a thing?" Xiao Qian went forward to take a look out of curiosity. Indeed, that was the case. Emochan's heavenly phoenix jade pendant had disappeared from the groove in the middle of the stone pillar carved with all sorts of formation lines. This jade pendant should be some kind of energy that can activate the formation lines. When the formation lines are activated, the energy is exhausted, and the jade pendant disappears. Ao Jiao analyzed rationally from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Qian thought for a while and concluded that this should be the case. He raised his head and said, "Let's go. This has nothing to do with us." Emo Chen's gaze turned grave, but she did not move. "Wait a moment." The shape of the groove changed. "Take out your jade pendant and compare it." Xiao Chan took out the fiery heavenly phoenix jade pendant and compared it. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it matched perfectly, not at all different. Emo Chan said excitedly, "Quickly put it in then." "My heavenly phoenix jade pendant obtained the Book of Heavenly Works. Logically speaking, your jade pendant should be able to obtain something no worse than mine." Xiao Chan could not help feeling excited. Unexpectedly, the sword hilt that the Sky Dome Realm's Firely sect had kept for almost 10 years actually found a home in the Firely sect's headquarters. "Wait a moment. Don't act rashly," Ao Jiao reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Ao Jiao's horizons were broader than Emo Chen's. She felt that there was something wrong with the formation lines on the stone pillar. They seemed to be connected to an extremely destructive ceiling formation. "You decide for yourself. If there is a harvest, there will definitely be a harvest. However, the commotion you cause will be rather big." Xiao Chen thought for a while. Naturally, Ao Jiao's words were most likely correct. However, if he gave up on this fortuitous encounter, it would be too much of a pity. The fortuitous encounter was right before him. If he did not grasp it, he would regret it 100 years later. To gamble or not to gamble? "I'll gamble." Xiao Chan steeled his heart and waved his hand. "Emo-chan, stand behind me." Emo-chan vaguely felt that the formation lines on the stone pillar's surface might be connected to something very destructive. So she obediently stood behind Xiao Chan. After calming his emotions, Xiao Chan carefully and solemnly inserted the heavenly phoenix jade pendant into the stone pillar. The instant the heavenly phoenix jade pendant was inserted, the formation lines on the stone pillar's surface started to light up. A liquid that looked like lava flowed on the pillar. Finally, it burst into flames and burned fiercely. However, it was somewhat surprising. Nothing came out of the flames. This disappointed the nervous and expectant Xiao Chan and Emo Chan. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Nothing changed. As the flames burned, no treasure appeared. It was not like earlier, where the Book of Heavenly Works was summoned out after being placed in. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly and said, "It looks like I was overthinking. Perhaps someone already took the treasure away, or it has been too long, so the formation lines lost their effect." These were the only two possibilities. However, it did not matter. This was something unexpected in the first place. If there was, it would be a pleasant surprise. If there was none, there was no need to be too disappointed. Ka, ka, ka. Just at this moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the stone pillar. As the cracks spread, the entire 10,000 treasure pavilion started shaking violently. The shaking intensified. Rocks fell from the ceiling of every floor. Some unlucky cultivators were injured by the rocks. Cracks appeared on the walls everywhere, and they were accompanied by the incessant shaking. All the signs pointed to one fact. The 10,000 treasure pavilion was about to collapse. Quickly run. Quickly run. The 10,000 treasure pavilion is going to collapse. Immediately, panicked footsteps resounded. No matter which floor the cultivators were on, they all started running for their lives. Chapter 1041. However, that was not the extent of the collapse. The cultivators who came out of the 10,000 treasure pavilion were shocked to discover that the treasure mountain that floated out of the water started to shake violently. Cracks spread everywhere. The seawater in the surroundings churned intensely. Waves surged up, rising and falling with horrifying waves. Even the sky had turned dark at some point in time. Heavy clouds covered the sky, and a line connected it to the sky. What's going on? What's going on? The treasure mountain seems like it is going to explode. Why is the treasure mountain reacting so strangely? The treasure mountain has appeared several times before, but such a thing never happened. A valuable treasure must be appearing soon. Otherwise, it would not cause such a huge commotion. Tens of thousands of cultivators fled the treasure mountain in panic, making wild guesses all over the place. These people stood in the distance, feeling nervous as they watched the treasure mountain on the verge of exploding. There were also some bold and skilled people who remained quietly in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Even if the treasure mountain exploded, great grandmaster level martial sages would be able to protect themselves from harm. None of the 6 great loose cultivators on the 5th floor had left. This was especially so for Gao Yongyu. Unexpectedly, he even had an excited expression on his face. I wonder which unlucky fellow activated the restriction. Based on the situation, a valuable treasure must be appearing. Haha, I lucked out. A sinister look flashed in Gao Yongyu's eyes. His law energy flowed continuously, forming a firm protective barrier to protect himself. A careful look would reveal that his law energy had already broken away from heavenly sage laws and turned into the higher-level heavenly laws. It contained the power of an Empyrean, faintly merging with heaven and earth, possessing a mysterious Tao. However, this profound Tao did not seem very stable, appearing and disappearing at times. It was unknown whether it was done on purpose or for some other reason. Inside the stone room, Xiao Chan and Imo Chan showed extremely grave expressions. They had not expected the commotion to be so great. The stone pillar in front of Xiao Chan was slowly peeling off. What was sealed beneath it would be revealed very soon. Boom! When the stone pillar completely collapsed, the treasure mountain that had risen to the surface of the water suddenly exploded, causing a huge explosion that shook the heavens and shook the earth. Countless towering waves rose one after another, forming a magnificent spectacle. The seawater flowed backward. Primal chaos shock waves radiated out. Several cultivators who were standing too close bore the brunt of the shock waves and were crushed into powder. A beam of light soared into the skies. A powerful pressure radiated out in all directions. Caught off guard, tens of thousands of martial artists fell into the water, their laws and veritable essence in chaos. He looked up carefully and saw a simple and imposing divine bow floating quietly in the treasure light. This was the king of the bow, able to comprehend the profound and transform into a deity, able to shoot down the sun in the sky, able to pierce through the bright moon in the sea. Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. The legend was true. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao was really in this treasure mountain. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao was a divine weapon ranked within the top 5 of the divine weapon ranking. It was comparable to a primordial emperor treasure, the peak of spirit weapons. After being lost for more than 10,000 years, it reappeared in the world today. All along, the rumors of the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao on the treasure mountain had never stopped. At this moment they finally verified the reliability of the rumors. The divine weapon Shooting Sun Bao was indeed in the treasure mountain. The way it appeared was extremely tyrannical. The entire peak of the treasure mountain that floated above the water was blasted away. The surrounding cultivators felt excited, their blood surging. However, no one dared to move. None of them flew towards the treasure light soaring into the sky. If it were a king-grade secret treasure, there would definitely be a huge crowd of people rushing over. However, a treasure that far surpassed their strength actually calmed them down. Everyone knew that if they were not strong enough, even if they managed to snatch such a treasure, they would not be able to leave this sea alive. Quick look! There are still people around the treasure light. When the crowd squinted, they saw 6 people in the vicinity of the treasure light, some near and some far away. Under the illumination of the treasure light, the appearances of these 6 people could be seen clearly even from several kilometers away. These 6 people were the 6 great loose cultivators that remained in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Damn! It's the 6 great loose cultivators. It's over this time. They will definitely snatch away the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao. Those city lords have already lost confidence in the treasure mountain. Without the blue-robed emperor, no one can stop these 6 great loose cultivators. How unfortunate! To think that the divine bow is going to end up in the hands of a few evil loose cultivators. No matter who it was, the 6 great loose cultivators were infamous in the Cloud Sea domain. When they killed people, they were unreasonable and temperamental. Seeing that the divine bow was about to end up in the hands of these loose cultivators, the loose cultivators naturally felt indignant. Although they were angry and upset, no one dared to take a step forward. I'll go first. This little lady will be taking this bow. Madame Hua laughed. Her graceful figure looked very charming under the light. She smiled gently and blocked the might of the treasure light as she flew towards the pillar of light soaring into the sky. Go away. Someone was even faster than Madame Hua. An unparalleled king's aura surged over as the heavenly war halberd in her hand chopped down. It was like the wrath of a king caused blood to splatter for 500 kilometers around. With a gentle chop, everyone submitted. It carried a boundless might as it forced Madame Hua back. On the other side, the old fish devil, the silver shark swordsman, and the iron sword maniac fought a chaotic battle. Their killing chi was boundless. No one was willing to submit to the other. Only Gao Yongyu stood in the distance with a cold smile on his face. He stood upright with his hands behind his back as he looked at the divine bow floating in the air. He did not move a single step, as if he did not intend to make a move. The 5 great loose cultivators fought fiercely. This was truly shocking. It was unexpected, but it was reasonable. However, no one dared to make a move. This was because Gao Yongyu's gaze swept through the surroundings, intentionally or otherwise. He was like a towering king, deterring people from taking even half a step forward. Old friends, stop fighting. I want the bow. In the future, when I unify the Cloud Sea domain, I will definitely repay everyone for their kind intentions. After thinking for a while, Gao Yongyu, who had not made a move all this while, suddenly made a move. A huge suction came from his palm, pulling the sun shooting bow over to him with a buzz. I just knew that you would not be able to keep your composure. Wishful thinking. It would be strange if this old lady agreed. If you unify the Cloud Sea domain, how can we survive? Stop dreaming, Gao Yongyu. Immediately, the 5 people fighting stopped at the same time. Then they each sent out a suction, pulling the sun shooting bow over to them. This bow was an ownerless item. Furthermore, it had been asleep for 10,000 years. Its item spirit was already dead, and most of its magic abilities were gone. Despite its strong might, it was being pulled over by a few minor characters who were not even Emperor Wu. This was a kind of tragedy for a divine weapon. Even for a divine weapon that was not on the divine weapon ranking, the competitors were at least at the level of the blue-robed emperor. Gao Yongyu frowned slightly. Just as his patience reached its limit, a figure suddenly appeared under the sea. Suddenly a figure appeared. Before everyone's eyes, the figure grasped the Emperor's shooting sun bow tightly in his hand. The treasure light that filled the sky immediately vanished, and the dark clouds that connected the sky moved in all directions, slowly disappearing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and sunlight shone down, sweeping away the dark space. Naturally, the one holding the Emperor's shooting sun bow was the one closest to the divine bow. After the treasure mountain exploded, Xiao Chan had been hiding in the water without moving. When the sunlight shone on the face of the person holding the bow, several people immediately exclaimed. This name had recently appeared like a meteor in the Cloud Sea domain, attracting attention. In Shattered Cloud City, when Xiren had killed 8 young city lords in a fit of rage, 8 blue-robed emperors were searching for him everywhere. Unexpectedly, he had appeared in the treasure mountain. Furthermore, he had forcefully made a move before the eyes of 6 great loose cultivators, forcefully grasping the Emperor's shooting sun bow. Xiao Chan held the bow in his hand and fiddled with it like there was no one around. He praised, "Not bad. Even if the item spirit no longer exists and most of its divine might is lost, this bow should still rank as the top bow in the world. Right, I can give it to first senior sister." Shui Lingling had helped Xiao Chun countless times, from the moment he arrived in the Kunlun realm until now. However, Xiao Chun did not have anything he could take out to repay this favor. Today, he coincidentally obtained this divine bow. Seemed like the will of heaven. Suddenly, Xiao Chun looked around and happened to meet Xinyuan Zhantian's gaze. The two of them felt this was strange. They had not expected to meet each other here. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old friend from the Sky Dome realm in this insignificant Cloud Sea domain. Xinyuan Zhantian smiled helplessly as he sent a voice projection. "It looks like I have no more chances. I will not make a move. Be careful of this, Gao Yongyu." After sending the voice projection, Xinyuan Zhantian silently withdrew while everyone focused their attention on Xiao Chan. "Brat, it's you again." The silver shark swordsman recognized Xiao Chan with one glance. He drew his sword, and killing chi spread out from his body. He did not hold back at all as he pushed off the ground and charged at Xiao Chan. He leaped into the air, stepping on the silver shark. Layers of waves, one after another, surged behind him. When the cold light point arrived, the silver shark's body trembled. When the cold light arrived, There were already 999 layers of waves. With each layer, the might of this sword increased slightly. By the time the 99 layers were completed, the might of this sword had already increased by more than fivefold. This was the Silver Shark Swordsman's killing move, Waves Surging. When its aura was at its peak, the Silver Shark Swordsman thrust his sword out. His entire movement was very smooth, perfect. Drawing the sword, flying horizontally, storing up power, stacking waves, and thrusting out. All these were completed in the time it took for a spark to fly. Those with weaker eyesight would not be able to see so many things. They could only see that when the Silver Shark Swordsman thrust his sword, 99 layers of waves appeared. Good timing. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes and put away the sun-shooting bow. Then he stretched out his hand. 100 true dragons roared ferociously in Xiao Qian's dantian. Those were the materialized heavenly sage laws. His law energy had reached a whole new level. In terms of might, they were comparable to heavenly laws. This was the first time Xiao Qian executed flawless bright moon with his materialized heavenly sage laws. It was extremely resplendent. His entire index finger glowed like jade. It was simply the most perfect finger in the world. There were no adjectives that could describe the beauty of those fingers. Dang! Xiao Qian's finger pressed against the other party's sword tip. The two extremely strong forces clashed in the air, giving off a melodious and ear-splitting sound. The entire space trembled and flowed like water, forming an intense spatial storm. Chapter 1042. A horrifying energy surged over. However, Xiao Qian's body was like a mountain, not moving at all. With one finger he forced back the incoming enemy. The cultivators in the distance sighed. In their opinion, the Silver Shark Swordsman's sword strike was already terrifyingly strong. However, Xiao Qian calmly stretched out a finger and forced back the other party. The Silver Shark Swordsman took 10 steps back in the air. He was somewhat shocked to discover that his law energy had increased fivefold. Compared to the other party, his law energy was still slightly inferior. This one Xiren's law energy should be so pure. In reality, aside from Xiao Qian's materialized law energy, the assistance of his great perfection saber soul was also the reason for such an effect. The Silver Shark Swordsman, who had just reached small perfection, was not strong enough before Xiao Qian. Otherwise, with Xiao Qian's current cultivation, he would not be able to injure the other party. To the cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, these loose cultivators were extremely strong, far stronger than regular Great Grandmaster level martial swordsmen. However, along the way, Xiao Qian had killed many Great Grandmaster level martial swordsmen and seen all sorts of Great Grandmaster level martial swordsmen. He had even fought with the blue-robed emperor. Aside from the old man who had yet to make a move, which made Xiao Qian feel some fear, these people before him were only so-so. This scene not only shocked the Silver Shark Swordsman, but also the other three loose cultivators. Heavy shock flashed in their eyes. Originally, they had been ferociously preparing to work together. However, now they actually hesitated for a moment. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. They still dared to hesitate before a huge battle. No wonder they could only flaunt their might in this insignificant place, gaining some ferocious reputation. If you are not going to attack, I will. Xiao Qian's figure flashed. Facing these four loose cultivators, the Old Fish Devil, the Iron Sword Maniac, Madame Flower, and the Silver Shark Swordsman, instead of retreating, Xiao Qian turned into a saber light and charged at the weakest Madame Flower. Madame Flower revealed a startled expression. In a fluster, she opened her mouth and spat out a red poisonous fog. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and inhaled, directly swallowing this poisonous fog. After refining 100 drops of dragon marrow, his physical body had already reached the peak of rank 4 sage body. This level of corrosive poison mist could not cause any damage to his body at all. Madame Hua, who was in slight disbelief, was slightly taken aback. Her poisonous mist that could turn a person into red bones did not have any effect at all. While she was distracted, Xiao Qian's fist did not show any mercy. It landed on her body, causing her to vomit a mouthful of blood. She was severely injured. Let's go together. Ironsword Maniac was the first to react. The broadsword in his hand slashed out. The powerful explosive power behind it made this attack seem very frightening. Xiao Qian frowned slightly and did not clash head-on. His eyes lit up as he instantly found the weakness of this move. Then, He turned around and materialized his flawless saber Dao to its limits. Crisp saber images filled the air as he turned around and swung his saber. The sword body trembled, instantly dispelling the berserk power. The old fish devil charged over with his fishing rod. The silver shark swordsman gritted his teeth and charged over again. Madame Hua's figure was ethereal as she flew around, continuously attacking Xiao Chun. The four worked together to surround and attack Xiao Chun. However, they did not feel relaxed at all. Saber hums filled the air, ringing endlessly like the most beautiful zither music in the world. Xiao Chun, who was surrounded, used his body as a saber, dealing with every move, firmly suppressing the four. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to continue fighting. His gaze turned cold, and a bright moon soared into the sky behind him. The moon was like fire burning endlessly. The joys and sorrows of partings, lofty aspirations, hot-bloodedness, all are in my palm. 1,000-year flame, inextinguishable, only I am undefeatable. Xiao Chun, who held the upper hand, suddenly unleashed his aura. A bright moon leaped out from behind him and hung high in the air, looking like a blazing flame. The bright moon in the sky was like a river of time. Many different Xiao Chuns leaped out of the river. Some were sad, some were unruly, some were as calm as autumn water. Xiao Chun sent out the same palm strike as Xiao Chun under the moon. The four great loose cultivators felt an unparalleled force from the palm strike. Their internal organs instantly ruptured. They vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back 5 kilometers. Then they fell into the water and fainted. What kind of palm strike was this? It spoke of joy and sorrow, of partings and reunions, of lofty aspirations, of hot-bloodedness. It was as satisfying as strong wine, as fiery as inextinguishable hot-bloodedness. With one palm strike, the four great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain flew back 1 kilometer, their fates unknown. Who in the younger generation could have such elegance? Who exactly was Wen Xiren? With such startling strength, he should have been famous in the entire heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why had no one heard of this name before? This was a mysterious person, an unresolvable question. All the cultivators who saw this scene wondered who exactly he was. Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators had heard of the flawless saber Dao before. They guessed in their hearts, but that person was already a great grandmaster level martial sage long ago. He could not be compared to Wen Xiren at all. Xinyuan Zhantian, who had already retreated far away, felt depressed. He revealed a bitter smile on his face. Some people really could not be used as opponents. Otherwise, it would be a shadow in one's heart for life. Of the 6 great loose cultivators, Xinyuan Zhantian had retreated, and the other 4 had fainted. Now, only Gao Yongyu, who had not made a move yet, remained. After seeing Xiao Chen's strong strength, if nothing unexpected happened, this divine bow would end up in Xiao Chen's hands. You are so strong at such a young age. You are ridiculously strong. If not for this treasure mountain and my fortuitous encounter, you might have had a chance today. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gao Yongyu did not show any worry when facing the strong Xiao Chun. He seemed very confident and in control. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Gao Yongyu smiled faintly and no longer suppressed his strength. He took a gentle step forward in the air. With this step, the winds and clouds changed color. The winds blew and the clouds moved in all directions. The winds and clouds swallowed up a great scene. When Gao Yongyu raised his foot, he stirred up the winds and clouds. This was the mark of the blue-robed emperor. Immediately, a horrifying aura spread out from Gao Yongyu's body, making it hard for others to breathe. Blue-robed emperor. Gao Yongyu broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. Wen Xiren is finished this time. Unexpectedly, Gao Yongyu found a 10,000-year-old spirit herb in the treasure mountain and broke through the bottleneck of great grandmaster level martial sage, becoming a major character that can stir up the winds and clouds. No wonder he is so confident. He actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm. Even if he enters and exits the blue-robed emperor realm, he would be able to suppress Wen Xiren with such strength. The difference in cultivation is too great. If Wen Xiren were a great grandmaster level martial sage, he might have a chance. Now he has no chance at all. The situation suddenly changed. Gao Yongyu, who had not made a move yet, actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm. From now on, there would be another major character in the Cloud Sea domain. If Gao Yongyu obtained the divine bow, he might even be able to unify the Cloud Sea domain in a few years. How unfortunate! This fellow took advantage of this opening. The 8 city lords would not have expected the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bow to really appear in the treasure mountain. On the surface of the sea, Mo Chun, who had been very confident in Xiao Chun, could not help but reveal a worried expression. Why can't I be stronger? If I were stronger, I would be able to help him. Xiao Chun now understood why Xinyuan Zhantian warned him to be careful of this person. Gao Yongyu was actually someone who had just entered the blue-robed emperor realm and could stir up the winds and clouds. Gao Yongyu could tell that Xiao Qin's origins were not simple. He said calmly, "You do not belong to the Cloud Sea domain. Hand over the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bow, and I will not make things difficult for you." Xiao Chun was someone who had just entered the blue-robed emperor, yet he dared to speak such nonsense before him. This was simply too presumptuous. After this matter, Xiao Qin's identity would be completely exposed. He would no longer be able to remain in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Chun glanced at Mo Chun in the distance and sighed to himself, "We will meet again if we are fated." When Xiao Chun turned his head back, his expression turned cold. He said in a cold voice, "I really want to know how you are going to make things difficult for me. What right do you have to make things difficult for me? Just based on your half-baked blue-robed emperor cultivation?" Xiao Chun shouted and waved his hand. The many peak spirit veins in his universe ring turned into roaming dragons and flew out. Crystalline spiritual rain fell from the sky. Splash, splash, splash. As the rainwater hit the water, it tinkled endlessly. "These are peak spirit veins." Someone exclaimed softly, feeling it strange. How could Wenziren have so many peak spirit veins? Xiao Chun took out a total of 10 peak spirit veins. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed them all. The spiritual rain vanished, and a blazing sun-like light came from Xiao Chen's body. It was as dazzling and piercing as the sun. Light and heat came from his body, directly vaporizing the seawater below. Mist rose into the air, making it hard for people to see what was happening inside. They could only feel a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from within. Gao Yongyu's face sank, and his eyelids twitched for some reason. He had a bad feeling. Gao Yongyu felt anxious and wanted to make a move. However, he could not see anything in this mist, so he did not dare to act rashly. This situation did not last for long. With the continuous and undulating dragon roars, the mist dissipated with a loud bang. 10,000 dragons danced behind Xiao Chun, looking ferocious. The ferocious dragon roars caused the seawater to churn. Huge waves rose up and down endlessly. Among the dragons, Xiao Chen's attire changed. He now wore the Azure Neptune headscarf on his forehead and the clear wind robes, which equaled a Peak King grade secret treasure, infused with the Blue Dragon King's insignia. At this moment, the Blue Dragon King returned to its peak, rising from the ashes and advancing further. 10,000 dragons soared. What kind of grand scene was this? The cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain gaped. They had never seen this scene before in their lives. Their minds paused for a moment. Shock that came from the bottom of their hearts reverberated in their minds for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dragon-shaped laws entered Xiao Chen's body. With each law that entered, Xiao Chun could feel his strength increase significantly. When all 10,000 laws entered his body, Xiao Chun experienced an unprecedented strength. With a wave of his hand he could split mountains. The law energy surged endlessly. He could execute several killing moves that he could only execute once or twice in the past as he pleased without having to worry about exhausting his law energy. A hazy scene appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He saw a ravine that connected heaven and earth. After crossing the other shore, he could ascend to the Great Tao and knock on the Emperor's door. The chasm between heaven and earth, the chasm between great Grandmaster-level martial sages and Emperor Wu that Elder Qin spoke of, he finally saw it with his own eyes. It turned out that the scene on the other shore was so glorious. Now that Xiao Chun had returned to his peak, the blue-robed emperor was within reach. He could start constructing the bridge to heaven at any time. Chapter 1043. Shock flashed in Gao Yongyu's eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen's current attire, he paled somewhat as he exclaimed, "You are not Wenziren. You are the Blue Dragon King Shao Chan that the Thunder King personally appointed. At this moment the mystery that troubled everyone, who exactly Wen Xiren was finally revealed. Long ago when Shao Chan used the flawless saber Dao, someone had already guessed that Wen Xiren was an alias, and that his true identity was the Blue Dragon King. However, at that time, Shao Chan was only an inferior grade martial sage. No one could connect him to the Blue Dragon King. At this moment, Shao Chen's cultivation had returned to its peak. He had changed into the clear wind robes with the Blue Dragon King's insignia and the iconic Neptune headscarf. Who would not recognize him now? During the king conferral ceremony, Shao Chan had defeated the outstanding talents everywhere, even the famous Fu Hongyao of Zodiac Hall, causing him to flee while covering his face. Who in the world did not know the Blue Dragon King? Even in the distant heavenly starry ocean, even if they had not seen his portrait, they would have heard of his name. The descendant of the Qing Emperor, the new generation Blue Dragon King, the peak of the Kunlun continent's younger generation, the white-robed Shao Chan. Emo-chan was somewhat stunned. Emo-chan was slightly stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. He had already guessed that Shao Chan had a great background. However, he had not expected it to be this great. It was so great that it completely surpassed his expectations, far surpassed his imagination. The Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's Mu Qinghan was dumbfounded. To think that he chased away such a legendary character like the Blue Dragon King. No wonder he dared to kill people in the City Lord's mansion. The Blue Dragon King even dared to cut the divine Sun Diwuk in half. Why would he care about a few descendants of the blue-robed emperor? Right now, Neptune's old subordinates are searching the world for him, wanting him to hand over Neptune's crown. They definitely would not expect Shao Chan to be in our insignificant Cloud Sea domain. There's going to be a good show to watch. Although Gao Yongyu is the blue-robed emperor, he has only just become a blue-robed emperor. Against a peerless genius like Shao Chan, the chances of him winning are now 50-50. There is still a chance. After all, it is the blue-robed emperor. It will be difficult for Shao Chan to defeat Gao Yongyu. Shao Chan had recovered his strength, and his identity was exposed. The surrounding cultivators all went into an uproar. No one had expected this. No one had expected the answer to be so shocking. When Xiren was the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chan such a legendary character. Gao Yongyu's expression turned sullen. The Emperor's shooting sun Bao concerned whether he could unify the Cloud Sea domain or not. Even if the other party was the Blue Dragon King, he had to fight for it. There is a huge difference between a blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Without stepping into the realm of the blue-robed emperor, you will never understand how strong the blue-robed emperor is. Shao Chan, hand over the divine Bao. I am willing to give you all my gains from this trip to the treasure mountain. Gao Yongyu's stance was unyielding, but his words implied that he was making a significant concession. Shao Chan said coldly, blue-robed emperors are also divided into different levels. You are just a blue-robed emperor who has just started building bridges and has not even reached small perfection. Do you think I care about you? How arrogant. Today, even if you are the Blue Dragon King, I will make you fall here. Meteor punch. Gao Yongyu snorted coldly and stopped speaking. He took a step forward and stirred up winds and clouds. Then he punched with a boundless aura at Shao Chan. Gao Yongyu's fist contained the might of a meteor falling from the sky. His entire body turned into a blazing flame. When he took a step forward, it seemed like he could even pierce through the barrier of the sky. The explosive energy contained in the flames made even the cultivators 10 kilometers away feel fear. Is this the full power strike of the blue-robed emperor? How horrifying. I probably cannot even block half a punch. When several people saw Gao Yongyu's full power strike stirring up winds and clouds, wanting to pierce through the sky, they all felt fear in their hearts. Shao Chen's expression remained calm. The blue-robed emperor's strike was indeed horrifying. However, Shao Chen's law energy had already taken form. Every move of his could draw out vast energy. How could he feel fear? Your punch contains the will to pierce through the sky, wanting to pierce through the barrier of the sky. I have a punch as well. I hate the sky for being too low. Not enough for me to spread my wings and soar. Shao Chan spread his arms and faced Gao Yongyu's punch with a startling aura. He did not hesitate to clash with it. A huge shadow shone down. The Kuan-Peng spread its wings and soared for 5,000 kilometers, hating the sky for being too low. The two fists clashed, and startling energy surged out in all directions like the tide. The winds and clouds moved, and the sky changed color. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, did not take a step back. Instead, he knocked Gao Yongyu back. Even the blue-robed emperor was knocked back by this punch. Xiao Chun could not help but feel proud. He smiled and said, "Is this the difference between heaven and earth that you were talking about? You are only SOSO. Receive another punch from me." Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Eternal Myth. A golden light encased Xiao Chan, and an indomitable deity appeared behind him. This deity looked exactly like Xiao Chan, solemn and dignified, exuding a supreme might. Sagely songs resounded in the surroundings, praising Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's legend resounded in the air. An epic scene appeared in all directions. Who was the legend? Not the distant deities, not the ancient sages. Instead, it was the nearby Xiao Chan, who carried 10,000 dragons and soared, eternal and inextinguishable. Bang! When the divine might gathered, the illusory deity behind Xiao Chan suddenly froze the instant he punched. It was like it was real as it punched together with Xiao Chan. When a deity made his move, a huge fist arrived in an instant. The great martial technique that Gao Yongyu had condensed and the momentum he gathered was scattered. With one punch, Gao Yongyu vomited blood and flew back. There was no trace of the blue-robed emperor's might, no trace of the demeanor that an expert like the blue-robed emperor should have. Gao Yongyu was beaten into a sorry state by a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Dusk of deities. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not feel complacent at all. He had to beat the blue-robed emperor to death in one go. Otherwise, when the blue-robed emperor caught his breath, he would not be able to avoid a fierce battle. The setting sun looked like blood and dusk arrived. The legend came to an end, and a dirge resounded. Scarlet meteors tore through the sky, and it looked like a hazy rain of blood. The aura of the apocalypse spread in all directions. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow. It was like a civilization was withering before their eyes. Xiao Chan had studied this dusk of deities several times. Furthermore, he had personally seen the mysterious phenomenon of Emperor Forsaken's clone falling. He had already comprehended most of it. Using the scene of the apocalypse to bring out the state of the end was the essence of this punch. Punch after punch, the legend followed the apocalypse. Xiao Chan beat Gao Yongyu until he could not even respond. The momentum that he had just gathered scattered again. His complexion paled, and blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Gao Yongyu moved his hands and a horrifying aura flowed out. A surging flame appeared on his body. Trying to execute a profound martial technique to put your life on the line? It would be strange if I gave you the chance. Die. Xiao Chun pressed on, not giving his opponent any chance to turn the situation around. A strand of divine light entered his body as he executed the myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. Xiao Chen's punch increased his combat prowess tenfold. A mist of blood soared into the air. Xiao Chen's punch directly smashed Gao Yongyu's corpse into nothingness. 3 punches. With just 3 punches, Xiao Chan killed a person who had stepped into the blue-robed emperor realm. The entire place fell silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As they looked at the calm Xiao Chan in the air, fear flashed on their faces. There was no falsehood in his fame. The Blue Dragon King truly lived up to his reputation. When everyone looked around, no one else appeared. The 6 great loose cultivators were either dead, injured, or retreated. As long as the blue-robed emperor did not appear, no one could compete with Xiao Chan. Blue Dragon King, we, the 8 city lords of the Cloud Sea domain, thank you for your generous gift. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. We, the 8 city lords, also have a gift. Keep it well. Just when everyone thought that no one could compete with Xiao Chan for the emperor's shooting sun bao, 8 figures that should not appear suddenly leaped out of the crowd. 8 figures that should never have appeared suddenly leaped out from the crowd. The 8 quasi-emperors had actually appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, they did not say anything. Without hesitation, they each sent out a killing move at Xiao Chan, who was in the air. Resplendent light filled the sky. 8 attacks of different colors dyed the sky like a canvas, filling it with a pleasing beauty. However, this beautiful mysterious phenomenon was accompanied by boundless killing intent. Everyone gaped. Was there still a way out of this? Was the Cloud Sea domain really going to become the Blue Dragon King's burial ground? The 8 attacks contained the 8 different daos of the 8 great blue-robed emperors. When they attacked at the same time, tiny cracks appeared in the stable space of the Kunlun realm. Fortunately, Xiao Qian was used to seeing all sorts of life or death situations. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been frightened silly by such a formation. They would not even be able to retaliate before getting blasted into mush. At the critical moment, Xiao Qian reacted quickly. 2 motes of light appeared in his eyes. 2 flames, one yin and one yang, surged out and chased each other, forming a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. They materialized a scene of primal chaos, condensing space and forming a small world out of nowhere. When the 8 killing moves landed on the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, Xiao Qian's mind trembled. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took 8 steps back. With each step, space trembled 8 times, trembling endlessly. The calm seawater below became like a mirror, cracks appearing in it and shattering. Boom! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram lasted for a moment before shattering. However, it managed to block for a moment, significantly reducing the might of the 8 killing moves. Xiao Qian did not move from his original spot. His fists danced, and 10,000 dragons surged in his body. Every move could stir up the wind and clouds, dealing with the moves as they came. After 2 or 3 breaths, Xiao Qian dealt with these startling attacks with their overwhelming momentum. A cool breeze blew and the seawater surged. Xiao Qian's long hair draped over his shoulders as he hovered in the air. Even when the 8 blue-robed emperors appeared at the same time, it was hard to find any fluctuations on his face. He blocked it. Far away, the people in the Cloud Sea domain, who had already hidden 10 kilometers away, revealed incredulous expressions when they saw Xiao Qian standing in the air. The 8 blue-robed emperors had ruled the Cloud Sea domain for many years. All of them were very strong. They were not like the half-baked Emperor Wu like Gao Yongyu. All of them had reached small perfection of the blue-robed emperor. However, even with 8 small perfection Emperor Wu attacking together, their might overwhelming and space-shattering, Xiao Qian still managed to block them. Everyone's gifts are really big. Xiao Qian snorted coldly as he looked at the 8 city lords standing shoulder to shoulder in front, their faces filled with shock. The descendants of the 8 of us are not as big as your gifts. Wang Zhan's expression turned sullen. He had not expected that he would not be able to kill Xiao Qian. Suddenly he looked around and saw Emo Chan standing in the distance. Chapter 1044. An uncontrollable murderous intent flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes as he said coldly, "Bitch, if not for you my son would not have died." Wang Zhan's figure flashed, and the winds and clouds changed. He arrived before Emo Chan and threw a palm strike. Under the encirclement of his aura, Emo Chan could not even move. It looked like Emo Chan would be smashed to death. Bang! An azure figure descended from the sky and glided over, shielding Emo Chan. Then he threw a punch and blocked the palm strike for Emo Chan. The son of the blue-robed emperor actually worked together to bully a girl. Your son only has himself to blame. His death is a worthy one. Wang Zhan could not kill Emo Chan with one palm strike. He could not help but feel enraged. No one in the Cloud Sea domain can stop me if I want to kill someone. Dang! 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 After pulling Emo Chan behind him, Xiao Qian did not say a word. He did not move at all, just like an old tree. As his fists danced, he blocked all of Wang Zhan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Wang Zhan was surprised to discover that Xiao Qian's strength was only slightly inferior to his. A small perfection blue-robed emperors. Xiao Qian's physical body was even stronger than Wang Zhan's. He did not show any fear when clashing head-on with Wang Zhan. His strong physical body could make up for the difference in strength. Horrifying waves resounded in the surroundings, and space trembled endlessly. However, the area behind Xiao Qian remained calm and peaceful. No matter how strong the shock waves outside were, the place where Emo Chan stood was always peaceful and tranquil. Blood-killing technique. Fist breaking the 9 heavens. After another 100 moves, Wang Zhan lost his patience and directly executed his profound martial technique. Instantly, the sky behind Wang Zhan turned scarlet. An aura of massacre spread everywhere. A dense blood mist nearly turned into liquid, forming an extremely horrifying scene. Blood-killing fist. Now Xiao Chun can only protect himself. This is Wang Zhan's famous martial skill. Back then, he relied on this punch to defeat the old city lord of Shattered Cloud City with a single punch. That was how he became the new city lord. However, Xiao Chun is terrifying enough. He is still a fine line away from the blue-robed emperor. Facing the blue-robed emperor's Wang Zhan, not only can he protect himself, but he can also protect a person for such a long time. The terrifying phenomenon caused by Wang Zhan's punch immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Xiao Chun punched out, and a blood mist filled the air, pouring into his fist. Before the fist light arrived, it already pushed back space. Even the distance between him and Xiao Chun slowly widened. Xiao Chun was startled. When the blue-robed emperor executed a profound martial technique, its might was indeed too horrifying. At this moment, Xiao Chun could no longer hold back. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber. The bright moon, peach blossoms, summer, falling leaves, white snow, lightning, blue dragon, and many other mysterious phenomena flew out from his body the instant he grasped the saber hilt. The bright moon could be perfect and flawless, the peach blossoms could last for 50 kilometers, the blazing summer sun could burn the land for 500 kilometers, the merciless autumn wind could sweep the world, the boundless winter snow could freeze the land for thousands of kilometers, and the blue dragon could soar into the sky. All these mysterious phenomena were grand and glorious. One kind of glory could illuminate one's entire life. I have thousands of kinds of glory condensed into one saber. That instant is eternity. A saber light flashed, and the instant of glory appeared as Xiao Chun chopped out. They were both profound martial techniques. However, Xiao Chun's profound martial technique was the strongest killing move that he comprehended himself. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, was merely copying his ancestors, even though his cultivation was much higher. Naturally, there was no need to say who was stronger and who was weaker. When the strong clashed, Wang Zhan's famous martial technique lasted for only a moment before crumbling. The glory that belonged to Xiao Chun seemed eternal. A horrifying wound appeared on Wang Zhan's chest. Several of his ribs were broken. This saber strike knocked him back in a sorry state. The other city lords were greatly startled and quickly flew over to catch him. Bang! Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. The land behind him remained as peaceful as before. Ao Jiao, there are still 7 blue-robed emperors left. What are my chances of victory if I use Neptune's crown? After all, you did not comprehend Neptune's crown on your own. If the 7 blue-robed emperors make a move at the same time, they will be able to shatter the domain. It will not be of much use. That is to say, I have no chance of victory. More or less. However, if you want to leave now, no one can stop you. I understand. After a quick conversation with Ao Jiao, Xiao Chun looked at the various city lords in the air, and felt that it was unfortunate. Originally, he had planned to deal with them one by one after he recovered his strength. Unexpectedly, they all came at him at the same time. That's fine. Since they all came, I'll just kill them all. If we do not eliminate this brat, we will definitely be the ones to die in the future. The 8 blue-robed emperors snorted coldly and attacked at the same time. This time they did not just send out a simple killing move. Instead, they surrounded Xiao Chun, intending to kill him. The cultivators in the distance all revealed expressions of pity. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was a powerful, outstanding talent, a hero of his generation, and a startling talent. Yet, these older generation characters ignored their status and worked together to kill him. Even if Xiao Chun had many magic skills, he would still have to die today. No one expected such an outcome. Mo Chun, who was behind Xiao Chun, was so anxious that she started crying. She pushed Xiao Chun away and said, "Just go. Don't worry about me. I know you can leave." "You think you can leave? No one can save the 2 of you today. There is no way for you to survive." The 8 blue-robed emperors roared in unison, shaking the sky. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? However, I have a saber that is even higher than an emperor's. It can break the sky and chop down the moon. An azure-colored medallion appeared on Xiao Qin's fingertip. This medallion contained a saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind 10,000 years ago. With a thought, Xiao Qin instantly released the saber light in the blue dragon medallion. The world immediately turned black and white. A saber light flew out of the blue dragon medallion, crossing the river of time and space. 10,000 years ago, the unrivaled Qing Emperor swept through the world. His saber light reappeared in the world. Under this saber light, the 8 blue-robed emperors were chopped in half together with the space around them. This saber light split the sky. Sha! Sha! After a long time, the world regained its color. The bodies of the 8 blue-robed emperors seemed to fade away with the wind, vanishing into thin air. Dead. The 8 blue-robed emperors died just like that, vanishing into thin air. There was nothing in the air that could prove the existence of the 8 blue-robed emperors, not even a speck of dust. If one had not seen it for themselves, no one would believe that the 8 blue-robed emperors had been here. What kind of saber light was that? The world was colorless, only black and white. It crossed time and space, a saber strike that lasted 10,000 years. The blue dragon medallion on Xiao Qin's finger recovered to its original state. The saber light was no longer there. In the future, he would not be able to use it to block Emperor Wu's aura. However, it did not matter. Xiao Qin did not feel any pity or regret. Whether it was worth it or not, he felt that it was worth it. Given Xiao Qin's strength, if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. He would not need the Qing Emperor's medallion at all. However, it was worth it to help Imo-chan clear the obstacles and not leave behind a mess. As long as he had a clear conscience, it would be worth it. There was no need to care about the gains and losses. In life, there were always some things that could not be measured in terms of gains and losses. I'm leaving. Let's meet again if fate wills it. If you have any difficulties in the future, Miss Imo-chan can go to Heavenly Star Island and look for some of my friends. Let's meet again. The hardest thing to say was parting. However, he still had to say it when he needed to. All good things must come to an end. Xiao Qin was not a wishy-washy person. Imo-chan squeezed out a smile and said, "Let's meet again. Since you said you're leaving, then leave. Stop dilly-dallying." Right. Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Before everyone's eyes, he flew into the distance. Wait a moment. This is for you. While in the air, Xiao Qin turned around. When Imo-chan called out to him, he waved his hand, and the grief pendant quickly flew towards her. The remnant flower was like blood, filled with grief. The scarlet remnant flower had many illusions, flowing with light and vibrant colors, looking beautiful and sorrowful. The two had met because of this item and parted because of it. The sorrow of parting seemed to reflect the meaning of grief. Xiao Qin looked at the grief pendant in a somewhat distracted manner. In his rush to leave, he actually forgot about this most important item. Did he subconsciously choose to escape because he feared disappointment and loneliness? When the grief pendant arrived before Xiao Qin, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly. Then, he turned his head back and happened to meet Imo-chan's gaze. "Don't forget our agreement. When I reach the blue-robed emperor realm, I will definitely come and look for you." Xiao Qin smiled. This time he really smiled. This time it was no longer a white lie. "I will wait for you. I will watch you knock on the emperor's door and personally watch you take off your veil." Imo-chan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Whether he was the Blue Dragon King or Wenziren, he was still the person who stretched out his cold hand to hold hers when everyone in the world abandoned her. Given this, nothing else mattered. When the thousands of cultivators in the Cloud Sea domain felt Xiao Qin's figure slowly vanish from their sight, they all felt that the one disappearing was not Xiao Qin's figure but a living legend. In the 100,000 years of the martial epoch, there were countless people who could be called legends. Not to mention the ancient era sages. Even the Qing Emperor from the later ancient era was a glorious legend. However, there was only one living legend, which was the Thunder King from the same era as the Qing Emperor. Now there was probably one more person, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin. Perhaps he was truly worthy of the word legend. Xiao Qin flew quickly. Along the way, he passed by an island. Then, he slowly floated down and landed firmly on the ground. The green robe on his body slowly changed, and once again returned to white. Due to the Blue Dragon King's insignia, The clear windrobes had already advanced from an unranked secret treasure to a Peking grade secret treasure. However, it seemed like the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. Earlier, when Xiao Chun fought with Wang Zhan, the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. When Xiao Chun fought with Wang Zhan, the clear windrobes helped him withstand a lot of pressure, neutralizing a large portion of the other party's force. This time, the clear windrobes exhausted too much energy, so it entered a state of replenishment. Xiao Chun checked the clear windrobes and did not care. The color of his robes did not affect him much. Xiao Chun stopped to wait for a person, an old friend of his from the Sky Dome realm. Taking advantage of the free time, Xiao Chun took out the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bow, the greatest harvest of this trip. Then he fiddled with it with a smile. The design of the bow was exceptionally magnificent. It was a fiery red, and the two ends of the bow were like wings. When Xiao Chun gently plucked the bowstring, the wings flapped gently, and the entire bow seemed to come to life. Xiao Chun sighed with some regret. Without the item spirit, even if this bow came to life, it still lacked the most crucial charm. Chapter 1045. It had eyes but no spirit. It needed the finishing touch to revive the item spirit. Only then could this divine bow regain its former glory. Oh, that's right. Ao Jiao, I keep hearing people talk about the divine weapon ranking. What kind of existence is the divine weapon ranking? Why is it that the divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking contain divine might and rival primordial emperor treasures? Xiao Chun asked as he put away the sun-shooting bow. Ao Jiao explained, I am not clear on the exact reason. This ranking has existed since the birth of the martial epoch. As long as the divine weapon in your hand reaches a certain level, it will push down another divine weapon and automatically enter the ranking. It is that miraculous? It really is that miraculous. I heard from Sang Mu that the ranking was carved on a divine stone. In the past, his greatest wish was for the Thunder King's mulberry sword to enter the ranking when it became a divine weapon. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun smiled and said, it's fine. When the Lunar Shadow Sword becomes a divine weapon, I will definitely let it enter the divine weapon ranking. Haha, I also look forward to that day. At that time, I will know the answer and answer your question. Ao Jiao paused for a while before saying, your friend is here. Xiao Chun looked up and saw Xinyuan Zhantian's figure slowly appearing in his vision. As he got closer, he landed on the island. It was rare for Xiao Chun to meet Xinyuan Zhantian in the Cloud Sea domain. Naturally, he wanted to catch up with him. Before he left, he sent a voice projection to Xinyuan Zhantian. It has been 3 years since we last met. It looks like Brother Xinyuan has had a lot of fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chun said calmly. Xinyuan Zhantian's current strength was much weaker than his. However, compared to the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent, Xinyuan Zhantian was probably no weaker. Xinyuan Zhantian's will of kingship still had many areas that he could dig out. His potential was even greater. Xinyuan Zhantian did not deny it. He smiled and said, not bad. The sea is my true home. Here I raised my state of kingship to a will. Then, I had a fortuitous encounter and practiced a cultivation technique for merging the will into the physical body, the Battle King art. I just reached small perfection. Defeating a regular great grandmaster level martial sage is already easy. It is not difficult. Merging the will with the physical body. This was the first time Xiao Chun had heard of this. How could one merge the will with the body? The next level of will was the domain. As long as the will of water was raised to the limit, it could evolve into water comprehension. The will of thunder, the will of ice, and the will of fire followed the same principle. The domain represented by the will of kingship was the king's domain. It was a very strong domain. Once Xinyuan Zhantian comprehended it, he would be able to surpass many of his opponents. Xinyuan Zhantian noticed Xiao Chun's doubts. He smiled and said, the heavenly starry ocean is a very vast world. Before the last Neptune died, the inheritance of the martial Tao had never been broken or destroyed. Many of the things related to martial Tao are even more complete than in the Kunlun continent. From what I know, the will of thunder can also fuse with the body. Fire and ice can do the same. There are even 2 types of will that can fuse with the body. For example, lightning, fire, wind, and snow. This world has never lacked geniuses. Xianyuan Zhantian spoke of some of his experiences in the heavenly starry ocean, widening Xiaoqin's horizons. Given your strength, there is no need for you to remain in the Cloud Sea domain, right? Xiaoqin asked. Xianyuan Zhantian nodded and said, originally, I was prepared to leave the Cloud Sea domain after the trip to the Treasure Mountain to continue seeking fortuitous encounters. After that, I would display my skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. What is the Four Seas Hero Gathering? Xiao Chun looked at Xianyuan Zhantian interestedly, waiting for a detailed explanation. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled and said, the Four Seas Hero Gathering is also known as the Four Seas Hero Gathering. It is held once every 20 years, and is a major event that will shake the entire heavenly starry ocean. It is hosted by the Lunar Palace, an immortal holy land. Immortal holy land? This was the first time Xiaoqin heard of this term, so he asked out of curiosity. Xianyuan Zhantian explained, this is a term that I gave myself. You should be familiar with holy lands. There are about 5 or 6 holy lands that still exist in the Kunlun continent. However, in my opinion, these are not immortal holy lands. They experienced the 100 Race War, and the even more horrifying War of Emperors. All the holy lands of the Kunlun continent from the ancient era, like the Firely sect, suffered a destructive blow and lost their inheritance. Only after 10,000 years, 50,000 years, or 100,000 years can they be called immortal holy lands. Because the heavenly starry ocean has always been ruled by Neptune, Neptune's inheritance has been passed down from generation to generation. There have never been any large-scale war of emperors. Hence, the holy lands attached to the palace of Neptune never lost their inheritance. Of course, there are also holy lands that disappeared in the long river of history due to insufficient luck. Now there are only 6 immortal holy lands in the heavenly starry ocean. They are the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the Yinyang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Frost Moon Palace. In the past, there was an extremely strong holy land of the Buddhist sects, the Minor Lain Temple. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor led the Dragon's Gate into the heavenly starry ocean. They targeted the Minor Lain Temple and completely destroyed it. An immortal holy land, so this is an immortal holy land. It looks like the factions of the heavenly starry ocean are much stronger than I imagined. Furthermore, there is actually a mysterious holy land of the Buddhist sects in the heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Qing Emperor destroyed it. Xiaoqin thought to himself. Then he asked, is the Northern Sea Alliance not considered an immortal holy land? Before Xiaoqin entered the heavenly starry ocean, he had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance's fame. Xianyuan Zhantian shook his head and said, naturally, it cannot be considered one. It is just an alliance formed by many factions. Of course, its strength is no weaker than that of a holy land. Some ancient noble clans are as strong as a holy land. However, they are too closed off. In my opinion, they cannot be considered holy lands. After that, Xianyuan Zhantian sighed. Right now, the heavenly starry ocean is very vast. There are millions of sects and billions of islands. The factions are intertwined with each other, competing for resources and fighting with each other. The holy lands are the first to bear the brunt. It is very chaotic. No one is willing to submit to anyone else. Xiaoqin smiled and said, it is indeed very chaotic. There are immortal holy lands, ancient noble clans, huge factions like the Northern Sea Alliance, and the various factions that rose up later on. Xianyuan Zhantian glanced at Xiaoqin and smiled. Speaking of chaos, this matter actually has something to do with you. When the Qing Emperor destroyed the Neptune Palace, with the strength of the Dragon's Gate, it should have been able to suppress the various holy lands. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor mysteriously fell, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. The heavenly starry ocean fell into chaos. If you can really rebuild the Dragon's Gate and reach the height of the Qing Emperor, you might be able to restore peace to the heavenly starry ocean. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. Xiaoqin was not willing to dwell on this topic, so he changed the topic. Let's talk about the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Why is the Lunar Palace holding such a grand event? Xianyuan Zhantian did not find this troublesome. He explained in detail, and Xiaoqin finally understood the ins and outs of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Lunar Palace's position transcended the world. They did not have any ambitions, but they were extremely strong, respected by everyone. The Lunar Palace originally held the Four Seas Hero Gathering, to choose the outstanding young talents of the entire heavenly starry ocean, to compete with the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. The Lunar Palace used the battles of the younger generation to resolve the conflicts and disputes between the heavenly starry ocean and the Penglai Sea. However, now, the Penglai Sea pursued the idea of secluding itself from the world and rarely had any conflicts with the heavenly starry ocean. The original purpose of the Four Seas Hero Gathering no longer existed. As of now, the Four Seas Hero Gathering was just a stage for the outstanding young talents of the various holy lands to bare their fangs and fight for fame. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace would take out an extremely important prize every time the Four Seas Hero Gathering was held, making the scale of the Four Seas Hero Gathering larger and larger. The Four Seas Hero Gathering was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Xinyuan Zhantian said, "There is still one more year before the Four Seas Hero Gathering begins. At that time you can go and join in the excitement." Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "I am not interested in these things. Heavenly Star Island still faces many dangers. I have to think of a way to raise my strength quickly." Xinyuan Zhantian knew that Xiao Chan was speaking the truth. After chatting for a long time, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. On this trip to the Treasure Mountain, the two of them had gained something. They definitely had to summarize their gains and could not chat for too long. Actually, you can go and take a look at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Frost Moon Palace is full of female disciples. Ao Jiao teased from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Under Ao Jiao's care, the most precious spirit tree in the Immortal Spirit Ring, the Lunar Cassia Tree, was growing healthily. It looked like it was about to bloom again. Of course, this was because Xiao Chan had infused a peak spirit vein into the Immortal Spirit Ring. We'll see. Right now Xiao Chan was very busy. He had already taken out the 10 jade strips from the 10,000 treasure pavilion. He sent in his spiritual sense and checked anxiously, hoping to find a profound martial technique suitable for him. Profound spear technique? Heaven-burning spear technique. Xiao Chan shook his head and placed a jade strip to the side. Clearly, he could not practice this. Sword technique, staff technique, spear technique. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chan tossed out 5 or 6 jade strips. He could not use any of them. He could not help but reveal an expression of disappointment. Profound saber technique, 1,000 frost battle snow. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. There was finally a profound martial technique for the saber technique. He had thought that he would be really unlucky if there was no saber technique among the 10 jade strips. Furthermore, it was an ice-attributed martial technique. What Xiao Chan lacked right now was an ice-attributed martial technique. This 1,000 frost battle snow was perfect for him. Xiao Chan carefully put away this jade strip. Then he checked the other 3 jade strips and discovered that they did not have much to do with him. However, that did not matter. It was already pretty good that he could find a profound martial technique that was so compatible with him. As for the remaining 9 jade strips, he could make copies of them and auction them off. Every single one of them would fetch a sky-high price. A profound martial technique could easily fetch a price of 1 million black astral coins, perhaps even higher. With a flip of his palm, a spatial ring appeared. This was the spatial ring of the loose cultivator Gao Yongyu. Xiao Chan was already very familiar with killing people and snatching their treasures. The instant Xiao Chan killed Gao Yongyu, this spatial ring silently landed in his hand. After all, Xiao Chan had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Gao Yongyu's wealth would definitely bring him a great surprise. The only unfortunate thing was that Qing Emperor's saber strike was too horrifying. He had killed the 8 blue-robed emperors until not even a speck of dust remained. Naturally, there was no hope of obtaining a spatial ring. Otherwise, if Xiao Chan could obtain all the spatial rings of the 8 blue-robed emperors, his already rich wealth would soar once again. Chapter 1046. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan handed the spatial rings to Ao Jiao and got her to sort them out. He also handed the spatial rings of the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples and the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to Ao Jiao. The items in the spatial rings were all over the place, so organizing them took a lot of time. Since Ao Jiao could help, Xiao Chan was naturally happy to do so. Xiao Chan still had more important things to do. He needed to merge the Solar True Flame and the Purple Thunder True Fire, and cultivate the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. After the heavenly laws took form, he still needed to stabilize them and make the final preparations for breaking through to the blue-robed emperor. When the time was right, he would immediately start forging the bridge to heaven. All these would require at least 2 months of closed-door cultivation. The blue-robed emperor was a bridge that connected to the other shore, a bridge to heaven that opened the emperor's door. The chasm between heaven and earth was extremely vivid. One step across it was the difference between heaven and earth. From then on, Xiao Chan would be reborn, reaching the top of the world's pyramid in one step. Most cultivators in the world would not be able to reach this chasm and see the emperor's door on the other shore. From martial disciple to martial master, martial grandmaster, martial saint, martial king, martial monarch and martial sage, Xiao Chan had spent 12 years cutting his way through all the obstacles. Now he finally reached a level that countless people could not reach in their lifetimes, standing before the chasm between heaven and earth. Outsiders would not know how many life and death situations Xiao Chan had experienced and how much bitterness he had suffered. No one could imagine that Xiao Chan could not cultivate normally until he was 16. He was several years slower than regular cultivators and at least 10 years slower than those outstanding talents. However, Xiao Chan relied on his tenacious perseverance to endure unimaginable loneliness and solitude. Finally, he overtook most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent. He took the lead and stood before the chasm between heaven and earth. It was like what Xiao Chan had always believed in. A person's talent only determined how fast they could go. Only perseverance determined how far they could go. On a desolate island in the calm sea, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged. As long as he calmed down, he could enter a wondrous state. A natural barrier that seemed to have been cut off by someone appeared before him. At the end of the barrier was a clump of fog. Xiao Chan did not know how far away it was. He could vaguely make out a golden door in the fog. This was the emperor's door. When he finished building the bridge, the emperor's door would appear in reality. The path to heaven descended, and brightly colored heavenly flowers descended to receive him. Then the Xiao Chan would send down the heavenly road and bring him up. Xiao Chan sank his consciousness into his dantian. The 10,000 dragon-shaped heavenly sage laws all gave off a crystalline light. His potential as a martial sage had already reached its limit. He could no longer make any progress. Even if a Holy Spirit vein or a King Spirit vein was placed before him, he would not be able to absorb it. Only by transforming the heavenly sage laws into the higher level heavenly laws, becoming compatible with the world and returning to the natural state, could one continue to improve. And Chan had sovereign Chan had spirit Wu Ao Qi to Ling. On the other hand, he had spirit Wu Ao Qi to check if his potential had reached its limit. This was very important. If Xiao Chan had not reached its limit, he had to find out what potential he could dig out. Otherwise, if Xiao Chan started transforming his heavenly laws, he would suffer a great loss. At that time, as a blue-robed emperor, he would be much weaker than the other outstanding talents. For example, before Xiao Chen's heavenly laws took form, there were only 5,000 of them. If Xiao Chan had transformed his heavenly laws at that time, he would have lost half of his heavenly laws, becoming a blue-robed emperor and regretting it. Ao Jiao, who was helping Xiao Chan tidy up the many spatial rings, felt startled when she saw Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws. Back then, the Thunder King's heavenly laws had also taken form. However, he had reached his limit with only 7,000 heavenly laws. Now Xiao Chan had reached this level and had 3,000 more heavenly sage laws than the Thunder King. With such a level, Ao Jiao guessed that even in the ancient era, when the martial epoch was at its most glorious, Xiao Chan would have ranked at the top, surpassing most of the predecessors. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had a peak rank 4 sage body and cultivated both his physical body and his heavenly laws. It was hard to imagine how far Xiao Chan could go in the future. Sovereign Martial Emperor Prime or even higher, the martial god realm that only appeared in legends. Seeing that Xiao Chan had no intention of opening his eyes, Ao Jiao was startled. Could it be that Xiao Chan was planning to enter the blue-robed emperor realm now? However, after thinking about it, this was normal. Xiao Chen's cultivation had fallen for 3 months before recovering. Everything came naturally when the conditions were right. There would not be any unstable cultivation or unstable foundation. Since ancient times, There had never been a great grandmaster-level martial sage who severely injured themselves, causing their cultivation to fall and cultivating bitterly again when they were about to enter the blue-robed emperor realm. No one dared to take such a risk with their hard-earned cultivation. Xiao Qian managed to reach this step because of Neptune's crown and coincidentally. Now that Xiao Qian knew the benefits of breaking through to establishing himself, he dared to attempt to enter the blue-robed emperor realm at this moment. Otherwise, even if Xiao Qian was beaten to death, he would not have purposely severely injured himself, causing his cultivation to fall to martial monarch. Xiao Qian thought about his initial predicament on the Purple Cloud warship, where 10 odd martial monarchs held their weapons to his neck. He nearly died at the hands of a minor character like a martial monarch. If word got out that the Blue Dragon King fell because of this, he would become a laughingstock mocked for thousands of years. Days passed. At some point in time, motes of electric light fell on Xiao Qian's body, increasing in number until they formed a large electric cocoon surrounding him. Ao Jiao did not find this strange. Many years ago, the Thunder King had reached this step as well. While joy appeared on Xiao Qian's face, there was also some worry. Normally, there would not be any danger in transforming heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws. However, if one rushed it, one might end up in a state of berserking qi deviation and die. Don't be too anxious because of the pressure of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. As she watched Xiao Qian charge to enter the blue-robed emperor realm, she felt even more anxious than the Thunder King back then. The Thunder King was alone with no worries. However, Xiao Qian carried the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant along the way, shouldering the heavy burden of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The pressure of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. After much difficulty, Ao Jiao managed to clear out most of the treasures. Then she sent out a palm strike and scattered the treasures everywhere. As Xiao Qian looked at the electric cocoon, his eyes filled with worry. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If Xiao Qian knew about this, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, a trace of calmness flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes as she turned around. Then she tidied up the scattered treasures. She blew off the dust on them and sorted them out. He was meticulous and orderly, and there was no longer any trace of frustration on his face. He only buried his worry deep in his heart. Eastern Sea, Neptune's old subordinates, in a secret room of a palace in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's territory. When Lung Xiaofan read the news he had just received, his expression turned gloomy. Neptune's daughter, Princess Qin, lay quietly among the flowers beside Lung Xiaofan, sleeping quietly. Xiao Qian had destroyed a blue-robed emperor with 3 punches, sent the small perfection blue-robed emperor flying with 1 saber strike, and finally used his trump card to kill 8 blue-robed emperors with 1 saber strike. Lung Xiaofan did not feel surprised at Xiao Qian's sudden increase in strength. He continued to calmly calculate and plan in his heart. Xiao Qian carefully read every single word of the news again. Then 2 crucial scenes appeared in his mind. After swallowing 10 peak spirit veins, Xiao Qian's strength suddenly soared, and he used the Qing Emperor's medallion to kill 8 blue-robed emperors. The former meant that Xiao Qian's strength soared in such a short time. He needed to cultivate quietly to stabilize his cultivation. Xiao Qian was definitely still in the Cloud Sea domain and could not have gone far. The latter meant that the talisman that the Thunder King gave Xiao Qian had already been used up. Adding the two together, the conclusion was that this was the best opportunity to kill Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian did not have a talisman and was cultivating. If he waited for Xiao Qian to stabilize his cultivation, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Aside from some exceptions, Lung Xiaofan's guess was close to the truth. This was a rather difficult person to deal with. After a while, Lung Xiaofan sent an order to his subordinates. Tell the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace that they only need to send out 3 blue-robed emperors to search for desolate islands within 250 kilometers of where the treasure mountain appeared. Then, they will be able to find the cultivating Xiao Qian. After killing the target, he does not want the Neptune crown or all the treasures on Xiao Qian. However, he must keep the Neptune crown for him. If there is any exchange, the other party can make any requests. There were many conflicts between the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. Everyone wanted to be the boss, to gather all the old subordinates of Neptune. As the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon King's descendant, Lung Xiaofan held great authority in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he could not order the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace around. However, as long as Lung Xiaofan passed this news to the other party, the Neptune crown on Xiaochun would automatically attract the other party to do as he said. The sparks of lightning on the desolate island were like rain, never stopping since the start. The purple lightning cocoon lost its initial bright color and turned a deep purple. The various treasures in the spatial ring were already organized. Ao Jiao propped up her chin, her gaze never leaving the lightning cocoon. It has been 2 months. Xiaochun has already accumulated enough. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Logically speaking, the conversion of his heavenly sage laws should have reached consummation long ago, Ao Jiao muttered. Ao Jiao muttered softly. However, she also relaxed. 2 months was enough to show that Xiaochun did not panic or rush things. Xiaochun still sought speed with stability. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Xiaochun was confident of advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiaochun should be able to break out of the cocoon soon. Just as Xiaochun thought this, Ao Jiao suddenly frowned. She gently slapped the ground and stood up. Then she looked into the distance. There were 3 powerful auras in front of them. They were rushing over quickly, and the strength of each of them was not weaker than any of the 8 city lords. 3 small perfection blue-robed emperor experts working together to charge over. They really know how to pick the right time to make their move. Ao Jiao's expression turned frosty as a murderous intent brewed in her eyes. She stretched out her hand, and the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground beside Xiaochun silently flew into her grasp. Chapter 1047. Xiaochun turned her head back to look at the lightning cocoon inside. I just knew that this fellow would not be peaceful after he becomes the blue-robed emperor. Xiaochun's figure flashed, and Ao Jiao hugged the lunar shadow saber as she landed beside the lightning cocoon. Her figure slowly dimmed and finally vanished into thin air, as though she was no longer there. Buzz! The 3 blue-robed emperors of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wore black dragon robes and withdrew their auras. They landed firmly on the desolate island, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at the lightning cocoon not far away. What a fellow! The information that Lung Xiaofan brought is indeed correct. This Xiaochun is really on a desolate island within 250 kilometers. Furthermore, he actually chose this time to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. The youth on the right, the blue-robed emperor, laughed softly as he carried a saber on his back. The lightning cocoon was a sign of a lightning-attributed cultivator making his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. Combined with the information that Lung Xiaofan brought, there was no need to guess. It was definitely Xiaochun inside. Haha! Being able to obtain Neptune's crown and offer it to the Dragon King is a great merit. The tall, skinny, black-haired youth on the left could not hide his joy. Only the white-haired old man in the middle showed a calm expression. He remained silent as he looked around cautiously. He raised his hand and pointed, and an ice sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The moment the sword chi appeared, frost immediately covered the ground. Clearly, his will of ice had reached an extremely high level. The crystalline sword chi looked solid. When the sunlight shone on it, it gave off a boundless glow. This made the sword chi that flashed by look like a beam of light flying out of his hand. Kung Chang! When the sword chi struck the lightning cocoon, it gave off a melodious clang. Electric light flickered, and the ice sword chi turned into mist and vanished. The huge lightning cocoon did not budge at all. Not a single crack appeared. The 3 were stunned at the same time, feeling incredulous. The blue-robed emperor, who carried a saber on his back, was flabbergasted. What a strong lightning cocoon! What kind of accumulation did this fellow have for him to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor? I'll go smash him! The tall and skinny blue-robed emperor had a fiery temper. He took a step forward and was ready to kill his way through. The white-haired old man said solemnly, Ping Jun, be careful. Haha, don't worry, old Chang. He's at a critical moment now. Even if he knows that we're here, he'll be helpless. He's dead for sure today. The blue-robed emperor named Ping Jun laughed madly without a care in the world. Indeed, if Xiaochun were to stop attacking the blue-robed emperor at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain, but he would definitely suffer serious internal injuries from the recoil of the laws. No matter how one looked at it, fighting against 3 lesser-tier blue-robed emperors with a weak body was a hopeless situation. However, if he did not give up, he would only become a dead target. Passively receiving attacks from others would also result in death. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dead end. There was no possibility of survival. From tens of thousands of kilometers away, Lung Xiaofan managed to push Xiao Chun into desperate straits with just a few words. This person's stratagem could be said to be unparalleled. Unfortunately, everything in the world had a chance of survival. Out of 50, 9 out of 40 would be used. Even if one was gone, there would always be a chance of survival. This chance of survival for Xiao Chun rested on Ao Jiao. Ping Jun's figure flickered, and a red light flickered on his body. The clouds in the sky churned and strong winds blew. Horrifying energy flowed out of the heavenly law imprint in his body and gathered in his body. His body merged with the sky. As he flew over, he merged with the world. Then he suddenly attacked and punched. The energy that Xiao Chun drove seemed to move the entire world. This was the strength of the blue-robed emperor. He returned to his natural state, merging with the world and forming heavenly laws. Every move of his could bring out the power of the world. It looked like the horrifying attack was about to strike the lightning cocoon. If the berserk energy struck it, the lightning tribulation would definitely shatter. Xiao Chun, who was in the middle of it, could not continue even if he wanted to. He could only allow the blue-robed emperor to stop attacking and suffer the backlash of the law energy. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a resplendent saber light lit up in the void. The saber light flickered for an instant. The instant the saber light flashed, a flash of divine lightning appeared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting darkness for 5 kilometers around. Before Ping Jun could react, this saber light struck his body. He could not dodge or defend at all. Damn it! Xiao Chun roared ferociously. At the final moment before the saber light chopped him in half, he punched Ao Jiao. Kasie! The divine lightning turned into a thunder rock. As the saber light chopped down, Ping Jun's body was chopped in half. Electric light burst out and shattered his body. When Ao Jiao suddenly attacked, the blue-robed emperor's small perfection Ping Jun was chopped into pieces, not even leaving a corpse behind. This sudden change caught the white-haired old man and the other black-haired youth off guard. They did not even have a chance to save Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao suffered a punch from Ping Jun before he died. She was significantly injured, and her body looked somewhat illusory. She was no longer as lifelike as before. However, she grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and looked coldly at the two in front. She stood guard beside the lightning cocoon, not moving at all. Item spirit? An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. When the two saw the situation clearly and saw the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand, their gazes turned fervent. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. If such a subdivine weapon could reach divine weapon rank in the future, it would most likely rank in the divine weapon ranking. Even if it did not rank in the divine weapon ranking, it would still be an extremely precious divine weapon. Its value far surpassed that of other divine weapons. Haha, not bad. I want this saber. The black-haired youth smiled faintly and said, "The Blue Dragon King is really a human-shaped treasure trove. He has an extraordinary amount of good things on him. You want it? Are you qualified?" Just at this moment, cracks appeared in the deep purple lightning cocoon. A voice came from it. "Kase, Kase." The lightning cocoon shattered into pieces, and thousands of electric lights surged out, forming a huge purple pillar of light soaring into the sky. Xiao Chun stood in the light, dressed in white. Winds blew in all directions and clouds gathered. His body merged with the heavens. With a thought, he could stir up the winds and clouds. Xiao Chun's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the two in front. The aura of a king looking down on the world surged out as his gaze moved. The white-haired old man and the black-haired youth revealed horrified expressions. They could not help but take 2 steps back. Ao Jiao revealed joy on her face. Xiao Chun succeeded. After 12 years of life and death battles, he finally became an emperor. Attacked together. When the white-haired old man and the black-haired youth saw that Xiao Chun had successfully broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm, they pressured them with their auras with just one look. The two steeled their hearts. They knew that if they did not work together, they had no chance of victory. They shouted coldly and charged over. Within the pillar of lightning, Xiao Chun watched the two flying over quietly. He was as unmoving as a mountain, standing like an old pine tree. He used his hands to face his enemies. The three blue-robed emperors merged with the heavens. Every move they made drove the power of the world. When they attacked, the world changed. The ground spun and the sky spun. The distant sea and the nearby mountain were like illusions. They appeared around the three like fleeting lights and passing shadows. The blue-robed emperor's combat style was already very different from that of ordinary cultivators. Just by raising his hand he could stir up the wind and clouds. Every move he made could draw on the power of the world. Such a scene was not a mysterious phenomenon or an illusion. It was a natural phenomenon produced when the power of the world was frequently driven. Their figures flickered, and the three quickly exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chun countered every move. His hands moved like lightning, moving unpredictably. He blocked all the moves of the black-haired youth and the white-haired old man. Soon 100 moves passed. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. The desolate island under them could no longer endure the power of the world driven by the three's heavenly laws. Boom! The vast sea vanished into thin air. A huge black whirlpool appeared in the seawater, swallowing up the surrounding seawater. The three fell into the whirlpool, and the seawater spun on both sides, rumbling endlessly. However, the expressions of the three did not change. They ignored the whirlpool and continued to attack at lightning speed. The shock waves from the exchange and the power of the world driven by the heavenly laws prevented the black hole from filling up. Instead, the whirlpool expanded. Soon it reached 10 kilometers in diameter. How many heavenly sage laws did he accumulate before he tried to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm? The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man felt increasingly startled. They had already been in the blue-robed emperor realm for several decades. The power of the world that the heavenly laws could drive should far surpass that of Xiao Chun, who had just advanced to the blue-robed emperor realm. However, in reality, Xiao Chun could drive more power of the world than the two of them combined, even though he was fighting one against two. From the very beginning, Xiao Chun had been suppressing them. As the three fell, the end of the whirlpool extended downwards. Bang! It extended to the bottom of the sea, spreading out in all directions. Looking down from the sky, the flat surface of the sea looked like a bottomless pit that was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The seawater suddenly merged together. The instant it merged, an overwhelming pillar of water shot out, shattering the clouds. It looked like it pierced through the sky. Three figures leaped out of the water pillar. They were Xiao Chun's group of three, who had just stopped fighting. In a short time, the two had already exchanged thousands of moves, fighting from the ground to the bottom of the sea, and then from the bottom of the sea to the clouds. This was the true battle between the blue-robed emperor realms. The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man appeared to be in sorry states. The instant the seawater merged, the three had shown some openings. However, the one who grasped these openings was Xiao Chun. Despite moving later, he arrived first, punching the two in the chest, severely injuring them. Even now they were in pain. Let's go. Once he becomes stronger, we will not be able to stop him, the white-haired old man said sullenly. Then the two turned and left. In the earlier 1,000 moves they had exhausted a lot of energy. Furthermore, they were injured. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. Xiao Chun said calmly, "You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing?" Ao Jiao saber. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and sheathed her saber. Then she turned into a beam of light and entered the saber, chasing after Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao was the lunar shadow saber's item spirit. However, most of the time, she was not willing to remain in the saber. The true might of the lunar shadow saber, the sharpness of a subdivine weapon, was rarely revealed. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and drew the lunar shadow saber the instant it brushed past him. An unparalleled sharpness spread out in the world. Metallic sounds reverberated in all directions. Boundless saber intent filled the air. Chapter 1048. Xiao Chun pushed off the air and his body suddenly spun around, executing instant of glory. Bright moon and autumn wind. A world of its own with each spin. As Xiao Chun spun around, mysterious phenomena appeared. The scene was grand and majestic. With that instant of saber light, it turned into eternal glory. The black-clad youth fleeing in the back showed a grave expression. He took out 3 ancient shields trying to block this saber. However, now that the lunar shadow saber had Ao Jiao in it, its might rivaled that of a regular divine weapon. How could a few Peking grade shields block it? This moment of instant of glory was eternal. The black-clad youth's body was chopped in half along with the shields. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand, and the spatial ring that the black-clad youth left behind flew into his grasp. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man who was already far away and did not give chase. Now that Xiao Chan had reached the threshold of the blue-robed emperor, as long as the great perfection blue-robed emperor did not appear, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it hard to suppress him. Xiao Chan looked around and found another desolate island. His body seemed to vanish into thin air as he landed on it. Some of the wondrous uses of heavenly laws could be infused into movement techniques by drawing on the power of the world. However, when one's speed reached its limit, they could increase it by 10%. This was something that Xiao Chan comprehended in the earlier battle. Ao Jiao came out of the saber, revealing a smile on her face. She opened her hand, revealing a blue-robed emperor's spatial ring. I heard their conversation. They are the people of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That is, they are the old subordinates of Neptune, the faction of the Southern Sea Dragon King. Ao Jiao said softly. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party should be here for Neptune's crown. From the moment Xiao Chan came into contact with the 7 heroes of the dragon, he felt that someone was hiding in the darkness like a venomous snake, targeting him. However, Xiao Chan did not know anything about this person. He did not know the other party's true purpose. Forget it. As long as the other party's plan didn't succeed, there would always be a chance to capture the other party. Before that, he could only continue to improve his strength. Xiao Chan collected his thoughts and smiled slightly. He handed the space ring in his hand to Ao Jiao. Thanks for your help this time. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao, who had blocked a blow for him at the most crucial moment, he would have been in grave danger. Ao Jiao took the ring and curled her lips. Hee, this is the reward you gave me. You didn't even give me a chance to relax. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, What do you want? I'll help you find it. Ao Jiao was speechless. This guy was still as dumb as before. As long as he could live well, why would she want anything? He even took her jokes seriously. However, she really wanted something. She really wanted Xiao Chan to help her find it, but she was very hesitant. She shook her head silently in her heart. Then she smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. These are the treasures I found from Gao Yongyu, Chan Wenjun, and the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples. I placed all the black astral coins on them in a space ring. There is not much, just 5 million black astral coins in total. 5 million black astral coins was a very large sum. After all, not everyone had the same fortuitous encounters as Xiao Chan. Gao Yongyu was just a loose cultivator in the Cloud Sea domain. If he had not killed the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples, his black astral coins would have decreased even further. Xiao Chan lowered his head and flipped through the treasures Ao Jiao found. There were secret manuals, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and several other categories. After a quick look, Xiao Chan shook his head slightly. Most of them did not catch his eye. After leaving the Cloud Sea domain, he would have to sell them off quickly. Hey, this fan is rather exquisite. Xiao Chen discovered a white fan. The frame of the fan was made of many divine materials. It was hard and sturdy, and it felt very heavy in his hand. When the fan opened up, there was a painting of a night scene on the front. There was a bright moon, a small bridge, and a flowing river. There were people admiring the moon. The scene had a gentle beauty to it. There was a poem on the back. Ao Jiao said, This fan is pretty good. However, this fan is a strange weapon. Very few people use it. Most of them only show off their elegance and will not sell for a good price. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he put away the fan and smiled. I will not sell this first. I have a use for it. You really like to keep people in suspense. Seeing that Xiao Chen only said half of it, Ao Jiao muttered. Then she took out a secret manual that Xiao Chen ignored. She said, You should be able to use this. Back then, Gao Yongyu used this to hide his strength. Foundation Returning Art. Xiao Chan read out the words on the secret manual. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes lit up. This cultivation technique was not complicated. After reading it once, Xiao Chen roughly understood it. Its rank was not high, but it was very useful to Xiao Chen. As long as one learned this cultivation technique, one could hide one's true strength at any time. Unless it was someone much stronger than one, no one would discover it. Back then, Gao Yongyu used this cultivation technique to hide from everyone. Xiao Chen put away the foundation returning art and placed all the other treasures into a spatial ring. After he left the Cloud Sea domain, he would sell it. Hey, it's empty. It's still empty. Ao Jiao's expression changed slightly. The space in the two blue-robed emperor's spatial rings was chaotic. She did not see anything. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but be startled. He had high hopes for the wealth of the two blue-robed emperor's spatial rings. Why was there nothing in the spatial rings? What's going on? Xiao Chen took a look for himself. Indeed, the spatial rings were empty. There was nothing in them. Ao Jiao lowered her head in thought. Clearly, the spatial rings of the blue-robed emperor would not be empty. This did not make sense. After a while, she came to a realization. I remember now. There should be some kind of secret treasure in the spatial rings. When the master dies, the imprint in the secret treasure vanishes. Then it explodes and destroys the space in the spatial ring. There is such a secret treasure? Xiao Chen was very surprised. His mood was somewhat depressed. The large amount of treasures that he expected was gone. Anyone would feel upset and depressed. Ao Jiao smiled and said, secret treasures that can destroy space are extremely rare. However, they definitely exist. An ancient faction like the Divine Dragon Palace should have many of them. They should be able to prepare one for all the experts above the blue-robed emperor. This is really ruthless. Even if I die, I cannot let others benefit from it. Xiao Chen thought to himself, in the future, when I defeat the blue-robed emperor, I cannot kill him on the spot. I have to knock him unconscious first. Xiao Chen did not think about this for now. The trip to the treasure mountain had given him a bountiful harvest. 10 profound meaning jade strips were enough for him. So be it if the wealth of the two blue-robed emperors is gone. Right now there are still many things that I have to do. After taking out the grief pendant, Xiao Chen revealed a nostalgic expression. Then he took out the cycle banner. Xiao Chen prepared to refine the fourth grief thrown into the cycle banner. That's right. Ao Jiao, make a trip to Starry Cloud Island. Help me see how the Mo clan is doing. Now that the 8 city lords were dead, the Cloud Sea domain would be in chaos for a long time. Xiao Chen would have a great opportunity. This would give Mo Chen a great opportunity. Her talent had always been limited. Now that she grasped the Book of Heavenly Works and the shattered Cloud City Lord, who had been suppressing her, was killed by Xiao Chen, her future would be much smoother. Ao Jiao nodded. Then her figure flashed as she flew towards Starry Cloud Island. Given Ao Jiao's current strength, which rivaled the blue-robed emperor's, there was no one in the Cloud Sea domain that could threaten her. Xiao Chen was about to leave the Cloud Sea domain. With Ao Jiao going to take a look, he could rest assured. Xiao Chen took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and put away the Solar True Flame first. The surface of the Golden Crow Egg was already covered in cracks. In another 2 or 3 months it would successfully hatch. At that time it would be worth anticipating what kind of existence it would be. Xiao Chen took out the Golden Crow Egg and placed it aside. Then he placed the grief pendant in. Then, Xiao Chen started to use the Lunar True Flame to melt it. After his previous experience of merging thrones, Xiao Chen was very familiar with the process. When the sky turned dark, he successfully merged the grief thrown into the cycle banner. Massacre, death, ruin and grief. Now he had gathered 4 of the 7 thrones. Only 3 remained. He already had news of the despair throne. He did not know when he would find news of the pain throne and the destruction throne. Whoosh! Xiao Chen held the cycle banner and gently waved it. The banner fluttered, and starlight of 4 different colors intersected. The might of the cycle banner improved. When the words massacre, death, ruin and grief were used together, even the blue-robed emperor would have to retreat. Unfortunately, as long as Xiao Chen could not gather all 7 thrones, the cycle banner would only be in name. In the end, the will of thunder was weaker than the will of primal chaos. Even with the familiarity of the immortal will, it would still be hard to deal with Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chun wondered what the outstanding talents that went to the astral battlefield were like now. He also wondered what was so special about the experts of the Deep Abyss demon race of the same generation. Could Chu Chaoyun be in the astral battlefield as well? Xiao Chun did not think about this for now. Then he put away the cycle banner and moved on to the next matter, to let the solar true flame swallow up the purple thunder true flame and strengthen it further. The solar true flame that Emo-chan gave Xiao Chun was much weaker than his own lunar true flame. Only by swallowing up the purple thunder true flame could it contend with the lunar true flame and form the true Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. The purple thunder true flame was the strongest yang attributed flame. However, it was not the strongest yang attributed flame. Its quality was slightly weaker than the lunar true flame. Xiao Chun opened his palm, and the solar true flame and purple thunder true flame's origin flame appeared in his palm at the same time. Xiao Chun gently pushed them up. The two clumps of light, one big and one small, quickly merged and swallowed each other up. The purple thunder true fire's origin flame was deeply rooted in the purple thunder divine incantation. It stubbornly resisted the solar true flame's swallowing and even suffered a backlash. At this moment, Xiao Chun needed to make a move to suppress the purple thunder true fire. The process of swallowing and merging was not smooth. It was even somewhat bumpy. After spending the entire night, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The solar true flame had finally swallowed up the purple thunder true fire. Contrary to what Xiao Chun expected, the purple thunder true fire's origin flame did not seem to have completely disappeared. When he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, he could still feel a connection with the solar true flame. Based on this, when the purple thunder divine incantation advanced to the 8th layer, the solar true flame would improve further because of the purple thunder true fire. Xiao Chun's initial worries were no longer necessary. Xiao Chun calmed himself down and dealt with the many matters on hand. On the desolate island, Xiao Chun started practicing the saber, practicing the profound saber technique Thousand Frost Battle Snow. If Xiao Chun learned this move, he would have grasped 4 profound martial techniques: Instant of Glory, Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, and the 1,000-Year Flame. Every move was an earth-shattering killing move. When executed with the strength of a quasi-emperor, its might would be even more horrifying.